Hello Europe, hello trainers, and welcome to EUL Masters, the next evolution for the European League by Unity Clash. We've got 8 teams fighting it out today purely for seeding purposes. Who will come out as the top seed? From returning players to new players, this is EU Pokemon Unite at its best. I'm your host Spartan Tano, and I'm joined by the incredible Jonathan Hyde. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic, Tano. It's good to be back here. Good to see the best that EU's got in the grass scenes come together and just say, you know what? We're going to hammer this out in the EUL Masters.
Absolutely. I was so hyped when I found out that we were doing this because, of course, you know, with the way that these leagues now work in UCS, there's not a lot of action outside of it. So a huge shout out to these grassroots people, Unity Clash especially, putting on things like this so people have the opportunity to train, to improve, and find their teams for that last chance qualifier that will be coming up later on in the year.
Yeah, your journey's not over yet with a few more opportunities. EUIC coming up, NAIC as well, so there's more than one opportunity outside the last chance quals as well. So this is a wonderful opportunity for teams to get back into the momentum, find their tempo, find their mojo, get things going and be like, you know what? Nah, those qualifiers, we didn't need them. This is how we get it.
Rightly so, and of course we have 8 incredible teams that are going to be fighting out here in the EUL Masters. I'm sure everybody will be aware of at least their names and a lot of their players if they've kept any eye on the EU region in the past off season. We will get their player profiles up as soon as production is able to do so to talk you through these individuals. Let's kick it off. By the way, huge shout out to the incredible graphics that we have coming up on the screen. MTZ Esports, everybody knows them, everybody loves them. We've got Amara, we've got Knight, MDR, Gaddy, and Haru. These guys have been amazing, and I'm so hyped to see them here, Hyde.
Oh, they're exciting to see as well. I keep seeing them over here in some NA tournaments, some NA EU tournaments that keep going. I see MTZ Esports. I'm like, bro, I know that team. And trust me, as an NA caster, when I get to recognize an EU team, that's something. I don't often recognize teams. So when you come off as recognizable, brother, you're doing great.
Definitely doing something right. Amara, of course, has some incredible all-rounder play. Cannot wait to see that. I'm peeking that Metagross sticker there. Hope we see some of that action throughout the day. And as we can see, their accolades down at the bottom, well and truly deserved. Top 13 in UCS for the squad here. Top 8 in LFPU, the French league over there, which is an astonishing achievement for them as well. And of course, in the weeklies that happen every single Friday here in Europe, they hit top 5. So a well-rehearsed team. Let's see who comes up next on these profiles. Beautiful graphics as always, Hyde. It's Rework Esport Core. We've got 2 of these Rework teams here, Hyde, and Cascade, Dodo, Japer, Azalito, and Aaron are going to be the ones that range out Esport Core. A very solid team here for Rework.
Yeah, top 5 EUL, top 5 UCS, and they won the GA of 2025. We got some other accolades in there. Top 2 UEC 25 for Doe there, and for Aaron. So we got a bit of an accolade, we got a little bit of a mishmash, and that's just adding more to the team's power.
To come off top 2 of the European Cup here, for Dodo and Aaron, not only did they play together so well in a hotly contested European Cup, one of the best that we've seen yet, buddy, they're coming back fresh of working together off that in this team, and I think this is going to be one of the teams to keep an eye on. They've been very successful in this off-season, and I gotta say, Cascade, one of my favorite here on that all-rounder side of things. Let's move on to the next profile that's coming on up and see who else we've got here in the league. It's their opposite team. We've got Rework Esport Gear here as well, with Ryatari, Skull TT Bone, Ickless, Beach, and Classics on the field.
Ooh, yeah, we got top 5 EUL coming in for some of these, top 6 for a few of them. You know, they weren't always there at the top 5, but they made the top 6. Top 4 for the European Cup. Won the European Cup in 2024, so we got some returning champions coming in as well. So hopefully that's going to translate into some fantastic games for Rework Esports Gear.
Yeah, I'm expecting this team to really step it up here in the Masters. Cannot wait to see how they get on. Let's see who else we have in this incredible league. As we've mentioned, today is all about seeding. You want to make sure that you have a good seed coming up into these round-robin games that will be going on for the rest of these weeks. It's all about giving yourself the best advantage you possibly can when you're in a league setting.
Yeah, because again, you want to look at this and you want to say, you know what, you got to not manipulate the seed, but you want to get as best a seeding as you can, so that way there you can get in there and that you can say, you know what, this is where we want to go. We know who our teammates are going to be, and sometimes you just want to fight the best of the best. You'd be like, we're going to make sure that we get there. We're going to get to the end. So excited to see who they are going to be up against today.
I mean, we've got a lot of exciting games today, to be honest. I can't wait until we get stuck into them. But here's the next squad, Team Int. Now, this is a squad that I have loved for a very long time. Even before, when I was playing competitive, I loved this squad. We've got Comfy Master 67, Zika, DJ Dwayne, and Alentia here for Team Int. They are fresh off trying to get into the qualifiers. They were ever so close. They managed to make it there, but of course, they just had somebody on their team that didn't quite hit the age requirement for it. So this is a team to keep an eye on, buddy, because they have been screaming non-stop since playing this game, and they are a strong squad.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming top 4 consistently in the weeklies as well, so that is something to look forward to. But we also have a top 8 for the European Cup and the top 8 for the European League. So again, we got some return. Like, they're not unfamiliar with coming into a top 8 scene. And I'll tell you, this entire right now, 8 teams, top 8 right there, just saying.
Well and truly deserved here in the Masters, of course. That's what we aim to do. Let's have a look next, and it's going to be the squad that we get to see them go up against to begin with. It's going to be Los Duros on the board, one of the fan favorites here in this region, buddy. Louisin, Oscar Tat, Danny Albanoa, and no way there for Los Duros. Unfortunately, they didn't do as well in the open qualifiers as they were hoping, but this team, it's all about grit. They never give up, and they are one of the favorites because of that.
Yeah, listen, I know this team. This is one of the few teams I do know that I see on the rosters, and I'm like, I know those guys. Oscar has a mean top lane. Albanoa, really strong on supports. Always love to see them on Hoopa because they're always doing something unique, always finding them in unique situations, and somehow they just get out of it.
That they do. I love this squad. They've been one of my favorites since we kicked off EUL previously, so I can't wait to see how they get on. Every time there's some sort of action going on in the EU region, they are there, they are competing, so it's no surprise to see such an exciting team here in the EUL Masters. All the best to them. Let's have a look at Supernova coming up next. Now, I don't know this team that well. I believe this is a new squad thrown together. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that first name, but they're there with some brilliant accolades. Zika's going to be here as well. Dalim, Lola, and Ware coming on over here all the way from Komai in the previous season.
Yeah, but they got some really good accolades too. Top 16 and top 12 within the UCS. They got top 3 in the EUL there. We got top 8 EUIC in 2023, top 15 at the World Championship Series in 2023 as well. We got some really strong contenders. Multiple top 3s and 4s, multiple top 2s and 3s and weeklies. These guys are no strangers to being at the top of where they are. So they might be new, they might be thrown together, but they are here to compete and they deserve to be here.
Rightly so. I mean, playing on banana peelers as well for Ware over there. Everybody loved the banana peelers in EUL. They were one of the favorites alongside Guerrilla Tactics. So I'm hyped to see how this team gets on, to be fair, but I think until we have the in-game name, we're going to stick with V for that person because they've got the most V's in their name. So we'll just stick with V for now. But Supernova, excited to see how they get on in this Masters here. I believe we have just a couple more to have a nosy at before we get on with the first game. Thank you, Toto. People will know this team. People have heard of this squad. We've got Vic, Laura Tuishi, we've got Brutal, Hunter, Indigo, and Voxo for this squad.
Yeah, you always hear about Brutal Hunter and Indigo in the talks of this team there, and they are nasty to go up against. You do not want to be on the receiving end of certain buzz walls. So it can be devastating. But top league quals, top 8 UCS, these guys again, lots of tops here. Oh my gosh, like this is just getting me hyped, excited to see what these teams are going to do. These are going to be some great games, Tano.
Oh, they are, buddy. We only bring the best and brightest here in this league. Let's have a look who's next. This is, there's no way of predicting any of this, buddy. It's us. Oh, we're here as well. Can you believe it?
We're so strong. We only need 2. Take that, EULM.
Take us on 2v5. We can do that, right? I don't know. But we do have, I believe it's going to be Team Int and Lost Heroes that we kick it off with here, Jonathan. So I already hyped for this one. Team Int are off the back of a successful but unsuccessful run in the open qualifiers. The fact that they did manage to qualify but unable to get there due to some rules. Lost Duros, they're looking to fight back strong. They didn't have as big of a showing as they were hoping to do in that open qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, even in the last thing that we saw that Lost Duros was in as well, I believe it, oh geez, I can't remember the event there, but we did, there's so many that I see them in, but we have seen them be number 1 in a first half, and then all of a sudden they started taking some losses, started taking some hits. They're used to being on top. They're not, unfamiliar with taking a beating, but they're also come back. They're able to just claw victory from the jaws of defeat. They are a very strong team. You can't underestimate them, because the moment you do, they will catch you off guard. They will take either this Kyogre or this Groudon or this Rayquaza, whichever one they pick, out from under your nose, and you'll be none the wiser.
Yeah, that's the other side of it, isn't it? You've got different maps in Pokemon Unite now. We've got more Pokemon being added. Of course, Meowth, the very recent one, will not be playable today due to the usual rules that we follow. But nevertheless, we have an exciting game coming up. It's seeding stage, Jonathan. So it's all about getting the best possible seed that you can, just to try and make sure that you have the best route that you possibly can in this league. You want to get off on a strong foot, don't you? You want to go up against those players, those teams that you feel like you can definitely take on.
Yeah, absolutely. The better your seeding is, the better your rank's going to be inside the league there. So you're going to be able to be like, you know what, I'm going to be in a more comfortable position. You get more favorable matchups. Even when you get to take on the strong teams, you're going to be like, you know what, like, we can handle it. We can do this. But you also get more of a little bit of a leeway to do a little bit of research, get to practice maybe some unorthodox stuff, and be like, you know what, this worked, this didn't. But overall, this is going to be like strong. These teams are going to be fighting for the top, and between Lost Duros and Team Int, like you said, Tano, I don't even know which one's going to win.
And we don't know what map we're going to be on to kick it off with, buddy. That's another really exciting thing. As we go into draft, that'll be when, I believe that'll be when we see which map we're going to be on. So, of course, UCS is going to be played over all 3. So, I'm excited to see where that goes. I think I can't wait to see how that plays out in a league setting before we end up with the leagues kicking off. But every time I look at this screen, I am amazed at the graphics. Every time Unity Clash throws something together, it gets better and better. I'm looking at the little flames down there for when teams manage to win a game, and I'm like, just subtle things like that. It looks amazing, mate.
Oh, it does. It's so beautiful. And I love the color scheme too. It's just like, the blacks and the blues with the gold. It's like, you know, you're in the Masters of the European League when you've got such fantastic graphics to back it up. And it's just, whoo, I'm absolutely blown away. So whoever designed these graphics, you hit it out of the park. Hit the nail on the head, drove it right through the 2x4, right into the ground there. You blew it away, and these are beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, no, that it just chef's kiss across the board. Today, we're going to try and do the best that we possibly can to make sure that we have as smooth a production as possible. A huge shout out to Kurijan, by the way, the person that created these graphics, an incredible graphics designer for Unity Clash. But yes, we'll try and make sure it runs as smoothly as possible. I believe the game is still having a few bugs here and there. They are trying to work those bugs out, especially with games closing down and etc, etc. So do bear with us, chat. We'll do the best that we possibly can, of course, and the same to the players as well. But hey, It's Pokemon Unite, it's esports, these things happen, just bear with us.
I know, if it's not one thing, it's another. Timmy likes to throw these little curveballs at us. First, it's the Porygons behind the scene. They're hacking and controlling. There's 3 of them. You gotta watch out. But then they introduced the Sableye, the little sneaky agents that's infiltrated the roster, that's able to disrupt. And now they add Meowth. Come on. Meowth goes in there and starts stealing all the items. That's what's going on right now. They have to go get all the items back because Meowth is just too much of a klepto to be like, you know what? Your potion is mine. Your XP is mine. Your eject, you never needed that, right?
I gotta admit, though, I absolutely love the way that Meowth plays in Pokemon Unite. I love the idea of that, and I think we need some more disruption like that in Pokemon. So I hope they bring more Pokemon that kind of play that way. I think it's really cool, buddy. Of course, we're not going to see any of that action today, but we will see it eventually in the league as it progresses, and I can't wait to see how teams utilize Meowth.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon I'm really looking forward to, and it's not a lot of Pokemon that come in that I'm just like, ooh, that's an Hive's wheelhouse. That is actually a Pokemon that speaks to me. There's very few
game at the moment, buddy. I think Duraludon, the poor Pokemon, needs a little bit more love. Although I will say, we've seen it here in EUL, some brilliant play coming out from Duraludon. I can't remember their name now, actually. That's going to bug me, but they played it last season, or rather back in EUL, non-stop when they were backed up against the wall. They start with an A, and this is going to bug me. I feel, but Shivam, let me know if you remember Summer Esports as I don't know. I'm gonna have to. It'll come to me eventually, Jonathan. But nevertheless, whenever they were on the back foot, they pulled out the Duraludon, and it was so fun to see. They actually got some wins with it. So that league setting that we're seeing here in EUL Masters as well, it means we may see some of these Pokemon pulled out that you just wouldn't expect to see.
I mean, listen, all right, I don't want to spread Duraludon propaganda because I'm a Sableye guy, but version 1 did use Duraludon in one of their qualifier matches to qualify for Worlds this past season, and it was a Pokemon that they worked really well into their comp. They played around it, and it dominated the match, so there is a will. If there is a will, there is a way. If there is a way, there is a Duraludon.
Azeri Esports. It just came to my head. Azeri Esports. So they were very fun. I very much enjoyed seeing that action. We're just getting the game ready to go here, chat. Please do bear with us. Me and Jonathan will continue to yap away whilst we have the opportunity. So, Meowth added as a speedster. What do we expect to see added next into Pokemon Unite, Jonathan?
Oh, listen. All right. So we got one defender, and then we got a plethora of all-rounders. From September to December. So, you know what? Like, I kind of get it. We got a lot of Mega Pokemon. I would love to see some more, if we're introducing more Megas, to try to hit maybe that Speedster roster, maybe some of the supporter roster too. Mega Clefable was something that was introduced in Legend ZA. We have Mega Sableye, 2 very strong supporters as well. Latios have Mega Pokemon. We're dipping into the attacker pool as well. So really cool, strong Pokemon as well. But I really think we need to boost up some of these smaller rosters because sometimes teams can cripple another team just by banning out the correct supports. And that is a very small pool of Pokemon that you can really draw from. And they are so pivotal, so crucial to making a team come together. Sometimes teams run 2 of them. Sometimes, I'm just saying, you grab a Guja, run 4 supports. You're crazy. But, sometimes, it happens, but, or sometimes you could be like, gosh, the team name is actually slipping my mind now, but they ran 5 tanks. Every game, every tournament, every event, 5 tanks. And I'm like, send it. Like, that is so strong. But we need to buff out some of these smaller pools of speedster supporters, and I think some more tanks coming in as well, because we're so familiar with everyone already. Like, Blastoise got buffed and everything, so we need to definitely buff out some of these supports.
No, I actually agree with you. I think the difficulty is with Pokemon Unite, you bring out a Pokemon that isn't an all-rounder, and then you get like 3 all-rounders back-to-back. So we're going to have another 3 all-rounders, and then I think we'll finally get a support added. I wish they would add more supports more frequently, and I want more supports that aren't just healers. What I like about some of these games recently is that they're adding supports that aren't just pure heal. Give us some crowd control, give us some like stealing points that Sableye does, stealing held items that Meowth does as a speedster, for example. Give us some of that much into a support. Mr. Mime is one of my favorite supports in this game, just because of how good they are at being an absolute nuisance. The walls they put up, the confusion does so much damage. I want more of that played into this game.
Oh my gosh, Psyduck is a really strong one as well. I absolutely love what it can do with its sidekick there. You get to pull people every which direction that comes through. So you're like, hey, you're gonna get away. Nope, you're coming towards me. Ah, you think you're chasing me. Not get away from me. You know, like it's able to do a lot of great things like that. Alcremie is also one of those unique supporters as well. You can go into that healing with Recover and the Sweet Scent if you want to be plain, but if you want to be hit, you want to be on top of it, you could go into the Dazzling Gleam with the Decorate. You could go Razzle Dazzle, and it does a lot of really good stuff. Surprisingly strong secure with it too. But when you get it on the Decorate, 2 beams come out from the Razzle Dazzle, and it's able to stun, which causes so much disruption.
So we do know that we're just waiting on a couple more players, but it is going to be the Groudon map that we're seeing here, Jonathan. So we're kicking it off with the tried and probably favorited map right now. I think Groudon is the preferred buff from people, from what I've heard personally. I think it's my favorite right now. I think the change from Rayquaza, to be honest, so that no, you're not invincible when scoring, is the big difference for me. I love the way that you've got a different mindset when it comes to playing this final objective when it comes to Groudon and Kyogre. So I'm excited this. I feel like, go back to the tried and tested. People are comfortable on the Groudon map, so let's see them kick it off with that, and then maybe we'll get some Kyogre action later on.
Yeah, definitely. Kyogre is able to implement a lot of cool things. It got a lot more bushes. It changes up how the central lane looks a little bit, so invades on those Excelgors become a little bit harder, so because it's a little bit closer, junglers tend to go for that. Those central laners like to go for that blue buff first, so they take it down, so it's not as easily contested. But I think the real thing that makes Kyogre seem unbalanced to people is the fact that it shuts off any sort of defensive mechanism for the opponents. It shuts down your pads for 45 seconds. No healing, no shields, and then you've got all of these Pokemon coming at you with a huge buff on them that's not increasing their damage, but is increasing the rate at they heal by. So you got damage, and it's just like tick, 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 back up. Ah, look at that! You disengage from the battle just for 3 seconds. All of a sudden, you got enough HP for another engage. Like it's insane how this goes, and you have no sustain on your back. You are literally back against the wall. You gotta put everything forward. Sometimes you just give up the objective and just say, hold your Unite moves for when they take it and push the pads.
I love it, buddy. It makes it so much more exciting than the typical Rayquaza, where it's just everybody rush to score points because you're not at risk of losing the buff. You're not at risk of being interrupted when you're scoring. Here we go. Team Int taking on Los Duros for the very first game of EUL Masters. Team Int here on your left hand side. Los Duros taking up the orange side.
Yeah, already instantly banned Mega Pokemon. Too high tech for us. Mega Gyarados banned. Mega Charizard Y banned. Hoopa's going to be following up from Team Int. They say, nah, we don't like that guy.
We're not a fan of that guy. Let's see what Los Duros want to stick with here. We have seen a little bit of the Mewtwo X coming out. People really enjoy it at the moment. It is the perfect tank for pulling people in and setting them up to be trapped amongst your team.
Not just that, but it's also a level 5 Mega Evolution. Every other Mega into the game, except for the Mewtwo's, is a level 9. It's off their Unite moves. Mega Mewtwo, X and Y are just like, nah, we're going to ignore that. But we are going to round out our bans with Blissey Vaporeon.
Let's see what the first pick is going to be here for Team Int. Suicune is up and available to run. It's going to be the Mega Lucario that they pull out here. It's so rare for people not to go with a Suicune when it's there. But I think Los Duros, they're looking to see what else they can bring in. Team Int are hoping they'll get that Suicune later on.
Yeah, Biter Pig locking that in, but we're going to be looking at the Suicune. Yeah, Albinova on the Suicune. Rop's pulling in the Blastoise. Ooh, that's strong. Suicune Blastoise is a combination duo you don't want to go up against. You just won't be playing the game.
That is already a ridiculous amount of crowd control for Los Duros. The team in have got to consider that as they look to grab the rest of their roster here. Lentia's paying attention to the Crustle. We know defenders are in a very good state in this game right now, but DJ pulls out the Glaceon, still incredibly strong from when it was buffed, and really hard to catch as well, with a perfect passive for what that crowd control has on the side of Los Duros.
Yeah, a good Glaceon player goes in, is able to lock the target on, and it just backpedals the heck out of there. Does not want to get caught. But Luis and Danny, listen, Luis, and that's banned. You can't play that. But Luis and Danny looking at some combos. Oscar just says, give me the Mimikyu. That thing's got to get in here. We got to get on the Glaceon, and I know how.
Yeah, that is a brilliant pickup by Los Duros. I am so on board with that. Oscar bringing out the Mimikyu. Danny as well with a Mewtwo Y, one of the best range attackers in this game. Danny, one of the best range players in EU, in my opinion. Pancakes, though, for Team Int is going to pull out the Blaziken. They've got some brilliant secure on the side of that now, pairing that with the rip of Glaceon. And then Santo is going to cause the disruption themselves with the Psyduck.
Yeah, listen, the Blaziken Psyduck that got locked in, that's really strong. Blaziken has really good secure. We talked about Psyduck, great disruption, but no heals on the side of T-Imp. Los Duros immediately recognized this. We saw Luisin go from like, let's go to the all-rounder pool to be like, no, attacker, attacker, attacker. And they just started scrolling through all of these snipers, all these ADCs, and they landed on the Decidueye, which is a balance of both.
Yeah, that's exciting. I like it. Double range here for Los Duros, pairing that with Team Int. They've got to be wary of the all-rounders that are going to be looking to hunt them down, especially Bidepig there on that Mega Lucario, but they have the maneuverability to bring that damage along. Mewtwo Y, incredibly difficult to catch with that teleport. Now, whilst the Decidueye doesn't quite have that maneuverability that they do on the side of Danny, they have got the better range with that Spirit Shackle.
Yeah, that Spirit Shackle is going to be followed up with an attack. Wait, so the more Decidueye is able to get their scores in up to 6, they're going to be getting stronger and stronger, and they're going to be hitting harder and harder. It's going to come down to whether Robs and Suicune there, I'm sorry, I can't remember the Suicune name there, but Albinoa! Oh my gosh! Why did I forget that, man? It's just hitting like just the afternoon for me, so I'm Hyde is waking up. But we are but no, it's going to come down to the Blastoise and the Suicune. It's going to come down to Robs and Albinoa to be like, all right, we got these all-rounders coming in. We have to hit them. We have to time our Surfs and our Ice combo freezes to make sure that we lock them down so they can't get onto the Decidueye or the Mewtwo Y. This is how we're going to win. Poke and then burst.
Yeah, I do, looking at the comp, I do think a little bit more on the side of Los Duros here with that extra bit of range that they've got, as well as a good dive from Oscar. But we'll see how it shakes up. This is the first game of EUL Masters with Team Int here on your purple side, taking Blaziken into the central area. Los Duros here on your orange side, sending in the Decidueye to the central area.
We're already going to see Danny in the bottom here. Mewtwo followed with drops. They want to take down this little level here as well as the Glaceon. They just said, you know what? You're going to break that passive early. Get it gone. You're just a little Eevee. We got this. They did not secure the final be out from them, though, and they are going to be seeing this Glaceon go in for the pressure. This early farm, after the experience changes, very crucial. But DJ just says, you know what? I'm going to go with the super tech. I'm gonna let you farm me so that when later I farm you, I get more experience.
Hey, it's the false sense of security that they're trying to throw over to Los Duros there, buddy. Right now, though, good pressure from Robs down in the bottom, pushes Alentia back. Focus Band is popped. Louisin looking to drop the damage. Citrus Berry will be picked up as Los Duros score plenty of points. Bottom lane to their side with DJ still looking at that home pad.
Yeah. Upside is looking so strong already. This Blaziken is now level 6. Not quite a Blaziken, still a Combuskin, but level 6. It's a nasty piece of work. You don't want having level 7 early. You're going to get it off this next rotation.
Albanoa's having issues on the side of Los Heroes as well, so it's one apiece at the moment. Still very close at the score. We're in the early stages of this game. It's just looking for those extra little bit of levels. Danny now is going to cause some disruption for teaming into the central area of theirs.
Yeah, already we do have Fighter Pick coming in with the Lucario, looking at Oscar, going to be trying to take them down. We're going to be seeing a pause screen coming up there, and look at that brightness settings. It's right down to dark. Guys, we did not know we needed our settings down that dark.
We're in the dark times, but it's January right now. Nobody's got any money after Christmas. Everybody's in the blues. They're going back to work. You know what I mean. But we'll wait to see if these guys can get back into the game. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, still some technical issues with the game at the moment. The devs are working on it. Hopefully will be improved shortly. Right now, though, it's a close one, Jonathan, between these two teams.
Yeah, listen, they've exchanged really well on the engages, and despite the fact that one of the players is disconnected at the home pad, the scores 53-56. They've managed to keep it like really well paced. Nobody's level 7. Reggie Drago's about to hit the field, and it could be anybody's grab on who it is. We still don't have Decidui or Blaziken.
And it is difficult though, isn't it? At least on the side of the Glaceon, doesn't take much to get that evolution, doesn't take much to hit the level where you can start having a good impact. As soon as you get level 6 on that Glaceon, you finally can get those combos off and you can start doing a decent amount of damage. So they won't have much to catch up on the side of DJ. At least Albanoa was having a couple of issues over on the side of Los Duros as well, but of course they're Suicune, they don't need to get that evolution. They are good at crowd control the instant they come into the game. So I guess out of the two players that it could have happened to, it could definitely be worse.
Yeah, definitely. But the beautiful thing, too, is that comeback experience is a huge thing still. Yeah. That's still very strong. And with the Blaziken, with the Combusken, almost a Blaziken, they are going to be able to give up that central path to that Glaceon to allow them to come back, hit those level 6 spikes quickly, eventually get to the level 8, and then they'll get to be on par with the Blaze again. So it's not over yet. It's just going to take one more rotation.
And of course, it is a best of 3, so we will see an extra game after this one, and it's just the early stages of this game, buddy. We've not had a chance to even really get into the nitty-gritty of it. We've not even had the Reggie Drago on the field just yet. Still waiting to see where those levels go. But nevertheless, looking at the comps, as we mentioned, I do feel like Los Duros, great amount of dive on the side of Oscar, great crowd control already with the combo that they've got up in that top lane, and then I think the range is just a little bit better. It all comes down to what Team Ink can do with DJ on that Glaceon.
Yeah, they got to really put the pedal to the metal, put the pressure on with the Blaziken. Blaziken is a strong, it's got really great self-sustain as well, strong, secure. It's a Pokemon that, with enough levels, with enough backing behind it, could easily 1v4, possibly 1v5. If you're caught off guard, Glaceon is able to get some nice snipes in as well. But speaking of, they are back, heading down to the bot lane as Suicune scores a cheeky 20.
Here we go. It's a team in. They've sent a lot of people down here into the bottom lane, trying to give some assistance and let DJ get the levels that they're looking for. Reggie Drago is on the field. It is going to be Louisian that goes and shows face to that. Albanoa is up here. Manages to get a freeze onto Pancakes, but the overheat is going to send them straight back to Nursejoy.
Yeah, that's going to be huge now. Blaziken's got some free no. Never mind. They got ganged up on by the Decidui, the Mewtwo, and the Mimikyu. There's too many Qs up there. But look at that. This is what I'm talking about. We take down the Decidui. We're going straight in. But we have taken it down because we got too deep in the flex zone.
Oh, 103 points though for Los Duros as they look to give themselves a decent lead, but Team Int really putting the pressure down on that bottom lane, looking to see which objective they want to go for, trying to drop the Spirit Shackles here. Bida Pig will go down, back to the spawn for her, whilst Danny looks to cause some disruption onto Psyduck, but they do get blocked away.
Yeah, but 92 to 123, Los Duros is able to take a bit of control into this game here. They're sitting on the pad, so hopefully that helps mitigate it. But Reg Ice into the top here. Los Duros going to handily secure it for themselves, uncontested. Also going for the Regieleki. Team Int needs to get the manpower into the bot lane to defend against this. Otherwise, they could be losing this bottom pad.
It's tough when the opposition gets both objectives. A huge surf comes through from Rops as well. Perfect time for a knock-knock from Louisin. As that does go in, they score some decent points and give themselves a 100-point lead. But they're running up to the top goal here, Jonathan. This could be risky. There's no farm in the central area for them to grab. Trying to go there with the Unite move, but Lucario Bida sent back to Nurse Joy.
No farm, you said? Well, there's Team Int in there. That's the farm they're looking at. That experience that they need. But quickly, Los Duros has turned around and become said experience. Glaceon, a very low HP, but with walls all around it, Blastoise can't get to it. Able to throw down those Icicle Spears and just keep the kiting going.
That's risky. That is risky. Does open the door for Team Int now that they've got some good experience off the back of Los Duros there, but they are still winning the level battle slightly, although we do now have level 10 on Glaceon, despite DJ having those issues. They're here matching the opposition, and it's all about the ranged attackers here and who can come out on top.
Mimikyu going in for the play rough with the Shadow Sneak combo onto the Crustle, but Crustle lives. That guy is a tanky little guy, but look at that! Oh, the Biter Pig comes in with the Lucario and takes down Oscatar. Sends them back. Knock Knock comes out from Luis in there, not able to hit much of anything because Tim Int says, we ain't inting into that, we're going to back off.
What a psychic from Santino there as well. Really sets up Biter Pig. Los Duros now, they're struggling on their attack as Albanoa is going to go down. DJ has really managed to get cooking on the side of this Glaceon. How is this Pokemon still this effective? And they get shut down by none other than Pancakes. Los Duros now, they may have a 100-point lead, but they are not winning these team fights as they previously were.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. The Glaceon, the Blaziken, they're starting to outscale the side of Los Duros now. So these are Pokemon that you gotta get away from. Secure the Glaceon from the Reg Ice. The Infinite Cyber not able to do it as Los Duros is finally starting to put down some pressure. Huge amounts coming in from the Spirit Shackles.
Here we go, play with me, says Mimikyu. Manages to get that onto the Blaziken, but nothing else comes from it. Hydro Typhoon from Rops here. Not enough disruption, though. Mimikyu is going to shut down Santino, but it's Biter Pig that cleans up the Regieleki. Now they're looking for more. Mimikyu sent back to the spawn room. A huge defense by Team Int. Lecky in the bottom goal as well, as Team Int cut down that score lead.
And all of a sudden, the one thing that Los Duros had a huge advantage on is now cut in half. 40 points now separate them from Team Int. So they got to do something, and Reggie Drago could be it.
Yeah, this would be huge for either team to get this for experience. I mean, look at level 9 on the side of this Crustle here. They need a little bit more. They do go down, but it is going to be Blastoise that takes it. Taken down. No, it's going to be Pancakes that grabs it for the side of Team Int. Thought they'd managed to steal it away with the Crustle, but that's advantage Team Int all the way as Biter Pig was looking for Alba Noah there. Still coming down here to score in this bottom T1.
They want to take it. They want to get that huge overcap. Biter Pig tries to go in, but there goes the Mimikyu. The play rough combo takes it down. Now they're looking to take down the Glaceon, and they do. They find, they connect, and they start to zone out, but there's no objective down here, no farm. They're purely going for KOs.
This is risky though. We've seen them previously push into the central area looking for experience and overstaying, giving away KO. So smart now by Los Duros to go on a little bit of a retreat. You have the lead. This is going to be a decent overcap thanks to Danny giving yourself that extended lead again. We've got 30 seconds before we see Groudon onto the field. Los Duros, they've got the levels, but Team Int, they have really managed to catch up here.
Now, despite the point difference here, I still think Team Int has the advantage. That's 2 T1 pads up. That is 100 points, less than 100 point difference. So all it takes is one good push on a pad. You don't even need to take the Groudon, and all of a sudden Team Int is in the lead. Los Duros has to be very careful. They can't get too greedy, but they also can't get too laid back.
100%. Here we go, buddy. The first time today when there's a Groudon, the game is on. Going for the rip. Here is Team Int. They're going to go straight onto it. They got Blaziken. We've got the Lucario there as well. Instantly breaking it down. Full power. Sai coming out. Biter Pig locks it in for Team Int. She secures the objective. And now all they got to do is score in these T1s that you've literally just mentioned. It's easy points for Team Int.
There we go. 46 goes in for a nice double wombo combo. Biter Pig trying to get in, but they're doing great defense here. Look at this. Team Int is now separated. We got the Psyduck down. That's a ground unbuff for Los Duros. But they are able to get in. The Glaceon takes down the Suicune.
That is a brilliant effort. I mean, they were only up by about 10 points, but having the DJ diving in there with the Glacial Stage, just pulling the attention away so that Biter can go and score. And now all Team Int have to do is defend these pads. It is still close. They've got a minute left on the clock for Los Duros. There's plenty of change on the field for them to be able to score these points. But this is it. You've got to split up your team, push both goals realistically, because this could be an easy defense for Team Int.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going straight for it. They want to take it down. They want to get this gone. They need another score in and then a little extra. They do have the ground on buff on Luis in there, so we're going in, and right now, Robs is looking for a position to go in for serve.
Pancakes is going to get a hundo burger in the home base as well for Los Duros. This is going to be the nail in the coffin for game one here, as we do see Los Duros trying to push onto this pad, but that might be too much with 25 seconds left, 200 points between them right now. The defense from Alentia here is off the charts as they just allow the goal to be broken. They know, buddy, this is it. Home base, got to be this.
Decidueye has the hundo burger in the pocket there. They do have the ground on buff. They got to get in there, but they can't do. Look at 1 HP to Dream. You got to go, Luisa. You got to find an opportunity. No! They weren't able to clutch it out, but they had the opportunity. Gosh dang. Tano, they brought this down to a nail biter.
They did, despite the fact that both teams had issues in the early stages with DCs. That became a nail biter. Gotta say though, great communication from Team Int to recognize Pancakes has just got a hundo burger. We're 200 points up. We can let that goal go. Look at how much time is left on this clock. Don't give up your Crustle. Alentia with a massive defense in that one, by the way. Didn't want to give up the KO there. Back up to the home pad and just defend that as effectively as you can. Great effort from Team Int.
Oh yeah, Team Int. They were behind. The draft wasn't really in their favor. We saw some things that could really help Los Duros go against them, but they brought it together. They just said, you know what, we're fine. We have the power up punch on Mega Lucario. Get that upgrade, unstoppable. Overheat on Blaziken, unstoppable. Rebel Rouser on Crustle. Who wants to mess with that?
I love the fact that Team Int was like full send it as soon as Groudon spawns, and they just threw everything they had at it. Buddy DJ was ripping it in the pit with Glaceon. Biter Pig was there throwing out the punches, and Santino just pulls out the full power Psy to reduce the damage from Los Duros. It was a brilliant decision by Team Int. They didn't want to take the team fight, just go for the rip and let's see where we go.
Yeah, and they did a really good job being able to lock it down as well. They just said, we got to do it. We got to send it now, because if we let them get that Decidueye in place, they're going to out-secure us. And Pancake said, hold my apple juice.
That was enjoyable, but I can't wait to see where Game 2 goes, because it definitely could have gone either way there. There were moments where both teams felt like pushing a certain lane was the most important. I recognize that Team Int, they dominated that top lane and recognized that their bottom lane wasn't having a good time of it, especially with DJ having those issues. So they sent a lot of Pokemon down there, and it worked out for them. They managed to really put some pressure down there, but leaving up the T1s at that final moment was a little bit of a downfall. That's what we need to talk about more. When those T1s are up, you take that objective, it's easy points for the opposition to score.
It is. It becomes a lot. It goes from being a strong defense to a liability. And that's something that Int kind of recognized. They said, listen, we're behind, but it's not by a huge lead. It is just by the other team has lead. It's normal lead. That's less than 100 points, more than 30. So they said, you know what? We don't need to push pads. We don't need to score. We could just keep things a little bit passive, and they absolutely did. They full sent it. They ripped it. They got great positioning in the Groudon pit, and it's going to be interesting to see how we're going to go into Game 2, as you said as well, because do we pivot in the draft lines? Do we pivot into the bans? Or do we pivot our map?
That's true. We could end up on a different map, which does that change the way that you want to play it? Of course, more bushes on the side of Kyogre, of course, with Rayquaza. It's just a ridiculous buff for that final objective. And I gotta say, I think both of those comps were quite balanced. I quite liked the way that they both competed with each other, Jonathan. It was a very close game between them, despite the issues that they had technically. I think both of those comps had all the opportunities that they needed to come out on top in those team fights. Although, I will say Los Duros, they started to struggle in the later stages of that game when they were taking team fights.
Yeah. And again, Blaziken is always a Pokemon that you're going to struggle into those team fights, because the more you're grouped up, the more you're kind of there, the more it's just getting sustained off of its Blaze ability. Glaceon just keeps shredding in. Once it locks on, it's going to hit you with everything it got. It doesn't matter if you're staying like within 5 millimeters in front of it, or if you're all the way back in your home pad, those Icicle Spears are going to find you. And if you got a buddy that's going to take the hit for you, it's still going to shred them down. It is a tank shredder. So when you got a Blastoise, when you got a Suicune, it all came down to just how you were able to utilize them to lock down the opponents. And I think that's where Los Duros was struggling in those fights. They weren't really able to lock down, because when they hit the Blaziken, there was the Glaceon. When they hit the Glaceon, there was still the Blaziken.
Yeah, it's really hard when you've got some great maneuverability on the opposition to try and lock them down, because you've got to have that communication as well. As soon as you've got that freeze across, you need to be capitalizing on that and finding the KOs, but it's not easy to do that kind of thing here. But as we wait for the second game now, you've been casting Pokemon Unite for a while, but so have I. I want to know, what's your favorite Pokemon to cast in this game?
Oh, my favorite Pokemon to cast. All right, listen, I love Sableye, but I would have to say one of my favorite Pokemon to cast has got to be Mamoswine, because it is such a disruptive Pokemon. It goes in, it gets picks. It's a late scaler. It's an underestimated Pokemon. It can be run as a carry. It can be run as a standard tank. It can invade as a Swinub, and it can hold itself, and it can hold its own in its own lane. It is literally the epitome of an all-rounder defender. It is so strong, and it's one of my favorite Pokemon to cast, because when it comes in, it usually shines so bright.
That is so true. It definitely is a lot of fun to see on the field. Personally, for me, I'm torn between Cypher, because I know how fun Cypher is to play, and I love seeing the dashing in and out on as you try and cast it as well. And I mentioned that because Team Int have a brilliant Cypher player in Zika who isn't playing for them today, but also I love Metagross. I love seeing Metagross and casting Metagross and the 1v1s they want to take on, bro. Screaming Compute and Crush as a Unite move. It's an absolute pleasure when that's on the field.
Oh, I feel you there. I absolutely do. Maybe we'll get to see some of this. Maybe Team Int and Los Duros are watching the stream, or they got some in there, and they're like, listen, you got to pick these Pokemon. This is what the casters want. Go, go, go. You know? But some Pokemon we're not going to see. Mega Gyarados, Hoopa Blissey, Mega Charizard Y, Mega Lucario. Los Duros says, Biter Pig, too strong. Get that off of you.
I think that's valid. Vida had a brilliant session there. She was really bringing the damage to Los Duros. And one Pokemon we will see is Rayquaza. That's where we're going here, buddy. They're finally back on the field. We are so back, chat.
Oh my gosh, listen, we got a 4-month break from it, but eventually we had to come back to our 2-year nightmare. Rayquaza is back on the field, and it's going to be doing some great things. You want to lock in some really good Pokemon to come in and do that. Santino's going to pick up that Vaporeon. Vaporeon says, Rayquaza, wait, what am I in for here?
I mean, I haven't seen much Vaporeon. I think with the amount I've casted, I've only seen like one game with it. Usually gets banned out, so I'm hyped to see it coming in here. Let's see what Team Int want to range it out with. Los Duros do have that Mewtwo X on the field, pairing that with a Blastoise. Boy, do they love having crowd control.
Yeah, but there is still an opportunity to bring in a different healer. We do have the Miraidon locked in, so we do need something in, but Crustal's also there. Umbreon was a great pick, but Albernoa says Clefable, trust. We got this.
It's so valid. Great amount of damage that Clefable can take. The healing, of course, is AoE healing, which is really important when you want to take strong team fights. Danny looking for the Lally Blue here as well. That's going to be great for stacking. So I like the comp that Los Duros are currently building. Let's see what Team Int are going to rain it out with. We have a Delmise coming on the field here, Jonathan.
Ooh, I mean, listen, when you got brawlers like Mewtwo X and you got Blastoise there, Dhelmise thrives. With that power whip, it's going to be able to lock in and get the huge amount of shields. If you're running Whirlpool, you got, like, again, this is just a great AoE move. Gets a little bit of shields, gets a little bit of CC in, so it's something that they want to do. And again, when you got Oscatar onto this, not Scizor, we all know what it's going to be, y'all. You gotta be wondering, Pancakes, how are you feeling at this moment?
I like that Team In have taken the strategy of Los Duros and gone, let's go double range in this one with some great crowd control as well and see how that goes. I love this. Oscar, I love the fact that when we see a Scizor on the field, we're like, it's not going to be a Scizor. It's always going to be Cypher with the way the meta is right now. They've just listened to what we said about how much we like to cast these Pokemon. Oscar's like, you know what, Tano? I'll show you a Cypher.
Yeah, you gotta love it too. Oscatar's Scyther is a Pokemon that is honestly has me quaking as a caster. I'm not even in this game. I'm not even feeling the pressure, but I see that and I go, ho, I'm glad that's not me.
The recognition to be like, you know what, they've got two ranged attackers that are not they're not great with maneuverability, because I suspect DJ is going to go for the charge beam. Why wouldn't you? So they're not going to be easy to get away from that Cypher. It's a great pickup by Oscatar there, and if you can really limit the damage coming in from Team In, what do they have damage wise? It's all about Biter Pick on that Dhelmise, and when you group up on that, it ain't that easy to get that damage out.
Exactly, and I do like the choice of the Latios as well, being able to come in, being able to throw down either those Draco Meteors or the Dragon Pulse. You got lots of great range that's able to just hone in and find an enemy or punish a group up there. Or, I mean, when it comes to objectives, I mean, hey, if you're going to try to secure it, Draco Meteor on top of it, that's a punishment right there.
Yeah, that it is. And of course I'm excited to be back on the Rayquaza map, buddy. I mean, I'm glad I'm not playing it. I'll tell you that. I'm glad I'm not actually playing this map, but I'm glad to be casting it. I mean, the amount of times you have 8 minutes of Pokemon Unite action and it doesn't really matter until that comes onto the field. You really have to give yourself a ridiculous point lead to not be too concerned about Rayquaza, and that's such a rare opportunity for teams. So it's all about getting those levels for the first 8 minutes and being the strongest team coming into that final battle.
Oh, absolutely. But one of the things that, I noticed that the teams listen to is they brought the Scyther in, but they didn't bring in the Mamoswine. Come on, guys. Come on. We just talked about it. Didn't bring in the Mamo, but the Blastoise here, I think, is going to be able to do a lot of work because it's a great Pokemon. It's Surf. You can even do invades with it. You can even solo. Even if it's late game, you're able to set up opportunities for picks if you're able to position yourself. And I think that's going to be really crucial for the side of Los Duros. Sure, they got AoE healing with the Vaporeon and the Aqua Ring. Sure, they got the Money Water to create some spacing and distance. But do you have a Blastoise with Surf and Hydro Pump?
With, as well, attack stats on it. They've got the Scarf on that, does Louisian, buddy. They are going all out on that damage, and I can't wait to see how it works for them. But the positioning of Oscatar is going to be the most important. They have one job here. You've got to shut down Pancakes. You've got to shut down DJ if you want your team to win.
Absolutely, and going into game number 2, Los Duros on your orange team, Team Int your purple team. They're ready to go, and Danny's already ready to take numbers there with Rops on the Mewtwo-X.
Already doing some clashes up in the top side on the side of Los Duros down here, though. This is not an easy combo to go up against the Mewtwo-X. Danny here on the Latios as well, getting ready for these stacks. Alencia with some good stuns here as well. DJ throws down the terrain, and it's Team Int that strike first.
Going in as well, the Dhelmise is up in the top there, looking to grab a pick on Luis in there, but it's not going to be able to do anything because they're able to back off. They're going to be looking to grab this little Bunnelby here as they're prepping for the 850 birds.
Now they've got to think about their positioning because Dual Wing Beat is here. The execute on Oscatar connects and Dhelmise is sent back to Nurse Joy. Pancakes looking to rain the damage down, but they're so squishy, you got to keep away from Cypher.
Yeah, that's a Pokemon you gotta watch out for as well. Clefable, already goes in with the Moonlight. They're looking for a pickup. They grab the little Eevee. Vaporeon not able to do much. Now they're looking for the little Dartrix. Dartrix not quite a Pokemon yet, but it's a little bit of a middle evolution. Gets zoned out, not able to find anything. And now we got the War Turtle evolve.
Still 0 points on the board for Team In here. They've not managed to find any stacks, and they do have plenty of Pokemon stacking. Pancakes is, Bidepig is, so that's not good for you. While we're only a minute into this, it means it's very difficult for them to bring that damage, as Santino here still not managing to find Vaporeon.
Yeah, they're keeping that down as a level 4, but there it is! Level 4 hit! Now we got the Latias hitting 5. It's able to start stacking its Aeon stacks. This is going to be huge for Los Duros because every set of 25 Aeon stacks is going to mean an extra Draco Meteor coming down or an extra little pulse off Dragon Pulse.
And it's the perfect Pokemon to stack against as well. A strong defender like Crustle. Plenty of HP pool there as well. Give me those stacks all day long, they say down there. But right now, Team In, they're going to rotate down to the bottom lane. Bad is actually going to go and see if they can catch out this Clefable. Still looking for some points here, though, Jonathan.
Yeah, and the 8-minute birds are already gone. No Regidrago here, because this is Rayquaza. Rayquaza says this central path is only for me. Oscitar is, the Crustle's already going to take down the Rops. Their Rops is gone and sent back to the Pokemon Center there, as we have a disengage from Team Int and Los Duros.
Getting set up for this bottom objective, putting all of their eggs into this basket. Let's see what spawns on in. Hoping for the Great Trio buff. It's going to be Registeel, the most favorited here as they go for the rip. Some great zoning coming out from Team In here as well. Alencia, Santino trying to stop Rops from getting in here. It's so weak. Here comes Danny, but no, it is going to be locked in by Team Int, and they find the KO onto Rops for their effort.
Yeah, that's not going to be what you want to see there, but that's okay. Los Duros still has a power position in here, but there goes Oscitar taken down by the Delmise. That Delmise is the anchor shot. They said, I'm not going to snipe you. I'm going to drag you over to me, as they now, the Team Int is crashing this pad.
Bro, where is Night Arrow when we've got some awesome Delmise play coming in? Although the one hook was missed there at that moment. But right now, Team In trying to break down this score lead that Los Duros has managed to find themselves in. And boy, have they done that. 15 points now between them.
Yeah, listen, Natara's probably sleeping down there in Oceania. That's a huge time zone difference. So good night, Natara. When you wake up, you see this. I hope you see beautiful, beautiful Delmise plays, because that anchor shot is putting in the work.
Now, still, Team In looking to see if they can get aggressive with it. Los Duros finding some more farm that they need. It's all about these levels. We've talked about it. They know what map they're on. Trying to see if they can find more, but instead, Team In's going to take that one away from Los Duros with Valencia using the X-Scissor. And right now, Oscitar, they're sat ready for an ambush, but these are not the Pokemon you want to be ambushing.
No, not quite. That's the wonderful thing about Team Int, is with the Delmise, the Crustle, and the Vaporeon, they're very hard to catch off guard because they're so bulky and they're always at the front line. Look at the Rock Tomb going in and the collapse on it, but the Scyther's going to grab the Regilecki. Regilecki's now playing for Los Duros. This is now a 6v5 scenario.
That was a great rip from Los Duros there. They're trying to see if they can get around on the flank, but the power shot's going to come on through. And in fact, Team In are looking to bring the damage to Oscitar as they try to run. They are being chased down, but luckily the dance gets them out and they're able to get away from that damage as the bottom objective spawns on in.
Nice job from Crustle here, keeping vision on where they are. They're saying, you know what, I got 3 people up top. I'm going to throw a Rock Tomb. We're going to let them show, you know, I'm up here too. Let them know that, hey, we're keeping the vision. Down in the bot, another Reggie Roulette has spawned. 30 seconds before it's the last one that spawns for the match here.
Team In want to be going for the rip here. Oscitar giving themselves an extended lead. Good 40 dunk coming on through. Of course, that's probably going to be another stack on the field for them as well. Registeel buff is going to be decent here for Team In. Try and see if you can capitalize on it by finding some good KOs.
Yeah, already going in, but it's going to be Oscitar that gets got. They went in alone, tried to score, and unfortunately not able to connect. But they're able to still keep that lead. 112 to 192. This is a huge lead for Los Duros compared to the last game that they want to make sure they keep.
Ooh, goodbye to Rops there as well. Right now, I mean, looking at these levels, they are pretty even across the board. In fact, Team Int slightly extra with having that level 9 on the side of Rops. Level 10s across the board here for Team Int, and 11s on the field as well. Good hook, but Albanoa is going to be able to get on out of there with the X speed. But the Unite move will be pulled out by Pig here as they look to take them down. The Moonlight healing is insane. Team Int group up and take down Albanoa.
Oh, that is something about Delmise that I always forget about, is just how nasty it can be once it starts getting online, once it starts getting that damage going. But these fights are still going, and the Blastoise gets taken, goes in, and is not able to find much of a connection. They do manage to kidnap on the Vaporeon, but they miss the Hydro Pump. All of a sudden, Team Int is now grouped up, and the Vaporeon gets taken down by the Latios.
That is such a shame. Oscitar dives in with the green illusion dive, but unable to connect. The crowd control was too much. That's something Team Int has really capitalized on in this game, and they couldn't find the KO onto DJ. Now looking for it on the side of Valencia. A cheeky eject will get them away from the dual wing bee. A good effort as well coming in from Vaporeon, but they do eventually find the KO.
Yeah, it's 15 seconds now until this bottom Reggie comes in now. That's going to be the last one on the bottom side for this match. Possibly the set, because Team Int is up 1. They only need one more to take it 0-2-0. But 15 seconds now till Rayquaza has spawned in. This is the objective you want to set up for. With 10 seconds to go, both teams are now looking for an advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy if they take the fight there, but no, they're going to regroup, try and see if they can get some good positioning. Oscitar's looking for the flank here. You've always got to be wary when the Decidueye is on the opposite team of going for that damage from the back of the Rayquaza pit. So Oscitar's got themselves set up ready to pounce if that's the approach that they take. And look where Pancakes is rotating to. Luckily, Santino spots it, tries to go up there and block that off anyway. Louise nearly gets caught out, but they split and go their separate ways.
That was a great job from the Anchor Shot and the Rock Tomb to go for the combo, and the X-Scissor. If they managed to get it in, that would have been the pick they needed. Los Duros did a good job getting out of there, but again, you've got to watch these. You're not going to get stopped. You're not going to be able to stop the Anchor Shot, but Miraidon's starting to poke now with this charge beam.
I mean, right now, the points-wise, Los Duros, they're in the lead. The ball is in the core of Team Int. They're the ones that have to take the fight. They either have to go for the objective or try and get something working for them. They've got a minute left on the clock. It's not as easy, of course. You don't have that massive damage buff coming on out, despite the fact that you will have the chance to go and score. But right now, just looking for the approaches, Oscitar, as they look to come on in with the green illusion dive. That's what they do. Hydro Typhoon's going to be pulled on out. The Anchor Shot is going to work. They take down Miraidon. Los Duros finding the KOs. Rops is going to fall down. The defense for Pancakes is insane. The front line that they've got is working for them, but not before Danny finds the KO on Vaporeon. Louisin pushes them back to the pad, and now they go back into the central area as Los Duros, with 25 seconds left, extend their lead.
They gotta take this Rayquaza now. It's now or never. They're going in. They have to force it. The Decidueye starting to rip. They got it there, but they're looking for it. Crustle comes in with a nice stab there. Looking for the X-Scissor. Trying to zone out, but it's going to get taken down. 10 seconds to go. Can they get this? They do take it. The Rayquaza goes to Los Duros, though. Their one and only hope gone, dashed before their eyes.
So now we have a game 3 on our hands, and what more would you expect from EUL Masters? They've got to really fight this one out if they want to take this game from Los Duros.
Yeah, listen, we kind of hoped for it there, but that site they're putting in the work. I mean, it gave up some good experience back towards Team Int, getting caught out the way it did a couple of times, but overall, Los Duros, they knew exactly what it is they needed to do. They found an opportunity to not get a pick, but for a push. And they grabbed that Miraidon lickety-split. They looked for the Vaporeon. Louisin goes in deep. It was beautiful to see because they utilized the bulk that they had using their Clefable. And it just became a battle of who was able to keep the heals. The moment Vaporeon went down, Team Int knew it just wasn't going to go their way.
Yeah, listen, when it comes to that map, it all comes down to those final 2 minutes. It all comes down to that final fight. And despite how the team fights were going for Lost Heroes throughout that, they grouped up at the final moment. The push that came through from Louisian and Rops onto the opposition, getting team in all the way back onto their T2 goal in that bottom lane, but he worked a treat for them. They'd already found the KO onto DJ. Pancakes couldn't do much else but stay on that goal and try and get some Spirit Shackles scored in, and that just opens the top goal for them to go in scoring and extend that lead.
Yeah, but game 3 is here. How are they going to pivot? We saw Groudon. We saw Rayquaza. Do we get to see Kyogre next? I don't know. A little bit of every map coming their way. But that's the beautiful thing. Because now teams are not just be like, all right, we lost. We get to decide if we get first or second. Now all of a sudden you get to choose. Do you want side selection or do you want map selection? And it comes down to whether or not you know how each map's going to play. Do you want to play with the Rayquaza, who's got the standard set of grass areas around with an objective that is very hard to play against? Do you want to go to Groudon, which has minimal grass coverage, so Speedster's a little bit struggle, but you got a lot of sniping it's able to take place. You got a lot of all-rounders able to thrive. Or do you gotta go Kyogre, where everybody's a ninja?
Now, my question to you, buddy. So we have when there's a raid, there's a way. I've coined when there's a Groudon, the game is on. What do we do with Kyogre? That's the one.
Listen. I struggled with this the other night. Casting Underdunks with Steel Agent Kyle. And I'm going to steal his catchphrase. And we're going to ignore the Kyogre bit. And we're just going to say we got a rendezvous at 2.
I absolutely love that. That is such a vibe. I wish more people would rendezvous at 2 in solo queue, bro.
Exactly.
I love that. I was thinking something along the lines of when there's a Kyogre, we gotta go, bro. I feel like, bro, that's got something to it, right? Oh, I do love the rendezvous at 2, though. Huge. Was it Kyle that came up with that?
That was Kyle that came up with that. Yeah, he's like,
legend.
listen, it kind of rolls off the tongue. He's hesitant about it, but guys, spread it around. Kyle made it. We got to get it trending because, just like Hundo Burgers, rendezvous at 2 could take off.
Oh, I've just had a look at the chat there as well. Spraggles with a brilliant one. When there is Kyogre, the game's not over. That is brilliant.
Oh!
That's the OG master over there, bro. I like that a lot. Rendezvous at 2. We've got all the sayings here now.
Man, I love that so much. Well, there's a Kyogre. It's not over. Yeah, it rolls off the tongue really well. Holy heck. There you go. So now it seems so obvious.
It does, doesn't it, once you realize. I mean, will they go with Kyogre? That's the question. They do have the opportunity, I believe. It was actually Los Duros that picked Rayquaza coming into that one, Jonathan. So maybe they felt like they had a little bit of an advantage there because it worked for them. We're going to a game 3.
I mean, listen, if we've had Rayquaza for 2 years, okay? Almost every professional team, every team that's topped an event, whether it's a top 8 or a top 16, knows Rayquaza, okay? We played with this map for so long, so sometimes you just got to go back to the roots of your Pokemon Unite career, not Remote Stadium. We're not going that far back, but you got to go back to the roots of where it is Rayquaza, and you got to be like, you know what? We know this map. We know how to play it. We know how to punish, and we don't have extra bushes or no bushes, so send it.
Full send it. I'm just having a nosy at the rest of the games here because, of course, we're going into a game 3. Have other games gone into a game 3? Have they ended? Having a nosy here. Oh boy, is it a first round for Rework Esport. Rework Esport Gear have defeated Thank You Todo. Rework Esport Core have defeated MTZ Esports. So in round 1 here, Jonathan, it's Rework that are looking like the teams to beat.
Listen, if there's anybody that's got to rework anything, it isn't Rework. So...
Phantom Forces are still fighting against Supernova, though, so that's also gone to game 3 here, buddy.
Heck yeah, we love to see game 3 scenarios. Listen, if you're not on stream and you go to a game 3, that's okay too. We love to see it. We love to cheer you on. Make every game a game 3 scenario. That's my motto.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing Phantom Forces. I've got a good friend playing for that team, a ranged attacker Nepti over there right now.
Oh, yeah?
So it was Supernova that won game 1. Phantom Forces have fought back for game 2. What a way to bounce back by those guys. And right now, Los Duros looking to bounce back as well. Of course, they didn't have a successful run in the open qualifiers. They were unhappy with how they performed. I think they're performing quite well here today, Jonathan.
No, that's fantastic, because I tell you right now, it's when you see a team that you're absolutely in love with and you see them doing well, it is like the most phenomenal feeling in the world. Like UCS Quals, a team that I root for over in NA, Thanks Gaming. They're not very big in the scene or anything like that, but seeing them take on team after team in the lower bracket of the UCS Quals was absolutely exhilarating. I was covering their games on stream, and when every win they took, I'm like, yes! And I can only imagine the fans for all of these teams coming in, seeing these games come in, like, yes! That raw emotion, that energy, the same energy that's not being shared for Glaceon or Mega Gyarados, Charizard, Y, or Hoopa. The guys just don't get it.
I'm just having a nosy. I think we may be back on Rayquaza. We'll just wait for production to confirm it. I'm just looking at the text. Usually it's the text that gives it away. I think it is. We'll wait. Anyway.
I think it's Kyogre, because look at the center of the map.
Oh, it is. Yes, it is. So it's Kyogre, of course. So they will have to play on all 3 matches if they go to a game 3. That is hype, bro. I'm excited to see how they play this map as we look for Los Duros to make their first pick here. Albert Noah Rops is going to pull out the Vaporeon.
Yeah, Vaporeon coming in, strong Pokemon. We've seen a good showing of it, but it wasn't able to make the difference for Team Int in game 1. Los Duros now going to be on the purple side. It's going to come in and say, you know what? We could make this secret sauce work. Suicune Blastoise. We've seen it before. We've seen it do beautiful things. Fortunately, it didn't work out for Los Duros when it was run, but Team Int says, we'll make it run.
Yeah, I mean, when you can get that crowd control on your team from the get-go, you've got to go for it, buddy. That is all that you're looking for. Danny here with the Mewtwo Y yet again. I'm loving the fact that Danny has rotated to the Mewtwo Y at the moment, so comfortable on it. We usually see some of that Raichu play coming out from her, but still, brilliant effort on that Y. Let's see what Team Int want to throw out. It's going to be a Serena on the field here.
Ooh, Serena in the hands of Biter Pig. That is trouble. You don't want that getting all over you, stomping all over, taking your AOS energy. You don't want that gone. But DJ on the Mewtwo. Mew has got a really good set of range. It's going to be taking on its younger brother there. Its younger sibling in Danny on the Mewtwo. Why? Mewtwo meaning it's inferior to Mew, correct?
Well, apparently, there's an entire movie on that, by the way, mate. If I remember correctly, I'm not sure that's the case. But right now, we do have Oscar pulling out that Cypher again. Now, I'm not sure whether that's the call here. They've got some strong HP pools to be going up against. Maybe the 1v1 versus Pancakes will be pretty good. Looking to shut down DJ, but Mew has some great maneuverability. So Oscar does have a little bit of work cut out for them here.
Hear me out. And this is, I know I'm going to talk crazy. I know every good plan always starts with hear me out. Every good piece of wisdom always starts hear me out. Every good scenario, but hear me out on this. It's Scizor.
Oh, no? I tell you what. I think there's a line. I don't know whether it works for that one, bro. I don't know. I kind of see where you're coming from. I would be surprised. But there is... the thing is, you've got to look at that Suicune and be like, yes, I know it's got that all-rounder background, but it's very much there in that sort of defender stance with the crowd control. I don't know. You are going to be... There's not a lot of maneuverability, although you do have that Serena... It's got to be Cypher, hasn't it? What are we even joking for?
No, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. There's no way it's Scizor, all right? No way it's Scizor. Suicune, its HP pool and its defenses are squishy enough that Scyther is able to get onto it, take it down. Same with that Mew. When you take those 2 targets down, you're just left with melee. The rest of the team for the side of Los Duros can handle melee. They can take that down. So Oscar's job, just get rid of the squishies. Whatever's squishy on their team. If you got enough in you to take down somebody else, send it.
Full send it. Well, right now it's going to be a battle of the all-rounders in the top lane that might decide how this one goes. Will it be Louisin that hits level 5 first? Will it be Biter Pig finding their levels? We're about to find out as we get into this game.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Vaporeon in the bottom lane, standard for tanks. Buzzball, Blissey combo into the top, going into the Serena and into the Suicune. Steenie, little Serena there does have all of the 6 points there, but oh no! They talk about superiority. Mewtwo heard that comment, said Mew's gone. What do you got to say to that?
Some great revenge, buddy, as Danny finds the KO. They get stacks in as well here as Rops. Looks like they're getting close to that level 4. The thing is, Squirtle is so annoying to deal with in the lane as they find the KO on Danny and manages to steal the farm as well.
This little Serena is still a little bound sweet, actually. Not a Steenie, not quite that level 4, stuck at level 3, called that Evo locked. But Mimikyu's now in the top side there. 7 seconds till those 850 birds come in. Could be anybody's game.
Yeah, it could. Here's the 850s. No one has hit that level 5 just yet, although we do have Pancakes here on the side of Team In looking for the KOs. Will Oscar Tag get out of there? They've got the dual wing beat looking to come back in as Louisin has to use the eject button. Hits the damage on Pig, but despite all of that, nobody finds the KO.
We just had our cooldowns burned there on Oscatar as well as the Mimikyu comes in and says, you know what, you look kind of juicy. Oscatar uses their last dash to escape, going back for that final clear. They want to make sure they hit that 7, get the second move, make sure that when they come back in for these 8, for this Drago that's going to spawn in 15 seconds, that they're able to secure it.
I just love the amount of damage and chaos that Mimikyu causes to oppositions. They just stick to you like glue, and it's not easy. The amount of times that you're able to dodge the dive from Louise in there as well. It's a great effort by them at the moment, but still Los Duros looking to cause the damage in the top lane. Oscatar is there. They now have to retreat. Pig comes through on the Serena and stayed too long, did Louise, as they're sent back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, Louisin didn't get the memo. They're like, we go in, but Oscatar and Blissey, they just said, no, we retreated. Didn't you get the memo? Didn't you get that thing I sent you? Apparently they didn't, as Serena takes this Reggie Drago. Any stacks they weren't able to get previously, now this score buff is going to allow them to help them with that.
Oh, Oscatar's getting so close. This level 9 as well. Might have Green Illusion Dive ready for these first objectives. Coming into the lanes. More scores come through from Team In here as they look to break down that lead yet again. And it's going to be such a close game as we hit the first objective spawning in the lanes.
Yeah, Serena goes into the flex zone, takes the KO. They're able to take these stacks for free. Mew says, I got to get my 30 in. But everybody else is like, let me stack quickly, please, please. Regieleki, though, going to be in the bot side here. Free grab for Oscatar.
Yeah, Los Duros are now going to put the pressure down on that bottom lane, knowing that they have the little bit of space. A T2 is open for this Regieleki to go in. There's no springboard on that home pad just yet, but a Regirock was taken, so now they're going to push on in, looking for the defense here as Vaporeon is going to pull out their Unite move here, but still, Team In with a good defense. They're going to be able to handle that Regieleki.
Yeah, the Regieleki is going to just go down. Like, listen, they said, Los Duros, we got this, let's go. And all of a sudden, Los Duros pulled out, and Regieleki was left wondering where it was. But 112 to 107 here. The score is so close here for our teams. Team Int behind, only by 5 points.
I mean, this entire set has been a close one between these two teams, but I think it has been brilliant as we look to find some more experience here from Los Duros. They are going to take all of that in the central area. We do also see Danny really pushing onto Team In, looking for a KO, sees that Pancakes is there and thinks, yeah, now's the time to retreat.
Yeah, both teams are going to be pulling out. They don't want to really engage too much, but as I say, that Los Duros is going to be poking and prodding, looking at right, try to secure these little birds down in the bottom there. Look for an opportunity because there goes the Mimikyu, the play with me onto that. Gonna go down and take out the Scyther. Oscatar totally got baited into that situation.
It's such a shame as well. They do have their Unite move. They managed to hold on to it at least for this next team fight. Pig here really trying to cause some damage to Danny, says Neil as they come out on top, sending Danny back to Nurse Joy. Whether that was needed can be debated. I think that was a little bit of overkill.
Listen, if it gets the KO, it's absolutely needed. all bets are off on the Kyogre map in the Game 3 scenario where We're playing for seeding, and you gotta win this because the winner of this set, the winner of this game wins the set. It goes 2-0. It gets a better seeding than their opponents. Potentially.
We will see. Louisian comes here, does find a KO onto Alentia. Green Illusion Dive will come through as they do clean up Team Hint at the moment. Bliss assistance coming on through. They are sent back to Nurse Joy on the side of Serena. Regice is going to reset. They break that pad, and Los Duros extend their lead.
Listen, a lot of Unite moves were expended on the side of Team Int. That pad going down is actually a boon for them. They're able to start farming that up, get that experience. They got two more rotations of it before the Kyogre spawns in. But speaking of spawning in, we are going to get another Regidrago here in 7 seconds.
Oh, that's going to be huge. Which team wants to lock that through? Pig dives down here, tries to see if they can find the KOs onto Los Duros, but Louisian wasn't happy with it. Pancakes does manage to find the KO, though. Dives onto Vaporeon, and now Los Duros look to defend this, but oh, that was so close.
That was indeed the skin of their teeth. They stopped it, but are they able to push it off? Everybody that could do that is not down there right now. In fact, I think it's only the Buzzwole that has a shove move. Buzzwole's just going to base the pad. Just say, you know what? We don't even need to push it. Just send it. Serena, Pig, going to head into the central lane and just say, hey, this real estate's mine.
Yeah, that's a great shout. She's going to be able to grab a buff away from Oscitar. Every chance that you get to take buffs away from the central area of your opposition, you should try and take it. And that's what they've done here. Los Duros, though, they still have the lead. I do like the rotations we're seeing from Team Int here. They're trying to be all over Theia Sky Ruins, and it is working for them at the moment. It's been tough for Los Duros to pick a lane to push.
Yeah, but they decided to pick this top lane here for the side of Los Duros. They're able to get a lot of this experience to swing their way, and Vaporeon's coming in with a cheeky 19, further extending their lead. But a Hundo Burger into their T1 could still put Team Int ahead by a single point.
Bro, if this set is anything to go off, that's exactly what is going to end up happening, as we have 30 seconds before Kyogre takes to the field. Los Duros trying to sneak in any little bit of experience that they can still find. Team Int getting really aggressive with it. Bida was spotted and is like, yeah, I'm going to go back to the other bush.
And as an epiphany once told me, if there's still a Kyogre, the game's not over.
That is facts as they're about to spawn onto the field. Team Int going really aggressive with it, utilizing these extra bits of bushes on this map. There's the Kyogre. Pig going with some damage onto it, luring Los Duros into the central area. Louisian manages to get their hands onto Santoonian. They're managing to take out the Suicune. That is massive. The Queenly Ascendance is going to go onto Oscitar, and with Play With Me, Oscitar was unable to get the Green Illusion dive off, but Danny finds the KO. Pig manages to find the KO onto Cypher, and right now it is back and forth between these two teams, but it looks like Team Int has got the extra bit of damage down here. Danny's still on full health here, Jonathan, as the rip on Kyogre continues to come through from Pig. Here comes Santino. They're back on the field. They've got Endless High Spikes forever as well, as they look to use that Unite move here. The dance is going to come through. It's Pig that takes Kyogre.
Team Int is still behind. They have to connect on these scores. Oscitar still has its Green Illusion dive in its pocket. Good, there it is. Going to be using it, but the stuns from the Endless Ice Spikes from that Suicune's going to be able to lock it down. Huge Burgers coming in, and there it is. 1 point ahead as Team Int continues the onslaught onto T2.
Nothing that they can do, unfortunately, on the side of Los Duros, with 200 points now scored by Team Int. Their goals were down. Easy points for them to get. Right now, looking to see if they can bounce back. 35 seconds on the clock. We do see Pig looking to push that top goal. They've not been spotted yet. They're going to be able to get another Hundo Burger in.
Yeah, now it's all of a sudden Los Duros still has 25 seconds left to get these points in. Blissey does have the buff, but they don't have the points. Blastoise is doing everything they can to stall. There's the Hydro Typhoon into the surf there. From so much going on. Team Int is doing a fantastic job of defending.
What an effort. We were talking before we came into this that we have those certain teams that we've followed for a while and we've really enjoyed seeing them get better and really, you mentioned the team that you have over in NA. Team Int has been one of those teams here in EU for me. I have been following them for the past 2-3 years when I was playing competitively, and they were in every single possible tournament they could be in, buddy. And they struggled, but now this year we've seen them doing so well. They've just taken down Los Duros to take this best of 3.
Yeah, and that is not a small team to take down. These are Titans, and this is, and it wasn't even like a curb stop or nothing. It just, each game we saw was so close, came down to the wire. It just, this is Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, what more could you possibly hope for? But I love both of these teams so much. What an effort from Pig in those final moments. They did not stop bringing the damage to Kyogre. They were really trying to keep their sustain in, find the right target for their Queenly Ascendance, and then just take down that objective. Brilliant effort by her to be able to give that a buff over to their team.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing too about this was a journey across the 3 maps. We started at Groudon, went to Rayquaza, went to Kyogre, 2 teams battling it out, and this is just for the seeding, Tano. This isn't for a qualifying position. This isn't the championship. The set was so intense just for seeding. EULM. I'm so excited. This was just the first set we got to see. The first taste, the tidbit of EULM, and I'm so excited to see what the rest of it has in store.
Bro, it is exciting. This is EU. They've got absolutely no chill here. Yet again, Danny, 62k damage dealt, 28k taken. That is a brilliant effort from your ranged attacker. Unfortunately, not enough for them as Team Int are going to take the victory. And I believe, I'm just double checking, but I think that might be all of round 1 done. In fact, no. Phantom Force Supernova still haven't updated us on who has won yet, so we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see it. Maybe when we come back from break, we'll have it going. I can't wait to see who we're going to be casting next because, oh my gosh, this set was amazing. I'm excited for the next one, Tano.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Yeah, we are going to be heading quickly to a break while we get the next game set up and ready to roll, chat. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Oh, welcome back, trainers. We got the results of that game. Phantom Forces came out on top, so now they've got to take on Rework Esports. This is going to be hype, Jonathan.
Yeah, Rework Esport. Is it core or is it gear?
It's core.
I wasn't. It's core. Oh, so they got their hands full. 2 round 1 winners now coming head to head in round 2. Only one of these teams going to be walking away with the 2 wins. One of them's got to take a loss. They got to go 1-1. Someone's going to go 2-0 here. So that's going to be amazing to see. And already we're in the draft, Tano. Glaceon, Charizard Y. We ain't going to see those this game.
No, get them straight out of there. Just having a nosy at the map there. Is that Rayquaza? It looks like it. His Groudon's got more of a red, like, sort of hue around the central area. So it is Rayquaza that we're going to kick it off with. Cinderace has been banned out here by Dodo. These are 2 teams that really know each other.
Yeah, Cinderace ban. You see that in ladder. You're like, you're throwing. You see that in, like, some of the grassroots scene. You're throwing. But you see it against Phantom Forces, and you're like, valid.
I was just having a look at the production chart. Let's see, have a look at it. It's funny. But yeah, looking at the bans, Blissey continues to be banned out. Let's see what Phantom Forces want to go with. Is going to be the Mega Charizard Y, which is, by the way, a beautiful Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely is. So, but we're going to be looking at that Blastoise. Blissey gone, and you might as well just say, you know what? Yeah, let's pick for the Blastoise there. We did see a double supporter there. Kree's like, you know what? When am I going to hover? He's got some Mr. Mime going in there, but Kaya, we're going to be like, yeah, we're going to run some Clefable. Kree says, okay, I thought we locked in just no Pokemon there for a moment, but it just took a moment for the awesome artwork to lock in. Luigi going to be bringing in Mega Lucario. Kree again bringing in U2X.
Wow, this is so interesting. So Azalito's going to pull out the Suicune here for Rework Esport Core. Despite not picking that first, they do get access to it. Japer's going to pull out the Leafeon, the tried and tested speedster that dominates from the get-go. Rework Esport Core, they are very tough to take down. They're building up a great comp here.
Yeah, I do like the Eldegoss pick here from Kaya too. So that is going to be a strong Pokemon. You got really good A-press pressure in the early game there. Those auto attacks are going to do a lot of damage, especially if you're not prepared for them. Espeon there on average. I don't think that's an average Espeon. I'm just saying. Espeon is just so strong, especially in the early game. Level 4, level 6 power spikes, level 8 Unite move, and very strong CC.
Yeah, Nepty, average Nepty, very comfortable on those ranged attackers. So I think that Espeon, you got to be wary of that. Of course, they do have Dodo here on the Mimikyu. They've got Leafeon. So will we see some stored power coming out from Nepty here? You don't want to be easy to catch. See if you can lure some people in for Pidgey and Kree again to really bring the damage onto. Cascade is going to bring out the Snorlax action for the Rework Esport Core as well. A brilliant frontline across both comps here.
Listen, I was casting last night and I saw Snorlax come in. I'm like, and there goes the heavy slam, and they popped out the flail. So I'm like, whoa, got me there. So maybe we'll see a Flail-Lax. Maybe we'll see some of that. I think it's most likely going to be the heavy slam, but it just goes to show you, doesn't matter how often you watch this game, teams will always surprise you when you think they're going to go one way. That easy go, nah, we're going the other.
Absolute facts. I remember when me and Lobo were casting once and we was like, it's a Miraidon, it's going to be Charge Beam. It was Electro Drift, bro. And we was like, what is going on in this game? So you never know. Cascade may surprise us. We may see some of that flail coming out. They are going very aggressive with their team there. Everything has got a decent amount of damage. They've also gone for, you know, a bit of damage on the side of that Blastoise as well. Azalito, of course, there with the freezes, but you never know, buddy. They might go all out on damage on the side of Rework.
Yeah, listen, damage comes in, and again, if you put the right items on the Snorlax, you could get something that's just able to out-sustain it. But, I mean, I think I'm fixating too much on the Flail-Lax there, but the Blastoise there as well is going to be something. I mean, Blastoise and Snorlax on the same team, that is pretty devastating.
I mean, they've got the spoon on the Snorlax as well. I'm just having a look at their held items. They do have the guard on it, so they are wanting to be in that fight and really taking the damage themselves, buddy. So I like this plan. But of course, Phantom Forces, they're fresh off a win as well. They did extremely well in the open qualifiers, managing to get themselves through. So this is going to be one heck of a set. I don't know who's going to come out on top of this. Rework Esport Core are the more successful Rework Esport team recently, doing so well in LFPU as well. So what a set we've got ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm excited there, but I'm just saying, if you're Phantom Forces and you're not running a Hoopa at least once during this set, I'm going to be disappointed. Although there is another Pokemon that has Phantom Force in this game, and that is called Dragapult. If you want to be a little bit on the frisky side, on the risque side there, go with a Dragapult, and that's a level 9 Pokemon you might not get online.
I mean, it would make me very happy as a caster to see that on the field. It's one of my favorite Pokemon from that generation. But nevertheless, down here, looking to find the first KO. It's Phantom Forces, but Kree again may have been caught out. They do have the shield from the recover, and they do manage to use that to get back to the pad.
That is one of the tricky things about a Mewtwo, whether it's an X or a Y, it's always got that strong shielding right at the start of the game. When you think you got it, you got to get through one more little chunk, and if you don't get it, gets it back in the HP. Combusken's already made it into the top side here, already found the Mimikyu. Eldegoss comes in, Mimikyu goes in with the kidnapped by the Blaze Kick, but they sacrifice the Gossifleur to keep them up.
Dodo finding the first KO there. Pidgey's going to throw them back onto the pad though, but Dodo will not be budged. Luigi finds the KO, but unfortunately they're 1 HP in a dream, and that's broken as the double KO comes through for Azalito.
Listen, I don't know anything about Dodo there, but it might be that bug found them. I don't know. So they got KO'd, got a little scared at the end there. But coming into now, we got the 850 birds done and gone. And the next objective to spawn in, Regidrago. 20 seconds until it spawns in here. Wait, no, we're Rayquaza. 20 seconds until the 8 minutes birds spawn in. Regidrago doesn't exist on this map.
Bro, they love to keep us on our toes, right? We had Rayquaza for 2 years. Now we're all used to Groudon and Regidrago being here and like, nah, back to Rayquaza so we can catch you out in the middle of that. Right now, we have a rotation coming in from Blaziken into the central area. Gets Blaziken online, and that's going to be a tough matchup for Dodo as they run into Kree as well. Their team is going to come give them the assistance, and Japer finds the KO.
That is the KO that they needed. Now that they have it, now that they found it, they can just start diving in. Blaziken comes in with the overheats. The Mimikyu goes in with the Shadow Claw. We do have the eject there from the Mega Luca to get on the other side, but the Mimikyu still finds them anyways. Blaziken's on 1 HP in a dream, but they're against a Snorlax Suicune combo. And that is indeed Flail Snorlax.
Cascade, we love you, buddy, bringing us the action. But I will say, right now, they do have Mimikyu and Leafeon really being able to bring that damage to Phantom Forces. This is a tough stage of the early game for Phantom Forces to fight through, because that's a lot of damage coming their way in every team fight they have.
Yeah, Blaziken trying to go for a cheeky stack there. Able to get it thanks to the Espeon there, but the Blastoise says, I know what your overheat shenanigans are doing there, but the Blaziken gets a Unite move there and is able to try to get away. No! Gets taken down against the Espeon, caught with it.
That's the power of Suicune still with the freezes. It's so difficult, and I'm surprised people are still letting it through as much as they do. But that just shows how good of this meta is. There's so many Pokemon that needs to be banned. Goodbye to Kree again, as Phantom Forces are unable to defend this T1 pad.
Snorlax doing what Snorlax do, and that is being a nuisance in the top pad here. They're trying to go for it. They try to steal from the Lucario, but the Lucario sent close combat into the pup is just too strong. We're going to take that, send it home. Regilecki playing for Phantom Forces.
Oh, the 30 does go in, trying to see if they could stop it, but Cascade is unable to. Right now, needs more assistance. Japer is coming through with the two-step. Doesn't find any KOs just yet, but there we go. Goodbye to Luigi. And now Rework Esport Core, despite being on the back foot a moment ago, are looking to see if they can break this pad with a 29 overcap.
That's going to put them 186 to 65 and another KO for this Blastoise as well. Aaron just comes in and says, get out of here. This is my real estate now.
And that is an extended lead by Show, over 100 points between them. Rework Esport Core, they do this. They get a really good lead. They get really aggressive, and they do not let go of that pressure off the pedal, as Phantom Forces are going to be left looking for experience. They're sending most of their team down here into the bottom lane, trying to capitalize on the fact that 2 are up in the top side from Rework.
Yeah, as we're going, the Hydro Typhoon comes in, picks up the KO on the Blaziken. Blaziken goes down, and now we get to lock them in. The Eldegoss there on the wall. That's going to allow the Leafeon to get caught in there as the Mimikyu connects the Shadow Sneak from across the map onto the Espeon. 40 points going in. We had 29 over in the top, 37 in the bottom, 226 to 65, and they're not stopping, Tano.
They do recognize this is the Rayquaza map, so Phantom Forces, they just need to get the levels and keep up with the level difference. That's why they're trying to grab as much experience as they can in a lane that isn't occupied by Rework Esport Core. But all Rework want to do is continue to score and give themselves a really extended lead so they don't have to be too concerned about Rayquaza.
The one thing I will say about the Rayquaza map as well is that it does not take into account the new experience differentiate, the new way experience is differentiated. But we're going to get to that later, because look at this! The Regieleki gets taken by Phantom Forces! That is another Regieleki playing for them as they go in. Hydro Typhoon coming in from Aaron as they go in now and grab the Snorlax. Trying to get them taken down. 1 HP in a dream. There goes the block. Trying to get away. And Rework Esport Core comes in and just takes care of business.
That was a great effort by Nepti there. They get the Psybeam, use that to lock in the objective. They try to push in to save their teammate with a Psychic Solaire, but Japer just comes in with the flank and finds the easy KO. Trying to do a little bit too much to keep their team in the field there was Nepti. You want to do that to keep your team around, but you don't want to be sacrificing yourselves in that position. As we see Luigi's actually going to throw on out with the Aura Cannon here. Goes into the Mega Lucario. They're not going to get much for it. It's just trying to save themselves, but their team comes and backs them up, so they take down the Snorlax, and now they fancy pushing this T1 pad.
They're going to be taking it there. We got 7 points coming in from the Luca. That's going to bring it down to 1. Phantom Force is going to show it's not just rework that can do math as well, but we do lose the Blaziken. This is going to put them in a 5v4 scenario as Phantom Forces tries to retreat. They're trying to extract everybody's. The Mega Evolution on MU2X falls away.
Oh, it's so tough. Again, the combo of Dodo and Japer on these, well, I'm going to call it a speedster, bro. Mimikyu is a pseudo-speedster. It's just too much damage, too much maneuverability, because they can't yet break through the front line that Rework Esport Core have. You've got Aaron in your face. They can't get through the freezes as Alito's bringing them, and then Cascade is happy with their own damage with that flail. Phantom Forces, they haven't quite got the target selection they need to win these team fights.
And they got to figure that out soon, because it's 15 seconds until Rayquaza. Where there's a way, there's a way. And it feels good to say that again. Oh my gosh. But we're going in. We're going for the early KO. This is the Rayquaza fight right here. Mewtwo X is now gone. 18 seconds before it is back. This is the position Rework needs to be in.
Bro, I can't believe that Flail Snorlax is working here for Cascade as they find the KO onto the Mewtwo X. Kree is still down now. The advantage is on the side of Rework Esport Core on both levels, on both scores as well. What can Phantom Forces do here? They got to get themselves back into this game. The ball is in their court.
Phantom Forces is down 1 Unite move, the Infinite Cyber on the Mewtwo X, but they do have a Unite move that is constantly coming back on the Blaziken, allowing it to pivot between movesets here. They gotta find a way to come in as the Blastoise ejects Hydro Typhoons, separates the Blaziken from the group. They're going in, and now they're able to find a way in, but Blastoise knows their target. It's the Blaziken. Keep them down as Snorlax comes in and cleans up the Espeon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Phantom Forces is gone.
I gotta say, why are teams allowing this Suicune through so much? I know that there's so many Pokemon in this game that are so strong. These Megas are ridiculously strong, especially on the Charizard Y and Gyarados. But as Alito has been detrimental to Phantom Forces here, buddy. The freeze they managed to find in the middle of that pit there stopped any damage coming in from Phantom Forces trying to take that objective. And they just continue to roll through the line that is Phantom Forces. as they go score more points to take game one.
Yeah, it is not going to happen. Phantom Forces can't come back from this scenario. 720 to 120. Exactly a 600-point difference. 20 seconds left. Everybody's just spawning back in. Some still need 5 more seconds. It's over. But we do have a game number 2 because it's a best of 3 set, Tano. And this is where Phantom Forces needs to pivot. Do we give up one of the bans to ban out this Suicune, or do we prioritize it a little bit more? Because Rework Esport Core said, we're going to first pick Blastoise. So it was up. Remember, they took both Mega Lucario and the Mega Mewtwo for themselves. Maybe that's where they need to pivot. Give up one to grab the Suicune.
Yeah, I do think, you know, we say about it all the time. It does not matter if Suicune doesn't even do any damage in the game. You would still pick it up because the crowd control is the best in the game. And I think that you really do have to pivot to that. There were so many opportunities there for Phantom Forces to get an upper hand, but they couldn't. The freeze came through from Azalito, and then the rest of Rework just finds the KOs. So off the back of the crowd control, I mean, 23 assists on Azalito, 15 on Aaron, 13 on Cascade. That comp that Rework have built is literally crowd control to allow Dodo and Japer to find easy KOs.
And despite having powerful Pokemon like Mega Mewtwo X, Lucario, and the Blaziken, the entirety of this Phantom Forces team got the same amount of KOs as Cascade did on the Flaillax. So that is something you got to look at and be like, okay, listen, the team fights didn't go our way. We weren't able to execute onto it. How did we do it? And again, I think you brought it out. Azalito on Suicune, that is the key. They had great stuns coming in from both Azalito and Aaron. They were able to chain the CCs that they offered going in, and Cascade was just a little bit of extra on top with the blocks, because when you have block and you're getting bumped away, you can't do anything.
Bro, Azalito did the most damage in the game and took the least damage in the game as well. That is absolutely ridiculous there. You've got to be entertaining that somehow. You've got to look at that and think, we need to come up with a plan. Notice Rework Esport Core, they've banned out the Cinderace there. So what I would do if I was Phantom Forces, and of course they did lose that one, they were the ones that chose to play on the Rayquaza map. I would try not to ban out one of those Megas. Go onto the purple side, so you're the one that's lost, you get to pick. I would go onto the purple side, so you get first pick, and let one of those bans through. Force the opposition to ban out one of those Megas, and you go for the Suicune, because if they don't ban out the Mega, you're either getting Suicune or one of the strongest Pokemon in the game.
Exactly. And that's one of the things too, is like, you gotta, that's the key about this too. You get 3 bans per side, 6 Pokemon getting banned out for you. And that is something you got to look at. Like, what does the other team want gone? They're going to keep this consistent. Blissey, probably consistent. Glaceon, probably consistent. Cinderace might fall off. It maybe might fall off there on the bans, might be something else, but force the draft into your favor. And does that a first pick, or do you do it in a second pick? Yes, Suicune was devastating, but do you want to pick it first? Do you want to try to go for 2? There's so many ways that you can utilize the draft that it's just like, you got to take advantage of it though. So I do think when Phantom Forces comes into this, they definitely got to take your advice. Maybe go to the first pick slot, leave some of those Megas up, because you got to trade in the draft. And right now, it feels like Rework just won on those trades.
Yeah, the simple fact is you can't allow Rework Esport Core to get a comp like that again, because Dodo and Japer were uncontested. There was too much front line for Phantom Forces to try and break through. They didn't quite have the damage that they were looking for. Whenever Luigi goes in there, they do manage to find a couple of KOs, but then they're just crowd controlled to the end of time because they're running that eject button. They don't have full heal. They didn't have like a safeguard Blissey, because of course that was banned out by Rework, so they knew exactly what they were doing, building up that crowd control to allow their speedsters to just devastate the opposition.
The other way I could see how you play through Suicune as well, bulk up on your unstoppables. Machamp with submission, that's an unstoppable there. Lucario with the power-up punch on level 11, I think it is. Yeah. That has an unstoppable. Garchomp, when it gets the upgrade to its dragon combo, that's an unstoppable. Go look for unstoppables that you're able to chain. Not necessarily those Pokemon, but that's the idea you're going for. Find Pokemon with unstoppables, find the opportunities to use those to say that CC just isn't going to be useful against you.
Yeah, because we know for a fact that full heal just ain't good enough for coming into this game. It just isn't, buddy. Like, there's so many Pokemon with great crowd control in this game. There's so much CC in this game. Full heal needs a buff. Hashtag buff full heal, I beg. So you just can't rely on that alone. I think the unstoppable approach is an interesting one. I think that's something that they should entertain if they're not going to try and take that Suicune away. But we're about to find out, buddy. This is going to be game 2. Rework Esport Core already 1-up. If they take it, they'll take the set.
Yeah, again, Phantom Forces did win their first set of the day as well. So both teams coming in. Phantom Forces gets the first pick. They listened. They said, Suicune, no. Get it out of here. Glaceon, keeping that, get it out of here.
Yeah, I think they're completely valid. Dodo, let's see what they want to entertain. I'd be surprised if they do ban out the Leafeon, but no, it's going to be the Blissey sticking here. Hooper still gets banned out. Phantom Forces ain't going to be using that move just yet, unless they pull out the other Pokemon with that, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I think Poggy's gonna say, you know what, Mega Gyarados. You're right. Give up the Mega Pokemon. CharY. We're gonna give up the Mega Mute Lucario. We're gonna give up we're gonna give up all of these Pokemon. Send it back forward, and we're just gonna let them have their way. But Cinderace is staying on the ban list. So clearly, somebody on Phantom Forces, they do not want it having it in their hands. The fact that they're willing to give up Charizard Y.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I know that Nepti has a pretty decent Cinderace themselves. I'm just checking whether anyone else on that team does, because it makes sense. Cinderace is one of those Pokemon. I know we flame it in solo queue all the time, but it is so good in end game if you find your levels. One of the quickest attackers in the game. So I do like that, but whether you're going to give a Mega Charizard Y for it, I don't know. I mean, that is a claim to say.
Yeah, but the Vaporeon Blastoise combo could shut it down. Mega Charizard just goes up in the air. If you're able to push it out of that AoE zone it sets up with the sun, all of a sudden it's useless. You got to play around that zone. But Trevenant on it with Kree. Kaya coming in with the Clefable potentially. Luigi Mega Luca X. This could be a solid core to play around to stop plays for Aaron and Azalito could be looking to set up.
Alrighty, we do see. I love how Neptune's changed their name to Average Carry. Pulling out the Miraidon here for Phantom Forces. Dodo still on that Mimikyu though. Let's see what Esport Core want to pull out. Japer is going to give us some of that Inteleon action with the snipe shots. We have a game on our hands here, buddy. I love these comps.
I do love it. We got two tanks that can push. We got two all-rounders that can brawl. We got one ranged all-rounder that can kind of get up front and then just disrupt. Can't stop that Unite move, but we also have one on the other team as well. We got two ranged Pokemon and two AoEs. We are literally looking at like a mirror-style comp coming in at each other. It is amazing to see, and I'm excited to see who's actually going to come out on top.
I mean, I gotta say, these games already today have been a lot of fun here in EUL Masters, and this is just for seeding, as we've already mentioned, buddy. This is gonna get even better as the league goes on. We don't have Meowth playable here. That will be playing in the next area of things. We're gonna have all 3 maps playable here in EUL Masters. This one has been picked by Rework Esport Core, and it is gonna be Groudon that they want to play on here.
Oh, yeah. Groudon is the map of choice that's going to be here. They are going to be looking. There's not a lot of bushes to hide on this map, actually, especially around the pit. When you go into the pit, there's very few. There's almost none around the actual base of where Groudon spawns in, so you can't hide there. You've got to look for opportunities where your Inteleon is going to position itself, because most likely it's going to be up on the top side. It's going to be possibly maybe in the bottom side there, closer to your pad, or it's going to be on the other side of a wall looking to hit you wherever it can.
Here we go. This is it. Phantom Forces are going to be sending in that Charizard Y, of course, into the central area. Dodo is going to be doing the same for Rework Esport Core. We have a race on our hands.
Yeah, going in there. Mega Char Y going to be in the central lane. Mimikyu for the other team. That's going to be great to see, because as our teams come into this match now, this is where it's going to be. This is where we are. We're already 30 seconds in, and already Poggy's doing a really great clear of this central path.
Yeah, trying to be really quick with it as well. It is going to be Rework Esport Core that finds the first KO here, sending back Luigi to the spawn room. Plenty of points they're looking to squeeze in for stacks here already. Pudgy in the top lane.
Yeah, Pudgy's now in the top there. We do have the Vaporeon up in the top there with Cascade as well. Mimikyu's not opting to be there, going for Natu's first. 9 seconds until the 850 birds spawn in. They're going to be cutting it close, but here they come. Now they're looking for the engage, and they're going to be getting ready for it.
Good disruption coming out from Vaporeon here as well. Big kick comes on through. KO rains on down on Luigi again. This Lucario struggling to get going in this lane. Rework Esport Core has cleaned it up. 40 points on the board as they look to invade the central area.
Yeah, but they're going in there. That is their real estate. They're trying to take it from Poggy. Poggy gets the ball toy there as the Mega Evolution wears off. But that's not going to stop them because that means they have access to the Mega Evolution on the Mewtwo X. Couple of punches, they're back at it again.
Trying to steal this one away. Look how beautiful that skin is as they look to see if they can find a KO. Kree again is here with the curse of Trevenant, but it isn't going to work just yet as Cascade manages to get out, finds the KO, and Dodo takes out Kree.
Whoo! You love to see it. That was literally 1 HP in a dream. That was a run moment. We had the Miraidon come in, but the Mimikyu just cleans it up. They said, thanks, Miraidon. Let me come give you a hug for helping me clear that Drago.
Yeah, it's a good effort by Nepsy. Not able to find it because Dodo does too much damage as they look to bounce onto the squishy. Dodges around the tree. And Rework Esport Core are continuing where they left off in that previous game, buddy. They've got an extended point lead now, and they are the ones finding the KOs wherever they look for them.
They gotta get this Charizard online, Phantom Forces, because once it's online, once it's starting up to be a threat, they are able to output a lot of damage. There we go. We got the Fire Blast in the pocket now. That means we're able to start dishing out the damage that we need to. But Inteleon picks up the Lucario KO in the bot lane, and that's just gonna leave it open for them to score even more points.
Looking for the Regieleki here is Phantom Forces, but Rework aren't going to let them have it as they take it away. Dodo is putting in work on this Mimikyu. Double KO comes through as Alito with some brilliant defending and healing coming through. Rework Esport refuse to be budged out of this lane. It's a triple KO for them as they take the Regice as well.
This could easily be a 39-point over. Regieleki still in there, 40 in the cap there. There it is, 208 to 40. Look at that, 39 over on both pads, 248 to 26. Rework Esport Core is just running away with this game.
Oh, you love to see it. Those overcaps, when the math works out, you're happy for it. 248 points on the board, 26 here for Phantom Forces. So we're about to hit the mid-game right now, and they are definitely behind. They are struggling. They need to find experience. But this is why Rework Esport Core continue to stay in the central area, continue to push up to these T2 goals. They don't want to give them the space to find that experience.
And when these cheeky scores come in from everyone as well, such as what Ozalito did, that gives them more experience as well, but also it gives them more Unite Charge. What does that Unite Charge do? It allows them to pop it again, allows them to be a little bit more annoying with a better sustain as well. And Rework Esport Core is just literally patrolling in that central lane for Phantom Forces.
They really are. The buffs do come back in. We do now have access to the Mega Charizard, and that's going to be let loose here as they do use the Seismic Slam. Can they find the KOs though? The one Pokemon you do not want to use it on usually is the Trevenant. It takes all of the damage to take it down. They do find Miraidon though on the side of Rework, and now they come in with the defense. They've got the liquidation coming out here from Japer. They use the Azure Spy Vision, and right now Phantom Forces, they just simply haven't got anything from that attack.
You gotta respect the effort for the Clefable to try to put 10 in, despite the fact it was almost certainly going down. They said, you know what, it's gonna happen, I gotta try something. Well, didn't work, gotta do it again. That push, though, got them 2 points, though, so it didn't quite work out. They expended a lot of resources here. Another 40 stopped by the Mewtwo X. Look at this. Cascade just said nope and yoink.
That is so tough. You're looking to be so close to get that in as well. And you're absolutely right, Rework Esports Core, they continue to just shut up any approach Phantom Forces wants to take. They're being wary, of course, of the Charizard. It's a quick Unite move, gets that back quite quick, and that's so strong in team fights. But right now, Rework Esports, again, with a massive front line that Phantom Forces just cannot break through.
Reggie Drago has hit the map there, and Regieleki is still in the top there. Two objectives that Phantom Forces could get, but Rework Esports is not letting them have the opportunity to gather at either. They've now taken the Reggie Drago, which means their next eyes are going to be set on the Regieleki, but since it is after the 4-minute mark, they might hold off on that until closer to 2 minutes.
There's a Hydro Typhoon coming on out here from Blastoise, trying to see if they can find the KO onto Nepti, and that's exactly what they do. Liquidation continues to rain on through, and it's going to be damage o'clock here for Rework Esports as they take out the majority of Phantom Forces. I was about to say it, buddy. I have absolutely no idea why that team was pushing for these fights. This farm has been in these lanes for at least a solid minute now, and none of them were going to farm it.
Yeah, I think they felt they needed to keep the pressure on Rework to keep them out. Try to get a KO, try to force them back to give themselves time. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way. They ended up getting themselves farmed up, and they allowed themselves to allow those dots on the map to get taken by Rework, denying them more crucial levels. And since they burned a lot of Unites, Unite charge.
Now, this could be a risky movement by Rework Esports Core. They recognize that that's going to be tough to push in. They see where Phantom Forces are. Liquidation will continue to come on through. They find the KO onto Luigi. This looks like they want to take this fight, but Regieleki is so weak, but the enhanced charge beam from Nepti is enough. They take down the Trevenant, so they do get a little bit of experience from that to Rework, but that could be a little bit risky. They were nearly giving over a lot of experience for Phantom Forces.
Clefable putting the work in, keeping them up with Moonlight there, but Rework Esports Core is now pulling back into the pit. They're just keeping them into the choke points there. They're just baiting them, daring them to come in as they grab the Registeel. Attack and special attack bust for the next 90 seconds, which is the majority of this double point section.
Ah, that is so tough, having such a great buff here. I mean, it does also mean that we don't get the triple Regice that we like to see in our games, but Rework Esports Core, all the advantage is on their side. They've got the points, they've got the levels. Right now, though, they're trying to be really aggressive with this defense. Not that it is needed. You just got to defend these T1s. That's the only advantage Phantom Forces have.
No, Mega Lucario got caught out right there. That is not what Phantom Forces needed. 258 to 28. All of a sudden, Rework now has the advantage here. 2 KO streak for that Inteleon. Charizard Y falling now, allowing the Hydro Typhoon, the Miraidon, to come in. The Miraidon's trying to find the bright meteor, future meteor storm, but Trevenant, Miraidon, 1, 2, 3, 4 down Phantom Forces, and Groudon goes, oh no, I'm next.
Oh, that they do. Right now, as Spy Vision's going to be used here just to clean up the rest of the opposition as Rework Esports Core take the Groudon. They're already over 200 points in the lead. We've got 50 seconds left for them to make a push on either goal, and they're going to try and do that down here at this T2.
Yeah, but one bad push is all it takes, and here we go. This is how it's going to get done, but Mega Lucario is still recovering there as Clefable does fall. Hundo Burger coming in for Cascade there, dunks their points, picks up a few more along the way. 358 to 28, now we're going all in. As the rest of Phantom Forces falls, this game is sealed. Rework Esports Core taking this set 2-0, Tano.
Brilliant effort from that team there. Of course, both of these teams managed to win their first round, so somebody was going to have to lose that winning record. Right now, Rework Esports Core, they want to continue in the rest of these rounds. We've got 2 more with a winning record. Brilliant effort from both squads, but I do feel Rework Esports Core, I think what it is here, that Mega Charizard just took too much to get into the game.
Yeah, they set it behind so well, and it just, it was not having its level 9 early enough to make use of the pressure that it's able to apply to the pads. A lot of the time the Mega Charizard did Mega Evolve, it was pushed out of its sunny zone, so now it does not get that extra damage boost as well, or it was taken down way too quickly. They just weren't able to come back and collapse or find any sort of picks. Only 1 KO for the entirety of Phantom Forces this game.
Yeah, that's a tough one, but they just need to regroup, come back strong into round 3, and make sure that they held their heads high. That's the difficulty of playing these games, buddy, is it's so easy to lose that mental when you lose like that, but they definitely have a great team, and they just need to bounce back in the next round. I mean, Kree again, 110k damage they took in that game.
Oh my gosh, Kaya's not too far behind at 91, but oh my gosh, they tanked, they healed. 60k for Kaya, 44 for Kree. Kree's Horn Leeches were definitely coming off. They're like, Horn Leech, Horn Leech, Horn Leech. I need to sap me some of that good old HP stat.
Yeah, great effort by these squads, but it is going to be Rework Esport Core that comes out on top there. Pretty happy. And also Rework Esport Gear managed to defeat Team Int in their set for round 2 as well. Rework are having one heck of a day here in EUL Masters.
They are. Watch, they're going to have to play each other before the end of the day. Rework versus Rework. Who's going to win? Well, that could happen. You never know. But yeah, no, it's interesting to see because, again, such intense matches, such great strategies all coming out in just the seeding phase, Tano. Man, I'm so excited for what actually is going to happen in the EULM.
Oh yeah, we hope you're enjoying it as well, chat. We will be back with you after the break. I believe that's going to be me for the day. I've got stuff that I need to go and do, but we've got the incredible Zero in on Alex that's going to be on the mic for you. So this was my first cast of the year. Absolutely loved it. We're going to be here every week. That EUL Masters is Hondo. Don't miss us. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly.
I'm not alone. It's not voices in my head. It's not Spartantano. It's the one, the only, the Hermanos himself. Zero in on Alex.
I mean, I could be Spartano. You don't know that. What if right now this is actually the real Spartano, and like it's the whole thing where like I'm gonna move and you're gonna hear his voice. It's totally what's going on. But what's going on, hermano? I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be here with you, and I'm actually always amped to cast some Pokemon Unite.
Oh, I know. EULM is not disappointed so far today. We had some nail biters. We had some unique strategies. We had a Flail-Axe. We had so much excitement coming in, and it's beautiful to see. And coming into this next set, which we're going into the game 3 of, so we're not just waiting an extra 10 minutes, so we got more content for you folks at home. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching in the back rooms, just watching and being like, my goodness, Flail-Axe working in competition. And my biggest complaint out of anything, and if this is a big stretch for call it a complaint, stop letting Suicune go through. Why are we allowing Suicune into, like, you gotta ban it. And obviously they were able to ban it into game number 2, but going into games number 1 and stuff, things were out of control. It was not great, and I felt really bad because I felt like Phantom Force was trying to find their openings, but Phantom Force was never able to fully push through and to be able to commit to what their whole plan was.
Yeah, they just kept getting disrupted, invaded, stolen from. They had so much there going on for them that they were just so discombobulated. The tempo was thrown off. And I feel like that's actually going to be a key strategy moving into this year. Pokemon Unite is disrupting tempo, disrupting everybody's flow of the game, trying to force teams to play your version of Pokemon Unite rather than their version.
Yeah, and then that's the thing, right? Being able to control pace, tempo, momentum, these are all things that really play into any competition, really. But when you look at Pokemon Unite, momentum is a big deal. And I always talk about it during games, how there's like sometimes a shift, like a pendulum swinging in the opposite direction. But we can sit here and break that down all day and night, but we, like Jonathan said, we're jumping into game number 3 in this best of 3 of Supernova versus MTZ Esports. Like, we can give you an extra little game as we wait for the next team to set up in the next round.
Exactly. MTZ Esports is going to be your purple side, Supernova your orange, Mega Charizard, Y, Lucario, Gyarados, all banned out. Mimikyu, Rapidash, Miraidon, banned out. We don't know what happened in games 1 and 2 to decide these bans here, but coming in, MTZ Esports gets that Vaporeon Blastoise combo where Supernova gets the Blissey Suicune. Alex, huge cores for both teams.
And when you look at 3 evolutions on the side of MTZ Esports, it makes you definitely scratch your head of like, wow, Glaceon was still on the table, but we decided to take Sylveon. You did take the 2 defenders by that stake, but Supernova having access to Suicune and the counter in Blissey is just such a great advantage. You're able to not only heal, but if the opposing team brings way too much crowd control, especially with like Surf and the way Vaporeon, and just you can do a lot with Blissey. But MTZ Esports looking in to bring an evolution party as Leafeon is going to be. I don't know about you, but at this point, Blastoise might as well be an honorary evolution.
The honorary Eevee that we didn't know is the Blasteon. That's what we got, the Blasteon. We got Vaporeon, Sylveon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Blasteon. Okay, that is going to blow Supernova out of the way. They're going to go Quasar on this.
You could call it Digimon because they're going Ghatlue all up in here, making sure that they have every single cat available to them. Blastoise is now officially a cat. It's a canon. But Supernova does have the other evolution available to them, Glaceon, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too often though anymore in competitive. Is Psyduck is a Pokemon that can still do a lot, especially with the new EXP changes. You can have that extra item slot to put a different item versus EXP share. So Psyduck still has a lot of utility to it. And when, like I talked about before, allowing Suicune to go through can put a lot of those cats on ice.
Yeah, and Alex, I don't know if you noticed as well, but did you notice the map in the center there? It didn't
Yeah.
have red, it didn't have blue. We're
Mm.
going old school. We're back on Rayquaza. Every team now has a choice of map selection. One team gets side selection, the other gets map. And that is going to be the way Pokemon Unite is played this year, hopefully across every tournament and league, because it is such a cool gimmick to be able to choose the battlefield you get to play on.
I mean, it adds so much more dimensions because as a pro player, you got to be aware of your surroundings. Patches of grass are TNT is different. There's so many levels of competitiveness, and it adds an extra layer to be able to prepare yourself, knowing when timings are. Like you saw there, you were kind of a little bit puzzled. You get used to Kyogre. Oh yeah, the bullet boy spawns in the bottom part. There is no not twos. Rest in peace, because they were actually there originally in the first iteration of Theus got ruined.
They said Natus were too strong and then brought them in for 2 maps, never returned them back in for the third. But the Leafeon goes in, is able to pick up the Blissey there. The 850 birds are going to be coming in here in 20 seconds there, so that is going to be something crucial. Looking for the KO here. Suicune isn't able to find it, but the side deck Suicune combo able to back off.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to back off. You don't want to overcommit this early on. The good thing that Supernova has is they do have the Glaceon, who is known to do shred. You got the Evolutions, who have a great early game, good blaze kick to try to rearrange the birds a little bit. Armaro's going to need to be able to get their Icicle Spears are going to land onto Gaddy, but Gaddy's able to get away. The early game for MTZ Esports is going to be the key to their victory.
Yeah, that Leafeon's already looking for wild Pokemon to steal, but the foul play goes right in, sets the Suicune up. The Leafeon was late to react, though. Didn't quite understand if it was going to happen or not, but the Sylveon, that Mystical Fire, able to go in, put a huge pressure down on the side deck, allowing for the Leafeon Umbreon to take it down.
That is a big KO right there. You get trapped out. Dallin was unable to get away, but Haru right now just trying to set up some plays, take away the EXP. And when you look at it, having Sylveon isn't necessarily the worst, especially when it comes to Mystical Fire. Reducing the special attack by 20% is going to be very pivotal, especially for a Pokemon like Glaceon, who is level 6, which means Ice Shard is available. The shards are going in to shred a little bit, but MTZ Esports going to have to fight for another day. On the meantime, just trying to get their stacks to be able to get that Blaziken going, but they might be in trouble as they run into Night, and Night falls onto their gameplay as they're rushed to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, but already we're going onto the pad here. Blissey's doing everything it can to try to stay up. That's not going to be enough. Can't hold off the pad. They have to take it down, but counter pushes in the opposite lane. It's just the Sylveon trying to stay alive as the Icicle Spear Nightmare rains down a breezy devastation upon Sylveon.
Freeze easy peak indeed, because they are just trying to shred away. 98 to 100. Knight is still looking for some extra EXP. They do have the Emerald 2-step available to them, which could be devastating, especially when you look at Supernova. They don't have a dedicated defender to soak up all that damage. They're going in. They're going dancing. They were able to get major KOs, setting up the leaves of destruction. And with 2 big key pieces and Blaziken not being in here, MTZ Esports, and they're going for the conversions play. 180 to 100. Quick math tells you that is an 80-point difference.
Now, Supernova was able to keep pace. Look, there's another 50 points going in, a 20 score plus a 30 from the Regieleki Blaziken combo. So they're 30 points behind now. They're able to keep up, and that is crucial on Rayquaza. But Blissey doesn't have Unite move. Psyduck doesn't have Unite move. We do need to get these Pokemon online quickly because MTZ Esports already has everyone in Unite moves except Vaporeon and Blastoise. Then Vaporeon is so close to it. There goes Blastoise.
The MTZ Esports has the early game advantage. The Evolutions just being able to, for the most part, be online, fully ready to go at level 5, if not level 6. It's just a dangerous madness here as where is the gone? You're asking where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world is this Suicune? Because they were just absolutely evaporated into this map. And then you have Haru, who's able to hold down the defenses. And then you have Gaddy here for a little extra support, being able to push them back with that muddy water. And right now MTZ might be trying to make a stand.
There we go. The Emerald two-step into the Glacial stage is going to come out, followed up by some icy winds from Suicune. Suicune still doesn't have Unite move, but it is also close. The Bliss Assist coming on the Glaceon to defend against the Umbreon. Now we have the Battle of the Eons as Leafeon takes down Glaceon, but now Blastion has to get in this.
Blastion is the dedicated defender. When you look at it, though, MTZ has 3 whole whopping defenders. They can all play different roles, different hats for different kitties, and now Supernova needs to go unga bunga into this. They set up the overheat, unable to do much. A Reggie is going to spawn to a new day. Meanwhile, Leafeon's going to be getting 1 extra little stack of Rooney to be able to get that extra damage that they need. Regirock is on the field. Blastoise surfing in, and there goes Blaziken. They get tucked down. Daylin is just trying to do as much as they can, but a big old Hydro Typhoon spin a Rooney with the surf pushing Daylin up against the wall on the west mezzanine. They get taken down, and now Regirock is a low price of $3.99 for the taking.
Yeah, almost got up to $399.99 with a reset there, but they are able to take it down very quickly there. Regilecki, though, sitting up in Primo, 50% discount. Blaziken gonna be going up to take that offer.
Man, the way the Vaporeon's able to just soak up all this damage in Haru, and that's the thing Supernova's been struggling to do. Get those KOs. They have a good core, but when you have so much defense in Vaporeon, Blastoise, and Umbreon, you need to have equivalent damage. And the big damage dealers for Supernova are just Glaceon and Blaziken. And I know I'm just saying, oh, just Glaceon, but that's the thing. You are only able to target one opponent at a time. So to be able to dismantle this very tough core of the kitties, as I'm calling them right now, you need a lot more damage, and you're going to need a lot more strategy, because right now Haru is just taking on 3 and not even bothered in the slightest.
Yeah, listen, this is a very bulky team from MTZ Esports right now. Supernova has to find a way to get in because Glaceon's just not doing it. Blaziken's just not there. But we do have the Regilecki that is going to pay for the price of MTZ there. They said, you know what, we're going to play. You know what, we're not going to play. See you, Regilecki. Sorry you had to take that. Maybe we'll see you on the flip side.
They need to go for the flip, and just a flip they will do as Knight comes into the little duck who was just trying to recall themselves back, and they get taken down. MTZ is wandering around the map just looking for KOs, getting scores in their face and not caring. Gaddy able to get away with the muddy water. Right now, MTZ has taken that very early game advantage and just swinging everything in their direction.
Yeah, but let's take a look here. 30 seconds till Rayquaza spawns on the field there. Let's also take a look. We have 271 to 187. A T1 pad is up on MTZ. A tale as old as time for the EULM so far, where we do have less than 100-point difference going into double points with the T1 pad up. Look at this fight here. The Umbreon is gone. The Moonlight Prance is out. 9 seconds left until the Kyogre or the Rayquaza spawns in, and the Blaziken is primed and ready.
That is actually huge, because not having the Moonlight Prance for the 50% disruption there, but Blastoise is going in, going for the Hydro Typhoon, able to pick up 2. Leafeon gets finally taken down in a big old surf from Suicune, trying to slow things down a little bit. 2 members of MTC are already down. The Suicune is throwing out those icy winds. Blastoise is getting shredded to bits. MDR is trying to survive a little bit. Tiep's able to get away momentarily, but they're going to need to throw some ice back to the Sylveon. Glaceon still staying alive, but they are being chased down. Dieps needs to be in careful though, because this is where they don't want to get caught out. Finally taken down. Rayquaza is free for the taking, but MTZ is regrouping a little bit.
Only the Leafeon has the Emerald two-step in the pocket. Blaziken starting to rip the Blissey's right there. It does have the Bliss Assist, so it's able to keep it up. Rayquaza's getting low. It's lower and lower as the damage goes through. The Bliss Assist comes through. The overheat comes down. There's the Rayquaza grab. Supernova has it. Now they gotta dunk these points.
The points are invaluable, but more importantly, you have shields. But Bordy's going to be taken down. Suicune gets a hundo burger served hot on the table. Blissey is going in, and what a way to disrupt that. You had the overheat leg going up, and Lola saved their Bliss assistance to ensure the extra little bit of damage. Daylem is now also going to be there. They're getting disrupted, but they are going to go for it anyways. If you lose the shield, you're going to lose a lot more. Daylem's trying to stay alive. Big points going going in for the Leafeon. There is an attempt to push, but when you have this much ice, baby, Glacial Stage is there, and the stage is set as Supernova might have been the true star at this game number 3.
That Blastoise is out for the rest of the match. 70 points is all they need. A 35 cap to get it in. They're not going to be able to do it. Supernova takes game number 3. This is the set. And this is what I've been talking about, Alex. Nail-biter games. Every single one of them in just the seeding stage. EULM is off to a fantastic start today.
That is a way to finish off at the finish line. You just crumbled the team of kitties. Blastion definitely devastated, though, as they were just the team that really wanted to be able to survive, and everything was going their way. You know, they had the early game, but in the end, when they caught Haru out, they also had to expend their Moonlight Prance. So those shields that from Blissey, or just any shields that the team would have had, especially when you look at Psyduck, who had the Resonant Guard, that ability is now gone. You have also given Supernova the map awareness, and they also now have the center pit Rayquaza advantage because now they have positioning, and that's something you don't want to be able to give up. So great job for Supernova, though, to be able to catch them out and be able to just kind of pick them apart.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, so here's the other thing too, is this is Rayquaza. Rayquaza is played around strong secure. We got 4 EVs in a Blastion. Where's the secure? So when you have to go for the rip, where's the secure? Bordy is the secure for the side of Supernova. Overheat, you're just not going to overdo it. You have to go in and play for the rip. So MTZ Esports understood this. That's why they got the point lead that they did. That's why they were focusing scores and pressure. But when it comes down to the Rayquaza, you gotta have some form of secure. And maybe they were like Blastoise with the Hydro Pump Surf combo. Maybe they're like the Hydro Typhoon. But I don't think Blastoise is the Pokemon that you need to rely on to out-secure the Blaziken. And Supernova did a fantastic job playing around that Blaziken.
Yeah, I mean, playing around the Blaziken is already difficult enough. Honestly, when you look at the team as a whole, MTZ, even just the way that they were playing, their goal was to knock out every team member from Supernova. Especially once you take out Tieps and Bordy, the team becomes very easy to pick apart on their own. Lola did a great job just providing those shields to Aware, to Tieps, to Dalim, to Bordy. They did their own positioning there. But in the end, again, Haru getting caught out, and then there's this displacement, and you don't have the secure, and now you also don't have essentially the horses, or I guess in this case the kitties, to be able to knock out the enemy team. And Supernova took advantage of that, and the fact that Lola was able to hold on to that Unite move, the Bliss Assist for Bordy for that extra secure, it was a big key piece. And it's kind of like you said, that Bordy having that overheat is just such good secure. So when you have a plan and it falls apart at the end, that's gonna hurt anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I am excited to see what's going to happen here again, because again, when you pick up the Suicune, when you give up Suicune, give up Blissey, and when you give up the Blaziken, that was such a deadly combo coming into this again. But the Blissey, Suicune giving up. I know you got Vaporeon, and I know you got you got Vaporeon, you got Blastoise as a result of it. 2 strong Pokemon there, but it almost feels like that maybe the stuns and the CC coming out was maybe something that you wanted to be more aware of. Yes, you got the passives on the Glaceon, but that plays for the other team. So it's just the Umbreon, I think, that has the immunity, and I think Vaporeon. Umbreon, Vaporeon.
Yeah. In the end, though, when you look at the team, Suicune was able to bounce back. But even if you look at the game as a whole, MTZ had momentum. We talked about this. They had tempo. They had everything going. But the problem is, like we talked about, there was a shift in the tempo. Being able to waste Haru's Unite move and then being able to displace them. And now you have control of the map. That is just such a very micro difference, but in the grand scheme affects so much more than we are aware of. And honestly, great job for Supernova to be able to get that advantage, but it does hurt a little bit to see Blastion not be able to fully cement themselves as an evolution.
I know it's a crime that it never happened, but there is going to be more games with MTZ down the line. They're in the EULM, and we're going to get to see them later on. But speaking of later on, we got the next set ready for you to go. So we're going to take a quick break to set that up. So grab a snack, come on back, get some hydration going, because we're going to make sure we get primed and ready for the next set.
I can bring us in. Welcome back to the EUL, the European League. We were having a lot of fun in the background, but hi, if you don't know who I am, hi, my name is Zero In on Alex. You can call me Zero Z or Alex, but I'm not alone. I am with the man who's actually really a dinosaur. I don't know, you can't tell. With the man themselves, Jonathan Hyde. How you feeling after that game?
Oh, I'm feeling like I had to rework my PC and my monitor there because of what I'm seeing on screen. I casually made a joke about it with Tano, but it came to be true. It's the high curse. Rework Esport Core versus Rework Esport Gear.
I don't know about you. I need to put on my straw hat because I'm the One Piece. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, baby. Because I'm going Gear 5 all up in here as we have Rework Esport Core, Rework Esport Gear, and you got Tweedledee and Tweedledum casting these games.
I have a feeling I'm the latter. I have a feeling I am the latter. That's okay. You can teach Dumb. Dumb learns. Dumb learns. Dumb does not repeat. But
Dumb does not repeat.
Dumb does not repeat. But coming into this game there, Alex, we've seen some unorthodox picks. We've seen some Suicunes come in. We've seen Suicunes get ignored. It's one of those things where it's like, Suicune just seems to be a very pivotal Pokemon, especially when it's able to diff 4 EVs and a Blasteon.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw how good, and that's the thing. Early game momentum, it is very good. It is very powerful. It is a Pokemon that's able to survive a lot, especially when you look at the big three. It's so hard to take down Blastoise. And again, a 3 defender comp, defenders are eating really well in this new meta because they don't have to restrain themselves by holding on to that EXP share anymore. They can still get a good amount of EXP, and Pokemon like Blastoise have benefited from it. They are still a great Pokemon, and getting shields that much earlier on Surf just provides a little bit more viability for Blastoise. But Blastoise is not invited to this birthday party, but other Pokemon are still available. Mega Mewtwo X and Glaceon are not allowed. No Mega Scary Carry, but Suicune themselves is also not invited, which, thank God.
And listen, you're not going to see it on the screen. It's not in the bands, but another Pokemon not invited to this party is Meowth. Nobody is ready for the shenanigans of Meowth yet. So when it comes off the ban, the global ban there, you better be ready. But Ozolito locking in that Vaporeon, very strong pick. Ikelis is going to be pulling in Miraidon. Skull with the Mimikyu.
Mimikyu is one of my favorite Pokemon. Being able to not lock something down with the good old play with me, especially when you're going into something like Dodo, who has already opted to go for the Mega Charizard Y, really helps slow things down a little bit for any team. And there's Cascade, a Machamp. I love seeing Machamp. It's a Pokemon that doesn't get enough love in competitive, and it can be very devastating.
Cascade has been on fire tonight. When you think Cascade's gonna play something normal or orthodox or like sane, Cascade says, "No, bro, watch what I'm gonna do," and it starts to work. Rework Esport Core is currently 2-0. I mean, Gear is also 2-0 as well. So after this set, one of these teams is gonna be ruining the record of the other.
I mean, this is gonna be more poetic with two teams who have very similar names. Are we gonna call them REC and REG, or I might call them Monkey D. Luffy with Gear 5? I don't really know. I haven't really decided yet. And Mega Charizard Y is gonna be an interesting piece for the side of the Esport Core, but Esport Gear might need to shift it into the next to go Turbo, as Rio is more than likely gonna be going a Pokemon of legend. Potentially green and hopefully not red, where they would be the one and only Scyther! As they cut things down, because I would love to see it.
Oh, we've missed that calling card and the howl from Alex. Woo! It's good to hear it back. But Classics is also running that Snorlax. Snorlax at that experience share, which means it's not planning to play with the team. It's going to probably be a very strong disruptor. It's going to go in, play a part, try to get that passive experience more onto it. But, oh my gosh, these teams could not be more and the antithesis of each other. Like, they are just so ready to just go at it and just get this game number 1 started.
Yeah, you know, and like you said, one of these teams is going to ruin the other's weather or record. And we, you know, to give you people a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of production, our amazing producer Shiva was able to type in the chat going in all caps, and I quote, Ha 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 ha, because the two teams going up with the same name. And Jonathan, you might have been the catalyst that created this. It might have started off as a joke, but let me tell you, it is so real that this is going down.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit of responsibility for it, but you know what? It had to happen. It had to happen, had to go down, it had to be taken up, and eventually these two teams had to see each other. I just said the unspoken rule, and it happened. Whatever Hyde says happens like 10% of the time. I'm not a prophet. Don't listen to me.
I mean, I will say, each time you have mentioned Sableye in any way, shape, or form, it has happened so much that it is now ingrained in my brain. There are certain Pokemon I look at, and now I either call it by a different name. For example, Sharpedo is now Sharknado. Don't question it. I see Sableye. I don't say Sableye anymore. I'm like, oh, hey, look, it's Jonathan Hyde. Because it is so ingrained in my brain that it happens. And of course, now when I have any technical difficulties or production has any technical difficulties, I just say, I guess Jonathan Hyde might have sent his minions out.
I did, and now that Meowth is in the game, another minion has entered the fray to cause further disruptions. It wasn't Timmy, it was me the whole time.
It was beautiful. It was evil. You're beautiful. You're evil. But that being said, that Vaporeon does have the special attack specs, so they did go for the quick stack as Elito, just trying to set themselves up. You do have Beach, and you also do have Rio up here for the other side, though.
Yeah, we are going to be taking a bit of a beating on the Latias as the Scyther goes for some stacks there. Sorry, the he who shall not be named until we know. But we're also going to be taking a little bit of sideline. Look at the view. It's very pretty. But we're back into the action there. Machop gets a KO on the Scyther, taking him down and says, listen, you're green now, and I'm honing myself too. If you go red, you don't like it when I see red.
Oh, you do not want to see me go red, but as Lido here getting a good amount of EXP, and that's a great job by Ikelis to kind of slow down Japa. The thing about Japa, though, is that once they're level 4, they're going to have a good time, but Ikelis right now is not allowing this to happen. Japa was unable to get any of that. I really thought they were going to be coming Espeon. Beach over here, the little red jet, just trying to do what they can, but as Lido having that little extra bit of damage onto their muddy water, the stun, the jump, it's so good to just kind of keep the enemy away. Right now, REG needs to find a way to start breaking some of these walls that REC is building up.
Yeah, as Japa is now going to be coming in as Espeon there. The Regidrago is going to be spawning in 10 seconds. We do get the submission on the Machamp. We do find another KO onto this Scyther! Taken down! It is gone! All of a sudden now we do have Classics in the central area looking to try to stop it. We do have Aaron stopping their path with it as we get into the level 5, but on cooldown because we just used the tackle, which means we can't get over that wall with Heavy Slam.
Unfortunately, not able to get away, but you do see the charge beam getting onto Aaron. Aaron trying to reposition themselves, but the thunder is raining down on them. But Dodo has made their way here to try to get the secure. It's actually Espeon, and Dodo doesn't care. They're going on offense on Ikelis. But you see the Classics here able to make it, but Shadow Claw Mimikyu with a Shadow Sneak is cutting the enemies down the side. Cascade able to get away thanks to the submission, the extra little speed, but Scyther is here trying to get the KO. They get submission, they get thrown back, and it's actually the Machoke who's able to survive just a little bit longer. All of a sudden, submission is being one of those very scary moves. I don't know about you. I'd be scared if I saw a Machoke running at me like that.
Listen, and if you add 2 more arms onto that guy, listen, I'd be absolutely terrified. The things Machamp can do to you. I mean, bro can literally eat a sandwich, play a game, and lift weights all at the same time.
Wow, that actually sounds like my dream. So why do I not have 4 arms? Maybe I could become Spider-Man. You don't know what I could become. But what I will say is that the capture here goes for Registeel for the side of REC, but now REG, RESPECT, they are trying to look for a little bit more. But now they are trying to converge. Shadow Sneaks are going in, and the Regieleki does find its home. Points are raining down for REG.
Yeah, 113 to 75 there. Scyther trying to go in for another cheeky stack. Able to get it thanks to the blessing of Regieleki there. But we do have Azalito coming down to start zoning out. Mimikyu goes in for the cheeky stack as well, trying to get on. But the shot from this rock too is going to be able to stop them. Do they get taken up? No! They're able to go through and get taken down. But the rest of Rework Esport Gear 5 coming in with the magic.
They are bringing the magic. They might have ate a little bit of that, the fruit that you shouldn't have eaten. Don't eat the gum fruit. It's not really good for you. But Machamp is raining and down. It might not be raining men, but it's raining Aos as they do get a 40. And look at that Fire Blast. The range is outrageous here, but luckily Agalito able to make their way here to kind of hold things down. That's Azalito there to use the muddy water to kind of create a little bit of a separation so their team could get away. Again, this double defender on team comps have been really close and do a lot of things for players. Vaporeon might have been nerfed quite a bit, but it can do a lot, especially with that muddy water.
Yeah, Muddy Water is a great move, able to create spacing for anybody that needs it, able to just cause disruptions as well. You just don't want to be on the receiving end of it, but Mimikyu's already going in, is able to get the last hit on that, denying them a Machamp, sorry. He's a big boy now. He's got the champion belt on his waist there, denying him from getting any more experience as well as any more points to stack. Snorlax goes in there. Classic's just going with a classic. We do have the Latios get taken down, though, with a quick submission. Snorlax comes with the block, trying to stay alive.
They are trying to stay alive, but the Green Illusion Dive is unleashed, but Mega Charizard says, I don't think so. I'm a fire type, and I will rain on you. Snorlax is the only man standing here, but you do see the Unite move, but it doesn't matter. Miraidon did not care. They were just eviscerated by the forearms here. They do get a score here. Not the biggest overcap. That is a 4-piece KO. Almost going for the 5-piece, but right now, Dodo is showing the absolute prowess that can be Mega Charizard Y. And all things considered, when it comes to team fights, REG or REC is having the better fights with that Mega Charizard.
Yeah, the Regieleki is going to go to REG, though. Gear 5 coming through, going to be taking this up as they take down the Crustle. That's going to allow them for an even better pad push here as the Vaporeon's just more to try to stop them from getting any more scores before the Reggie hits. But the Snorlax Classic's able to get it in. All of a sudden, Regieleki's now barreling towards the T2, and it's a bigger threat for Esport Core.
That's the thing. Esport Core needs to be able to defend this. Meanwhile, Latias is going to get a score of their own. Only 6, but the play with me does come out onto the Psychic Solaire. Jabe's going to try to get behind enemy lines. And look at that Crustle, able to create that barrier for their team to get away. Power Nap is unleashed by Snorlax, and they're going to need to be able to get away. But a great job by REC to kind of hold things down on the defensive side. That being said, REG does have the lead.
Yeah, but look at the size of that Charizard Y. Massive level 14. Got a Unite move in the pocket. We got Kyogre spawning in 53 seconds there. Regidrago is the focus here, though. So all of a sudden, Rework Core is looking pretty good. They know what they need to do, but the Latios takes it. They get able to get the last hit on the Drago.
That's going to be a big thing for Beach. Being able to use those Dragon Cheers onto the Scyther to not only provide a little bit of extra protection, but also a little bit of extra damage is going to be the key piece, and that's kind of where Latias sits right now. It's a good Pokemon. It can do attacker damage, but it also could still support the team relatively well, and Scyther's going to need to be able to do something. More than anything, REG needs to be able to force REC to use that Charizard Unite move. After that gets used, you then have an advantage. The biggest thing to stop them, though, is going to be that Mimikyu using Play With Me.
But as a wise man once said, when there's a Kyogre, the game's not over. As we now go in, Resport Core's diving in there, putting the Fire Blast down. We got the Scyther in behind them, looking for the pivot, looking for the way to get into this match here. Thunder's coming out, both teams poking and prodding, not quite sure how to make this engagement.
That's the thing that makes things difficult. REG does have a good amount of range with Miraidon and the Latias providing a little bit of extra oomph to anything that they try to do, being able to escape from danger. But Crustle is trying to find somebody. Nobody's there. The Rumble Rouser's going to go up. Aaron doesn't have any extra little boost. Jaba's going in now. The play with me is unleashed. Crustle able to take care of the Mimikyu. Charizard still has its Unite move, and 2 Unite moves have already been used for the side of REG. So Dodo feels a lot more calmer, being able to just kind of hit away at this. And now Aaron's setting up a lot of plays. Beach has to expend theirs, but here comes Snorlax, but they're hit with a big seismic slam coming out from Charizard Y. It is time to burn things down to the ground as they are just absolutely eliminating enemies in their way.
But they are still behind on points. They've not found an opportunity to do it yet. Espeon comes in with the Psychic Solaire. Now they're going to be on to the rip here. Scyther's now entering the pit. They're jumping over. They still have the Green Illusion dive. They could come in and take it. They're going for it. They get it. The Scyther is able to grab the Kyogre.
I can't believe what I just saw. There is no illusion here. It might be the Green Illusion dive, but REC still has members. They still have a buff thanks to the KO that Charizard was able to get. I don't think REG has enough members, though, to try to make a play. 15 seconds remain. Latias does have the buff. They're trying to make something happen, and Mimikyu able to take them down. It's Latias in a dream. They don't have any other way to get over. They try to speed boost a little bit with the Dragon Cheer. They're able to get it off, Jonathan. I don't know if that was even closely enough, but oh my, we're going to have to go to the scoreboard.
Oh my, that was cheeky. That was brilliant. That was enough. It was enough. Whoa, 244, 235. The 66 mattered at the end there. Holy smokes.
Okay, there is so much to unpack here.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. There was a play, Jonathan, that I don't think we gave enough attention to.
No.
There was a point where Mimikyu Skull threw their Shadow Sneak. Japa predicted when they would show up, so they used their Psychic Solaire to then stop them. We then saw REC try to make an amazing play. They were able to get the Kyogre, but no, they were not. They thought it was going to be free for the taken, but it was Rio with the Green Illusion dive that was able to get that secure. You then had Dodo able to get the KO. They're able to get a hundo. But Beach, little secret agent Beach, thanks to Skull being able to stop the score from coming, Beach was able to get not only enough time, but thanks to the little extra boost from Dragon Cheer, they're able to swoop in, not get the full 50. They had 35 in their bank, and because there was a Rock Tomb there, they just created like a little crevice to score.
Yeah, unfortunate that the Rock Tomb was there, wasn't able to get through that, because I think that's what allowed that. I think that is what actually allowed the score to go through, because nobody was able to get it. Cascade was down there, but they weren't able to run to them because the wall, the physical barrier was just stopping them. And oh my goodness. EULM today has just been nail biter after nail biter, but Alex, we have one more game at the very least before we figure out who's going to win this. Both teams, affiliates of each other, they have 2-0 within the series, and now they're up against each other head to head. One of these teams is about to experience their first loss within EULM, and it could be REC.
I don't know about you, but that I would almost feel disrespectful calling it a nail biter. That was at the buzzer, shooting a 3, yes. And if it lands, it's a game winner. Time has already ran out, but it just goes in, and that little extra bit was just enough. I mean, the mentality that you need to have, no pun intended, at your core right now needs to be better. You can't fold now. That I know that could be very just disheartening. They played well, but at the end of the day, you got to be able to play around these things. Great job for the side of REG. They have definitely, in my book, at least in that game, gone Gear 5. Monkey D. Luffy would want to be this, but at the end of the day, you got to turn the page. Game number 2 is on the line, and REG does have the advantage in a game point, but REC, the way they were playing, really goes to show.
Absolutely. But coming into game number 2 now, Glaceon Mewtwo X gone. Mega Gyarados gone. Mega Charizard Y gone. They said, Dodo, you were too strong on it. Get that out of your hands. You can't have that anymore.
Yeah, you don't want that thing. It was very much a nuisance that they didn't want to deal with, you know? It's something that they really didn't want to have to deal with. It's a Pokemon that was able to be very disruptive, very destructive, and at the end of the day, REG said this was our biggest problem. I think we were able to do a lot with it, but at the end of the day, we do not want to go up against it.
No, even I wouldn't do it either. But Mega Lucario and Blissey gonna round out the bans for both teams. Cascade could take the Blastoise, could take the Vaporeon, whichever ones they want. REC just says, you know what, Azalito, Vaporeon, send it. Hasn't been done us wrong before. Classics and Beach, going for the Suicune. Do we see the Blastoise come in? Very strong Pokemon. Yes, we do. Blastoise coming in, the classics.
Yeah, I like this. You have a great amount of crowd control already. You can push enemies away or into your team if you want to with Blastoise. And Suicune, I cannot stop singing its praises. It is an all-arounder, but it plays more as a support. It can do a hefty amount of damage, but it could also just freeze an entire team if done correctly. The new Surf Icy Wind does burst the amount of damage, but Whirlpool Ice Beam still very solid at being able to freeze teams. Japa taking away the Latias this time around because, again, those Dragon Cheers are very powerful for Latias. It's kind of the key piece to make it good. Along with Cascade, that makes Serena that much more viable. The extra shield, the extra damage. Serena is a Pokemon that has a lot of skill ceiling, and it can be really performed really well here.
Yeah, but Japa on the Latias. Legendary Dragon versus Box Legendary Dragon on Ickless, picking up the Miraidon. Riotari the Umbreon there. We're definitely going to go for some shield stealing action with this. Try to lock some stuff down. Maybe we'll see a mean look, although Foul Play Snarl has been the set of choice for almost every team. I've not seen Wish. I've not seen Mean Look come out on stream today so far. So, I mean, listen, this could be the game that happens.
I mean, I've heard the argument time and time again of why Foul Play is so good, this and that, but I will always be a Mean Look believer because of what they've been able to do. Being able to lock down an enemy team is just so valuable. Yes, you get a good stun from Foul Play, and I can to some extent understand, especially when going up a team that doesn't have the best mobility, but yeah, I still think Mean Look and Wish provides just so much for a team because you have the bulk that you know, you already are getting from Blastoise and Umbreon, but now you can also provide a decent amount of heals for your team. I mean, heals with Blaziken, it's already doing so much heals. Survivability is going to be the name of the game, but I do think REC has a good core. Fun, fully intended this time around, that they have a good core of having things like Latias, Vaporeon, Serena. You got a great defender. Again, this double defender, double bulk, while still having some damage behind. The thing, though, is that all of the damage from Rework Esport core will be coming more from a physical, in-your-face standpoint than they would like Ickless, who's on the Miraidon.
Absolutely. Coming into game 2, though, we're going to see Mimikyu and Torchic go into the central lane for both Pokemon. We're going to see Blastoise, Suicune up into the top there, Miraidon and Umbreon down at the bottom for REC. Or REG. REC going to send in the Snorlax Latias to combat them in the bottom there with some Serena and some... Oh my gosh, some Eevee action up into the top of their own, that Vaporeon.
Yeah, I mean, Vaporeon is still so good. Little bounce speed over here. I mean, not only attack, a good amount of KOs, and they're just not allowing Cascade to do much here. Dodo has made their way, so they're going in, and they have opted to go for the Shadow Claw as Alito trying to go on in, but great job by Rio to push him back. But Skull has made their way. They're pushing him up against the wall. The full heal gets proc. Dodo's in a little bit of trouble. They get knocked out, and REG is turning up the heat.
Yeah, they're here to play, and it's 6-7 right now. 50-50 birds are now up on the board, and there is the kidnap from the Combuskin. 21 points in the pocket. Gonna go for the score there, try to help and assist that, but not gonna be enough as we get evolutions now for REC.
The score is actually 6-7 up on the top. When you look at it and all things are considered, nobody's trying to go for a little extra score. Aaron's going to need to be able to get away, but look at the defense that Rework Esport Gear has been able to do. They get the Latias KO. Snorlax unable to do much here. They do get the mean look. They might have heard me. They might actually fully understand the power that is mean look to stop certain Pokemon from coming at you.
Yeah, they did. The power of mean look compels you, Snorlax, to not move from that tiny little circle. Punishment will put you into a room as Mimikyu goes for the invade here. Blaziken's going to come down, grab the red buff if it can. Look for the overheat on the Mimi. We do see Mimi in trouble there, but they pick up the KO on the Suicune and onto the Blaziken. 2 KO streak, the disrespect, the invasion, and now they're going for the Regidrago?
Regidrago is free for the taking. Great job by REC to trying to find an opening, and that's what they needed here. Miraidon's on their own. Shadow Sneak is going to go onto the Umbreon. Umbreon's going to be taken to B, and Shadow Sneak is reset. Blaziken Gunslinger is here. I want to be a cowboy, baby. They get Shadow Sneak back, though, and now look at the chain that you get as a Mimikyu. Chaining those Shadow Sneaks back and forth is the key to a great play. As somebody who plays Mimikyu, you just see the line and you gotta go in.
Yeah, you do. You see the line, gotta go in, you gotta get that done. You see the Shadow Sneak, you get this like, hey, listen, that's mine there. That's your mine too. Go into my pocket, play with me a little bit. And now we're gonna be ripping onto this bottom Reggie here, which is Reg Ice. We want to take that, get some extra healing. Umbreon's there to threaten, but not a whole lot. But this does mean Regieleki is in the top side here, and that is where everybody seems to be congregating.
That's where they want to do something here because they realize they're going to have to cut their losses somewhere. Cascade does not have their Unite move. Big block coming out. Overheat leg is going up. Skull is trying to do anything that they can to survive. The push comes to shove, and REG going in. But here we see Mimikyu made it just in time. A score does go in. Dodo's doing what they can. Regieleki finds their way back home to you. Big score here. Another, and they do get a decent overcap of 27. Not 6-7. But the Shadow Sneak does go in. Might have not been a good idea for Dodo to do that as the Blaze Kick able to go up and shove him up against the wall. REG able to counter back.
That's you know, listening to the little bit of voices in your head. Do I go in? Send it. Got it. Click the button. Boom. In there. All of a sudden, you're in trouble. Yeah, now you're putting up room to be punished by this Umbreon here. Doing great work. Mean Look has been absolutely devastating for REC to play into, but they're not done yet. They're still going in. The Serena comes out with the Queenly Ascendant, able to take down that Blaziken.
Yeah, the Latios was there to pick up the extra little pieces that was there from the Queen's Ascendant. Now Cascade going in, stomping around. These boots were meant for stomping, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots and heel stilettos coming out of Cascade is going to land on you, but a big Hydro Typhoon says, I don't think so, bub. There's not enough party up in this town for 2 cowboys, and the Cowboy Gunslinger Blaziken is here. I don't know why I try to put on a little bit of Southern action whenever I see that skin, but I tell you what, that's some goddamn good fried chicken.
Yeah, Blaziken is good and deep fried there as they try to get in, but they're trying to put points in. They just said, you know what, break it. I can't get my 11 in. You might as well put your 5 in. There we go. We get the 5 points in. It's not a big break, but it does get that pad off the map. That loses the power position for REG to go into, but they didn't need it to begin with. They said, REC, listen, we're going to go through, we're going to take this down. And here we go, the Bright Future Meteor Storm coming out, picking up a KO, looking now for the KO onto the Snorlax there, taken down and gone. But the Mimikyu claps back. Triple KO says, not on my watch.
That is just outstanding what they're able to do. I mean, the healing recovery, the lifesteal that you get from Shadow Claw is what allowed Dodo to be able to stay alive. You know, having that much damage and recovery when you're up against a group is just so pivotal to your survival. And now Beach is taking some damage from Japa, as they do have a little bit more of those meteors attached to them. And Regieleki seems to be free for the taking. They want to be able to get any advantage that they can, and it does pose a little bit of a threat. No other Regieleki is going to spawn, but we see Skull going in. The freezes are coming out. Beach is targeting onto them. Big Unite move coming out from them. You're able to push the Latias up against them, and this Skull right now needs to get away so they don't get taken down.
Yeah, resets there from Suicune Blaziken as Snorlax is put into a room. The Moonlight Prance coming out. That is a bit late. I don't know if they'll have it back in time, but we are going to see an overheat come out. Not fully powered, though, as we do have Cascade looking to get away. Stops and dives and sweeps and sweeps going through as we have Blaziken trying to get a cheeky 29 in, just pulling the Serena back into combat, being like, I can take this.
Serena, Cascade doing what they can, but at the end of the day, here comes Dodo, the real playmaker of the show. They do get some scores, and Blaziken able to get some extra stacks going, but the play with me does come out because they wanted to make sure Skull was not a part of the Shadow Sneak. Almost latched onto Icless. Icless able to get away, though, as Lido trying to get some extra little bit of buffs away from REG. 43 seconds remain before something big can happen here.
Yeah, Drudgy Drago here is going to be the final one on the map. They got to clear it in the next 4 seconds, otherwise it's going to disappear. And nope, there it is, gone, and there it is, the timer for Groudon. Because when there's a Groudon, the game is on.
You know, I do like that one a lot. I end up making a reference to Bang a Gong, get it on, because Groudon is on. But at the end of the day, you know, right now, 166 to 213, REC does have a little bit better positioning this game, this time around, than REG does. But again, REG has been able to find their way, especially with this Miraidon, being able to charge up those charge beams, do massive amounts of damage. This Mimikyu needs to be able to get to those backlines. Blastoise was trying to engage here, but the charge beam comes out. Rio was unable to converge onto there. Cascade, though, finally prancing their way down here. You be a pirate is free. You are a pirate, as REG might be looking at Groudon.
Yeah, they're already going in as we do have the Aaron coming in with the block there, looking for the power nap there. We do have that Umbreon there with its Unite moves, but we're just pushing in deep. Suicune is the first to fall. All of a sudden, the play with me comes out into the Hydro Typhoon. REG is just in a really tough pickle right now as the Umbreon falls next, but they come back. There goes 1, 2, 3 down for REC. They're gone. That's the carries gone. It's Latias and Vaporeon with a dream. But we have to be careful. Blastoise is very low HP. There are no healers, but they need to start it. Blaziken is gone, though. That's the secure.
This is where things were getting dicey. The Japa able to move around. They're just dodging around with the Dragon Cheers, able to take down another carry. Icless, and now 2, 3 members. All that's left is a dream. Cascade has made their way back. And now, all of a sudden, the little window that was open for REG gets shut in their face. 213 to 166. REC is looking to just take over from here with the KO timers all too big. 30 seconds remain, and I don't know if REG has enough units available to them to make a push.
But it's 213 to 166. They only have to hit the T1 pad there, Alex. There is a possibility. There is a way to do this. But the Blaziken is going up top to try to get the score up on top there. Meanwhile, the rest of REC is down here, putting the pressure on the T2 pad. Vaporeon's there to stop it. Hydro Typhoon comes out. We're not able to get everything done there as we have everything coming down. REC just wasn't able to get the scores they needed. REG, gonna take game number 2.
REG, REC, RESPECT. This is way too much of alphabet soup for my own brain to be able to suffer here, but we did see the extra scores coming in from Latias there for REC, which just kind of was the extra nail in the coffin of any viability that they had available to them. And honestly, the big key piece was in that moment. Skull needed to get some recovery, because once they went down, thanks to Japa and Azalito just kind of moving around, on stalling, Jabo was able to do a massive amount of damage with those dragon pulses and the dragon cheer, and that allowed Skull to go down. Once Skull went down, it was just Ickless and Rio there, and Rio was already low. And by the time Beach and Classics got back, it was just not going to be enough for anybody to do anything. So honestly, great job for REC, REG, RESPECT. Good soup is a good time for right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But now these teams are 1-1. They're 2-0 overall in the EULM. They have won both their previous sets. They are now 1-1, neck and neck, going into game 3. Somebody is going to take their first set loss within the EULM seeding phase.
I mean, could you write a script any better than this, Jonathan? I mean, you have two teams who have very similar names, who have similar records, who have gone undefeated, and now you're not getting a 2-0 sweep to say like, oh, well, we're the better RE. It's the fact that we're now going to a game number 3. Like, this is literally absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. And I can't believe that I got free entry into this, and
I know.
looking at the VIP seats coming in from you, because I'll tell you right now, this is an exciting set to watch. Oh my gosh. Dodo clapping back with 88k damage. Ickless coming in with 98. These were the playmakers for both teams. This was the main damage that they were focusing on, but the Vaporeon, 76k heals. This is where the Groudon fight went all wrong for them. When the 3 carries went down, Aaron and Azalito knew what they need, Japa and Azalito knew what they needed to do. They had to stick together. They utilized their heals correctly, and they took down Blaziken, and they took down Blastoise, and they just said, you know what? All of a sudden, the tables have turned.
All the turns have been tabled. In fact, I think my favorite part of the entire broadcast in that game was definitely the 6-7 score that we were able to see at the early on. But, you know, you talked about the fact that we have VIP seats here, but I think more so the viewers at home who have to be able to be comfortable with a blanket or two, depending on where you are in the world, and just enjoy these amazing games. Again, as a quick moment, as we're getting into game 3, quick shout out to Bina, who has just been the Magnemite eye in the sky, where they have just been positioning the camera exactly where we needed to be. Shivam, our amazing producer, and of course Jonathan Hyde, we're out here just trying to narrate the best we can. But I want you to know, I am about 1-2 short games away from having a heart attack from how much amazing, high skilled, and how close these games are. So if I just pass out, just know you're on your own.
That's all right. That's all right. I'll handle it. It's okay, Alex. You go ahead. You have your cardiac arrest there. You have your joyous explosion of overstimulation from Pokemon Unite. That is how that is going to go down. But Ickless's Miraidon, gone. Glaceon Suicune, gone. We don't want to see Dodo's Charizard Y. We don't want to see any more Mega Lucario and Mega Gary. You think that's coming through? Not a chance.
Not in this universe. Also, I feel like if my heart did explode, there'd probably be a lot of unicorns and or just energy. Who knows, really, honestly, at this point. Azalito, though, has been picking this Vaporeon, and it goes to show how well it's been able to play into these matches. I mean, those stacks, the Muddy Water, and Mewtwo X, a very good Pokemon to be able to pull other Pokemon away, but Dodo does see the other Charizard available. In my opinion, I still think Charizard X is an absolute menace to deal with.
Listen, I'm just saying, when you have Charizard X, Charizard Y is banned, you still have 2 picks. There's a Pokemon we haven't seen at all on stream. It's regular Charizard. Oh. Maybe you just go double Charizard. You know, maybe you just say, you know what? You want to ban Char Y? Fine, send it. We'll bring double Char and lock you down.
I find this very interesting more than anything is the fact that Mega Charizard X was not in fact taken in the end, you know, like it's the fact that like you still have available, but they decided to opt for something else, and Skull able to go back onto the Mimikyu. They played Blaziken before, but now they're taking Mimi away, so they can stop some things, and Mega Luca might not be available, but regular Luca is, and they're going to pick it up, and Dodo's going to be picking up the Pawmot. By the way, Jonathan, do you know what Pawmo sounds like? Have you ever heard of Pomo? Not Pomod, the middle. Pomo. Have you ever heard that thing speak?
I have not heard it speak. What does it sound like, Alex? Go on, do the voice.
I'm probably gonna get copyrighted for this, but they sound like Mickey Mouse. Go look it up, and you got 30 seconds. Dude just shows up and he's like, oh, Pomo, oh, and I'm like, what? I'm sorry, that's just Mickey Mouse. What do you mean? What? We're breaking character here, but here's the thing: it just rolls up and it's like, oh, Pomo, and I'm like, yeah, that's just Mickey Mouse. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Mickey Mouse is coming here to play, and they're coming here to throw hands. They're saying, listen, we got Blastoise over there, we got Mimikyu, we got Latios. We gotta say adios to Latios because Dodo's here to come play. And I love Palmot as well. It's got cute animations. One, when you just see it walking around with little waddles, it's just adorable. Two, it is a brawler. It has a unique gimmick where once its Unite move is expended, the only way to get its charge back is to fight. It's not just scoring. It's not time-based. It's fighting, specifically the other team. So Palmot wants to get in there. It wants to brawl. It wants to be up in your face because it's not just looking for damage. It's not just looking for scores. It's not looking to be a nuisance, although it's definitely looking to be a nuisance. It wants that Unite charge because it wants to zip-zap all over you.
Yeah, I mean, Palmot is a brawler. It's in your face, and that's kind of the way Dodo's been kind of playing today. Very in your face, do damage. We saw in the last game, number 2, how they were able to play off with that Mimikyu, and they were just chaining Shadow Sneak after Shadow Sneak. But here we go. RECREGRESPECT. Good soup is what this match finally is. Japa has opted to go for the Mega Mewtwo, and we will see how this, because one team is going to be able to win, one team is going to be able to be sent into a more negative amount of win rate.
Yeah, instantly Vaporeon went too deep, got taken down, and absolutely punished by REG. REC is now looking to take advantage of this bottom side, though, where they did get a lot of this experience there. They were only able to get one for the side of REG, but hey, I mean, now we got Dodo coming to the top side here for 850Bs, coming in 5 seconds.
They want to see Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is trying to make a stand here, but Skull goes in, but they get avoided there. They see Dodo gets pushed back thanks to Rio. Beach is there to be able to kind of punch them around, and I do like the option, how well Mewtwo Y has been able to play into the meta. Again, it's not overly powerful, but it is still very powerful. Japa has Mega evolved into Mewtwo Y, and they are trying to do as much as they can. Eiklet's trying to prevent any extra scores from going in, but Aaron's going to be able to get that 22 off. Skull has made it down. They're only level 5 though, so they still don't have their Shadow Sneak. They're on top of Japa. Japa's trying to get away with the Side Strike. The stun might be close enough, but Japa might be in a lot more trouble than I think they're aware of.
Yeah, they're just stalling for Ty. They know that their fate is sealed on this life there. They have to go into the next one. That's the beautiful thing about Pokemon Unite is you keep getting revived from the wonderful Nurse Joy. But this is the map of Rayquaza, which means no Regidrago at 8 minutes. It's just some Altaris and Swablu's. Happy to see you.
I mean, I love a good Swablu and Altaria, but Aaron trying to lock them down and Klozik's being able to lock them back, but Latinos does get pushed away. Klozik's trying to do what they can. Dodo's here. Look at the way they just waddled into town. They get 2 KOs. We see Skull finally shoot out the Shadow Sneak. Unable to do so as they're just gonna get shoved back. Japa, Dodo doing the damage. Eiklet has made their way back, but that is 3 KOs for Mewtwo. Why, oh, why, mamma mia, here we go again.
And here we go indeed, because there goes the Umbreon there, back for round 2. We already see Dodo having to waddle away, getting back, having to back up there. They're just saying, you know what, I gotta wait for my team. We're gonna play around, because when we go into this, we're gonna go in hard. So a War Turtle looking for that evolution, finds the KO on it, and gets that. They got that Blastoise online. Cheeky 11 points coming in. Can we make them pay? The Surf just misses, but the Mimikyu's able to collect. 2 KO streak and an open pad.
That's how you do it, baby. You chain them up, you use the environment to your advantage, and you're able to make big plays. Iclus is all out on their own on their poor little lonely island here. Japa's going to get a big score. The Luster Purge goes out, but the 25 is able to go in. Classics, though, going to take advantage. Both teams kind of have like two separate cores going on right here. Double invasion, just trying to protect as much as they can. But REC does have the lead 125 to 83.
Mimikyu's doing great work. Skull comes in with the play with me to take down that Lucario. They just said, nah, not on my watch. Now they get on top of the Vaporeon. The heels in the muddy water does not deter them, but the Crustle, that might just do it.
Crustle, Bustle, Hustle, bringing on the muscle. Skull able to try to make something happen, but Dodo once again at the lead, at the helm, charging things up. They're going for the Regieleki. It looks free for the taking. We're getting close to the halfway mark. You do see Beaches level 8. They do not have their Unite move, and Iclus does not want to intervene on this. They'd rather play a little bit more defense. Ryo trying to surf the Crustle in, try to make things happen here, but this is where things get dangerous. Aaron gonna shoot on out, but we do see the big old jump on in. Crustle able to take down the Umbreon. Unite move is unleashed. Mega Mewtwo X is online. They get pulled in though. Japa's going to try to get away with those teleports. They get knocked out, and another Unite move coming out from now Mewtwo X. A great defense from REG going Gear 5.
Oh my gosh, my brain! The stimulation, Alex. It's like we went from a quiet game to all of a sudden to just big old brawl in the mess hall because, oh my gosh, REC brought the work. They weren't able to capitalize. REG able to close the gap on points. 25 to 123. They are still in this, and in fact, I would say they have the level lead.
You know, the big old brawl in the mess hall is what I like to call my brain cell, because there's only one in there, and they're always fighting for their life against themselves somehow. The teleports do go in to get on to Quasix, but the Psy Strike does go in. They're able to get away. 35 points do get in. Lucario's going to be getting some extra damage with those stacks, but now the Crustle once again setting up good plays. Rio trying to push them away. They get pulled in. Ozolito, though, has the Aqua Ring. While has been nerfed, still provides a lot of HP recovery, and now they're going in for the Unite move. Play with me. It's a convergence free-for-all here. 2 KOs. Rebel Rouser is going to be able to go in. REC is going in for a bigger push, getting good amounts of KOs, and the Pamat going to fight for another day, but they were able to get value. You're able to get KOs. More importantly, you're allowing this Lucario to just kind of live in the top lane, get it stacked, and now you're adding another key piece to the puzzle.
The REC has done a really good job of handling this Blastoise. Blastoise is a very powerful Pokemon. Surf into Hydro Pump, able to kidnap things, but they're able to limit its effectiveness by getting its HP low. Infinite Cyburn coming out there, they're burning the last of their Unite moves. They said it's not quite 3:30, but it's after 4. We get it now or we hold on to it forever, and we're not going to do that. So we've got to burn them now. REC is pushing these pads as the other Infinite Cyburn comes out in retaliation.
Enough Cyburns here and there. I'm gonna need some aloe vera because there's so much burning going along. But that being said, when you look at the levels, they've kind of permeated into like a very equal. You have some level 12s, but all in all, both teams have great levels. I do think the key piece to kind of slow things down a little bit is Classics. They're gonna need to be able to keep that Palmot in a cage. Something that hasn't been a big difference maker, but now with stacks will be, is knowing that this Lucario, which is Cascade, is going to have a little bit more available to them because they did get their stack. So now they can be that big key piece that they needed.
Yeah, I do think REG has the advantage here when it comes into a full-on team fight, but REC has proven time and time again that they're just like, you know what, you might have the advantage, but we can take this. When the Crustle Unite moves, the Umbreon's there to counter it there as well. We have the Blastoise able to lock down. There's no CC immunity on the side of Esport Core, so a good Hydro Typhoon could allow for these burst moves to come in. We have the Infinite Cyburns on both teams. All in all, I think like whatever happens on this Rayquaza fight, it's gonna be brutal.
This Rayquaza is going to be a big key piece. We talked about it before, but to see and set things here, these two teams, similar names, similar records, both undefeated. This is game number 3 if you're just tuning in. But right now, this Crustle might as well be playing Cindy Lauper, because if you're lost, you can look and you will find me time after time. But the Cascade is going to put a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, that Hundo Burger is definitely going to seal the deal. So now REG needs to put the work on. There's the Blastoise in with the Surf into the Hydro Pump there. The Infant Cyber comes up to the Mewtwo Y. Now we're looking for the Mewtwo X to see when it's going to come out as well. Rayquaza's starting to get chipped, but it just seems to be a casualty. Hydro Typhoon comes out. They want this Vaporeon, but there goes the Vaporeon Unite mode trapped inside this, and all of a sudden it's 2 down for the side of REC. Now we got to try to get in. Now we found out and collapsed down. We're taking down the Palma. Mimikyu found the play with me. Lucario comes in. Rayquaza is gone, and there it is. Lucario able to secure it for REC.
I talked about it, how Cascade wasn't the big key piece. They get taken down, though. Blastoise is running in to score a little bit. The thing is, REG is, in fact, behind. And because it's Rayquaza, that means the shields matter. But all of REG gets eliminated. Oh, my goodness. I talked about the fact that Cascade was just waiting to be that playmaker. They were able to get their stacks. And in the end, Cascade was that healer. Clean them things up. That's Cascade is like a dishwasher production. Is that true? No, maybe. Is that not a good? Well, okay. Point is, Cascade, they're cleaning things up, and now we see that REC is gonna be the better RE. But a great job by REG.
Absolutely. RAC is going to walk away with this win. The undefeated 3-0 in the EULM. REG taking their first defeat, but might as well be at the hands of your affiliate team. The guys that are just like, you know what? That's okay. When they win, we win. When we win, they win. We're buddies still. Maybe till we hit the practice ring.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sure once they get to the next round and they see each other again, it is on sight. They said, you want to sideburn me, I'll sideburn you. But one of these days, Dodo was just so good, and Cascade was the hero. They were just the hero, and they went plus ultra. They went beyond plus ultra. They might have well has been All Might the way they were able to go in and just get that Nemu down and out of here known as Rayquaza. But at the end of the day, REC able to pull out a dub. Great job by REG. I mean, the way they were able to keep Azalito out of things and prevent Aaron from also getting in, I think everything was going well. But in the end, Cascade waited, and they really said, I'll be a hero too.
Yeah, that is actually something that's really hard to be in this game. Patient. And that's exactly what both Dodo and Cascade were this entire set, was patient. They were able to get in, get the work that they wanted to do. And yeah, that is it. It was patience that came down to this. And it showed. Look at these KOs. Look at these scores. Look at the KOs and the assists. They were so close to each other on both ends. Rio putting in the work, though. 13 assists. Blastoise was huffing and puffing on those serves, being like, make way.
They were making way for Prince Ali. No, they were making way for a victory. And again, we talked about it before, how it just felt like things were at a lull, and then out of nowhere, the barn door was just thrust out by a hurricane. And next thing you know, every team is going on for themselves. But there's something that you said that was very pivotal to, I think, this game too, is that that REC was able to quell what Blastoise was trying to do. Blastoise was trying to be that Pokemon that just tried to disrupt, try to get shields, but the way they were able to maneuver themselves, they were always able to do damage, chip away at this, and they were not allowing the Blastoise to do what it needed to do. And honestly, at the end of the day, I think that was a key victory piece for REC.
Yeah, absolutely. Blastoise just not able to do the things that it was able to do. It's just too much HP just chunked away. So much damage coming out. Mewtwo Y is not a Pokemon that you think could just set this up and take that damage down. It's a Pokemon you underestimate. But just like Mewtwo X, it did get a buff to pressure, and it does get that back so quickly. But Alex, we got one more set on the docket today. So while we get that set up, we're going to take a quick break. So grab a snack, come back for the last time, because we're still got one more underway. once more. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. I know Alex was caught unawares.
Whoa, I totally wasn't on the phone at all with like Madonna or anything. Nah, for me. Yeah, I was like, whoa, Madonna? I'm casting Pokemon Unite. No, I'm aware. Yes, Hollywood TV movies. Yes, darling, yes. This is the darling. No caps.
But we're gonna bring you a game 3 actually for another set, just like before. Phantom Forces versus Team Int on the Groudon map. Suicune, Mega Lucario getting banned out. Mega Char Y getting banned out. We don't know what happened in the first 2 games for this to happen, but boom, here we are.
I mean, I will say right now that Team Int and Phantom Forces, a team that we saw earlier in the broadcast, are making their way back into this. They want to be able to survive. They don't want that losing record. Again, we do not know how they got here, but what we do know is that Jonathan and I are here for game number 3 to settle the score once and for all. What's that, Madonna? You want to be part of the broadcast too? Sorry. I got to cast some Pokemon Unite.
Well, already Meggy's picking up the Vaporeon. Very popular first pick over the Blastoise of all things. Blissy's gone, Hoopa's gone, so we can't have those. But Snorlax, Umbreon, Suicune. Actually, no, never mind. Suicune's gone. Ignore me. But Mamoswine! Come on, Biter, lock it in!
Oh man, I love Biter Pig as a player, and I like it even more when they play Mamoswine. Also, we get to see Mega Gary, who is awfully scary. The question is, will they be the carry? I swear that should be a show, or there should be a show something.
There should be a show. Scary Man is Scary Gary, you know, and it's just Mega Gyarados. It's a show all about Mega Gyarados trying to find its place within Pokemon Unite because everybody keeps banning it out, you know. But I do love this Mamoswine coming in. Tano asked me a question earlier, what's my favorite Pokemon to cast? And as much as I love Sableye, Mamoswine has all of the tools in the kit that I absolutely love. It's got Picks, it's got Invades, it's got Sustain, and if you build it right, it's got damage. So it could be a scary Pokemon if it gets out of hand and not respected. But Kekogami with the Clefable and Ma coming in with Mewtwo X.
Man, I love this though. When Mewtwo X being able to pull on in, but I think the biggest key piece that's going to be interesting here is Phantom Forces bringing in the Miraidon from what it seems, and moreover, the Cinderace, somebody called him Mariachi, because Cinderace is one of those Pokemon that is the OG ADC, the attack damage carry, being able to stay behind enemy lines and just do massive amounts of damage. And when you have a front line like Vaporeon and Mega Mewtwo X supported by Kekogami on the Clefable, it spells a lot of trouble. That being said, though, that's not to take anything away from Team Int when especially you have Zika on the Gardevoir, you have Biter Pig on support, and Ellen and Pancakes being big walls. Big man Blastoise has been a key piece. The question is, will this big man Blastoise be able to do what it needs to do?
Yeah, one of the big things I'm noticing with Phantom Forces, they got an ADC in that Cinderace there. It was banned against them in the previous set. Maybe now we will see why it was and why Team Int should have made sure it was banned. But Miraidon as well. Eldegoss is a healer to help shrug things off, but with no actual dive. We had Mega Gyarados in there, able to get to the back a little bit with the waterfalls, but with no, after that expires, no way to catch on to it. I mean, listen, Alex, what do you think Madonna has to say?
Madonna's very upset that nobody picked Serena because they wanted the material girl, you know, with the little nails and everything. But Gardevoir can still be that material girl. You know, we ourselves can say, hey, is Gary could be a material girl? It could be Uwu if you look at it at the right angle. Maybe, probably not. Don't ever call a Gyarados Uwu. That being said, though, again, when you look at the team composition, you look at things here. I'm sorry. It's just
Scary Gary.
Yeah, it's like, here comes the Gary. It's scary and it's like what? Like no, like that's not gonna work. Here we go, game number 3. The Phantom Forces versus Team Int. I might as well be Team Int because I feel like I'm inting our cast here.
Nah, you're not nothing of the sort. Just making it a little bit more interesting. We got Madonnas, we got Uwu Garys, and now we've got some good action down here from Miraidon, able to poke out. Fighter Pig not able to do too much down there as well, but we do see a lot of A-press pressure coming off of them with this Gossifleur.
Yeah, Gossifleur is still a good Pokemon, but Biter Pig very good at this. And again, I think you talked about it, it is a lot of fun to cast Swinub, especially now more than ever. Mamoswine can do so much, and now with the recent changes to EXP, I feel like we're seeing it be bigger and better. And look at Ellen, just in the face. DJ's just trying to get some scores in so they can become that Mega Gyarados. And here's the thing, those flails from Mega Gyarados can be awfully deceiving. You think it's not going to do much, but if you're low enough, it can do massive amounts of damage.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when it looks at you with that little uwu face. You can't just hit that and go back. You feel like a monster. That's why Gyarados able to get online so quickly. That's why you're able to respect the effort. But the 850 birds are here and gone. 26 seconds on now until the Regidrago appears on the map. Which map it is, I can't remember because I forgot to check.
I forgot to check too, but once again, I'm gonna go ahead and say I blame that to Madonna. She just kept calling. She wouldn't, let us get on with the cast, and I'm like, listen, Madonna, I like Pokemon as much as you do, but no, there is no material girl here. I will make sure to send you a text message if I see Serena, but right now, it's not a material girl, but a material Blastoise is here, or a Wartortle for that matter, as they do get a little bit of a level up. A Mega Mewtwo X is here. Time to bring it on, but Mega gets pushed back because now Gardevoir is here doing massive amounts of damage and range, and Mewtwo trying to pull them on in, but they get absolutely decimated and sent with their bags home packing.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge 30 cap from the Gardevoir. The Piloswine taken down by Miraidon. Finally! I mean, it feels good to take down that Ice Pig there because it can be some really devastation coming in. And it was doing really good work. But Team Int has now come down to the bottom lane. Gardevoir's level 8, almost level 9. Look at how close it is. That bar is getting so close. And once it gets that Fairy Singularity, Phantom Forces is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Zika's really good at that, especially when you see their item build. They do have a cell driver to get more damage as they get more KOs, but more importantly, they have the Cursed Incense to kind of reduce the amount of healing that can be done and prevent them. And we see already Team Int able to get the Regieleki, and now they're going to try to put on a little bit of show as Ellen is going to try to go on in, but the Fairy Singularity catches Miraidon and Vaporeon. The big Ice Fang catches Pidgey, but they're able to get away. Miraidon using their charge beams, and Zika does not care. They have the extra support, that extra heal, and now they're able to get some points on in. It's raining Aos. Hallelujah, it's raining Aos. Amen.
7 points left on the pad. You could tell they wanted to break it, but the Miraidon charge beam was just too strong. They had to pull back or risk losing everything. That Gardevoir, level 10. Massive. Are you sure Madonna just didn't sneak into this game?
Maybe that's why she wanted to call. She wanted to be like, hey, Alex, I know we're best friends from like childhood or whatever, but because we're totally 100% the same age, it totally makes sense. And she's like, hey, I know how to play Pokemon now. I'm actually in the game. It's actually me. It is me. It's not somebody called Justin Timberlake, because it's not going to be May. It's going to be Madonna.
Absolutely, but nice kidnap surf from the Blastoise there, looking to grab the Cinderace, but Cinderace with that pesky feint, you gotta watch out for it. The Hydro Typhoon comes out, doesn't manage to hit a single soul, but the Piloswine, wait, 5 minutes and a half, and we're only at a Piloswine still? Come on, let's get that Mamoswine online.
I want to see that Mamo go unga bunga, but Pidgey's been really good using those feints to just kind of avoid a lot of damage and responsibility. On top of that, they get caught with the Fairy Singularity, though. They use their Unite move to catch it. They said, shh, I'm hunting wabbits, and they're able to get the KO. Big EXP and Mamoswine is already here with the Viking helmet online. They might be trying to make a play, but with no fairy singularity, their resources are limited here. Registeel gets also captured by the side of Team End, and they're going in. They're trying to rain down. They could get a big score here if Gardevoir is able to do it, but no, Cinderace, Pidgey trying to find them, but all the protection in the world is trying to go on Zika. They do not let anybody get near Zika. They have the total defense.
They did. That Mamoswine was barreling towards Pidgey on that Cinderace. They said, you know what? We got to get that gone. And they zoned it out really well, forcing it to go back, burning eject button, burning feint. But now the Miraidon's coming in with another charge beam as Clefable is taken down. Mewtwo Y is also gone as well, so that's something they don't have in the back pocket there. Now they're pushing on the top tier pad there. They could break it with anything, but they're going for the 48. They're going for the greedy. They're going for the map. And there it is. 50 points in.
That is a 48 over dunk, and that is big, massive amounts of points for Team Mint right now. Again, Zika's level 13. And again, DJ, who's been the Mega Gyarados that we thought was going to be a big key piece, hasn't been the biggest key piece, but they go in. They're trying to dive on in. The Infinite Cyburn does come out. But the Blazing Bicycle Kick also comes out. Cinderace using those Blaze Kicks to just maneuver around them. They do finally get stopped. Biter Pig there just playing such a great support, keeping them alive. This Mewtwo is trying to stay alive. They're running away. They're running for the hills. But the question is, do the hills have eyes, or is Biter Pig on the case able to take them down?
Despite Phantom Forces taking some of these fights really strongly there, the scoreboard not reflecting that at all. 71 to 234. Team Int is running away with this game. Even in the level department, Zika, level 13 on that Gardevoir, making sure they stay one step ahead. Pidgey's trying to get back, trying to say, you know what, we can keep pace, but 1 minute to go until the Groudon spawns. It's not looking good for Phantom Forces, but they are making a push, Alex.
Hey, they are making a push. It might be Ray Quay who's actually here based on the grass paths, but that being said, I am not sure, because again, we did not check, because Madonna was just calling up the phone, but it's okay. As a reminder, this is game number 3, Phantom Forces versus Team Int. Right now, Team Int is looking very good in their positioning, the way they're playing, 234 to 71. It's spelling good news, but this Cinderace might be here to steal it a little too late, as they were able to hit the birds of a feather who flocked together.
Yeah, Birds of Feather flock together, and they're going for it. The Gyarados able to get the 50 points in the back on the T2. 284, 284. An exact 200-point lead. This is exactly where they want to be, but nobody has control in the pit. Now Team Int does. They look at the laneways, they look at the choke points, and they say, we have vision. Where can we do? But they are currently split up across the map.
A real obscure question here, but did you ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? I know we're in the middle of Groudon here, but did you ever watch that? Okay.
Absolutely.
Whenever I see Mamoswine, I just think of Crystal Beast, Amber Mammoth. I'm the Mamoswine. I'm running in, Jaden. Jesse, I'll protect you. As Pancakes is going to need to be able to push on back. Mega Gary is looking scary, trying to be a little uwu. I was really making that reference, and right now, Amber Mammoth, I mean the Mamoswine is going in there, and Team Int is not inting anything at all. They have been absolutely wiping the floor with the Phantom Forces. So Groudon, bang a gong, T-Rex, get it on, because this is going to be free for the taking.
Yeah, Team Int is now pushing, but with only a couple seconds left until the Mewtwo and Cinderace are back, this could be anybody's game still. They put Team Int is pushing these pads there, but Cinderace jumps into the horde. Feint, but not enough, and taken down. Oh my gosh, you weren't kidding. This really is rabbit season.
It's rabbit season. You gotta be kidding me right now, because right now it is not looking good for Phantom Forces. On paper, they were looking very good, but this Gyarados, very mighty indeed, as I'm pretty sure I just heard in the distance as he was able to score. And let me tell you, and production, I'm warning you right now, I'm about to show something on cams when we get to cams, and Gyarados might in fact be a little uwu. Just maybe.
Whoa, Gyarados Uwu, we gotta see that. 17 seconds to go, though. Team Int is going to take this game and this set. And again, look at how intense these games are. Every team in here has a top 13 or less placement. So what I mean by less is like a top 13 or top 12, all the way up to winners of UEC or a top 8 in UCS. It is insane the level of players that we have here in every set, every match, every game that EULM has put on today. Oh my gosh. And guys, this is just the seeding phase.
That's the crazy part, how intense these games are. This is just the seeding stage. To think that these teams are this close all the time, it goes to show the effort that these teams have and the prowess that they have. Phantom Force had good things on paper, they had good moments, but in the end, it was just not what they needed.
No, absolutely. But Zika, definitely the MVP of this game. They made sure that Gardevoir was on the line early. They made sure that the Gardevoir had Unite early. They made sure that they were one step ahead of the Poggy on the Cinderace by one level every step of the way in this game. They just needed to say, you know what? Yeah, and look at the damage!
Wow.
117! Oh my gosh!
I mean, even more so, look at the healing that came out from Biter Pig, but 117k and almost 100k from Pancakes. I mean, this is why, this team is so well put together. Team Int, this is really great the way they were able to play this out.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this double healing from Keko and Meggy, 48k, 57 combined. That is actually a lot of healing coming out for the team, but was not enough because when you look at the game, when you look at the overall game, they had Miraidon, they had that Cinderace there. They were taking massive amounts of, well, not maybe massive amounts of damage, but they weren't really able to utilize the healings coming out from these Pokemon because they don't have the HP pool to do that. I think the only one really able to take advantage of the healing was Lou on the Mewtwo X.
I mean, they were able to do really well with that, but in the end, I promised something. And in fact, if we have it, we in fact can confirm that Gyarados is just a little girly pop. She's a little sparkly.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, she is in fact just a little hoo-woo. Just a little hoo-woo. There you go.
That was the final K-pop demon hunter we never knew we needed.
Exactly. She's the final one. And that being said, Dr. Caro, she's actually in the chat right now, is the person who worked on this. I am not going to take any credit for this. She's the one who made it. And let me tell you, it is one hell of an ooh-woo Gary. Scary. It might not also be the Gary, but it's definitely ooh-woo.
Well, while Scary Gary goes ooh-woo in the background, we are going to take a short break because now that we have everybody caught up, we can get into the next set, but it's going to take a few minutes to get back there. So grab a snack and come back because for the final time, we are going to be coming back with the last set of the day. So get ready, folks, because it's going to be a good one. we're back, ladies and gentlemen, boils and ghouls, and everything else at home. What's up? How yous doing? We got Zero In on Alex here with me tonight for one more set. Thank you, Toto versus Rework Esport Core.
Yeah, a little production. We got a little slap on the wrist to shiv them. It rules with a mighty sword. No, they're literally the sweetest human being in the whole world. It is actually RWC. We kept saying REC, but at the end of the day, thank you, Toto. And Rework Esport Core is going to be our last set of the day. Again, today has just been a day full of just such intensity, close games. Nothing has been a complete blowout. And again, the teams have been making these last minute moments just absolute nail biters, and just such a thrill to be able to be a part of this production crew.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say the same for me too. Like, it is amazing to see all of these teams come out, fight for all of this, and just the seeding phase makes us excited for the actual league matches, the playoffs, the finals, the grand finals, the whole kit and caboodle. But first, we got to make it through this final set. Glaceon, Blaziken, get out of here. Vaporeon, Suicune, thank you. Toto says thank you, no.
They said no. That being said, as a little tidbit of fun, Vox Show over there for the side of Thank You Toto actually used to be on the side of Rework Esport, but the thing is, they were unable to attend EUIC, so they had to leave, and they have been picked up by Thank You Toto. Now we get to see them perform really well here at EUL. Glaceon, Blaziken, and Mimikyu, these are all definitely more of a targeted thing that they don't want to have to deal with, versus Mega Charizard X is still available, but is also easy to take down, so they're gonna opt to go with Mega Mewtwo. Why? As the damage output from this Pokemon can be very much of a powerhouse, and oh boy, we get to see our favorite uwu girly pop, Mega Gyarados.
Aw, yeah, you love to see it, but this does leave some interesting picks up for the side of Core. Mewtwo X, Mega Lucario, Blissey are still powerful Pokemon that have a really good influence, and it's going to be the Mega Lucario with Azalito picking up the Eldegoss.
We love to see the Eldegoss because they end up being the boss of the team, and they're trying to make a lot of things happen. But look, Thank You Toto might be thinking of going with the double Mega Mewtwo composition that has become popular because it can do so much at range, especially when it comes to big pushes.
I mean, double Infinite Cyburn, and if you opt for it instead of the Future Sights, double Psy Strike. That is a nasty combo to try to get through. There's so much that these Mewtwo's are able to do in tandem or apart that is just going to be able to disrupt. But once more, into the fray, Dodo locks in Pawmot.
Yes, we get to see Pawmot again. We were able to see how well they were able to play it in a previous set. And J-Bud this time around picking up the Leafeon. I imagine there's going to be a little bit of potential movement, but no, they're going to allow J-Bud to stay on the Leafeon. Laura picking up something like an Absol on the last pick. Being able to move around as quick as you can is going to be good, but there's a lot of all-around in-your-face kind of damage coming from the side of RWC. So it's one of those things where Absol can perform well. It's just not my first pick, but I do like the double Mega Mewtwo. No healing for them, like if they had picked up like a Blissey, which is still on the table, but you know, it's one of those things where I can still play really well.
Yeah, listen, this might be one of the first games I've seen Blissey not banned and not picked, and it's just gone through the whole draft, and it's just like everybody ignored it. We prefer Psyduck. We prefer Eldegoss. We want these Pokemon just instead, and that just speaks to the strategies. And thank you, Toto. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm hoping it's successful because what they look to be setting up is just crash and burn, baby. And hopefully you're the ones burning.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. I mean, having two infinite Cyburns is just so much stun and can really set up a lot of plays. And if you have both of your Megas online, especially when Thank You Toto has 3 Megas in total along with the Gyarados, I mean, that is just a lot of destruction to be on one side of the team. That's not to say that RWC doesn't have their own addition, as they did pick up the Mega Lucario, but still, RWC is going to definitely have their work cut out. They need to get early game KOs, especially with Magikarp, and they need to be able to keep that momentum, because if you let the Mewtwo's get away with too much, you're going to be paying for it at the end.
Absolutely. But I mean, again, we got to take a look at there. Look at the comp for the other team as well. We got the Pawmot on there. We saw Dodo just come in, do great things with that Pawmot, do nasty things, terrible, but great things coming in there. We got Mega Lucario, Blastoise. We've seen Aaron on Blastoise before. Oh my gosh, the plays that they're able to set up with the Surf. They were also able to deny a Blastoise coming against them. So now that it's playing for them, it's going to be a whole different story, and Pawmot's job is going to be that much easier.
Yeah, absolutely. And then another thing to note is we're going to be going to Kyogre, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too much be used. We have seen Groudon, we've seen Rayquaza, but these teams are opting to go for Kyogre. Again, you get the buff of having heals and you can score a little bit faster. I think these types of games make things a little bit more fair too, because it's a buff that gets passed around if you're able to get the knockout.
Yes.
And it's what allows us to create these amazing casts near the end where they're just so close. We even saw it earlier when that little Latias just flew and the Crystal set up a Rock Tomb, but they managed to find a little spot and they were able to score. So that being said, here we go. RWC versus Thank You Toto. Here we go. You have Thank You Toto on your orange. You have RWC on your purple team.
Yeah, Rework is already putting that Blastoise to work by looking at that, and there we go. The Secure's coming in, but one for the Blastoise, and a quick takedown on the Leafeon.
Wow, and look at this. The way they came in, got a KO. Baksho and Toto working together. That poor little Eevee must be playing some Smash Mouth because the world was rolling on to roll them, and they were definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed. And now Aaron trying to push things back for Jay, but this Leafeon's going to need to be able to get level 4 so it can engage.
Double Mewtwo into the lane is always going to be tough, but Magikarp up here looking to try to get that effort bar. Look at that. Now, we don't have it within a minute, but we could have it by that 8:30 mark. Magikarp's doing great things up there, but it is currently all alone.
Magikarp is going to need to go Mega Gyarados woo, and look at this, the way Laura was able to get in there, get a good KO, and the steamroll is continuing as points are raining in. One thing to note though is that the Mega Mewtwo's are going to struggle a little bit when it comes to points, because when they Mega Evolve, they do use some AO, so they're not meant to be the big scorers, but they don't care. Dodo's going Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Ho-ho-po-mo gets knocked out as they get left hook from Mega Mewtwo X.
There goes the Mewtwo Y, also looking for that Mega Evolution. They did hit the level 5, so they are building up that charge, but they're not quite there yet. Mega Mewtwo X, though, already in there looking for the brawls. There's the Absol help for the play there as they turn on to Eldegoss. They said, you don't belong here. This place belongs to us.
You can't sit here, but make sure on Wednesdays we wear pink, because right now Baksho and Toto are just going on an absolute rampage. Mewtwo strikes back. Who needs the first movie? But they get caught out. They overplayed their hand a little bit. Vic and Laura are trying to get those scores. Vic is really close to becoming that Mega Gyarados that they need to make some plays, but Cascade, who has been raining down on them, is here with the Mega Lucario.
Yeah, Mega Luca's not quite a Mega yet. He's still a little guy there, but the Gyarados is looking to keep him in check there. We got the Psyduck and the Absol all up there from the 720 birds. They're spawning in. They're taken down already. Marks are left by the Absol, and yeah, it's not going to be enough. They're able to take them down. The Pawmot. Oh my gosh, they're able to pick up a KO on the Lucario before getting taken down.
Vaksho's gonna make their way uptown, funk you up to try to defend things up with Indigo. Indigo did a great job as the little duck to kind of hold things down. Vaksho still gonna apply a little bit of pressure, being able to pull them in with Mega Mewtwo X. And then you also have Indigo who's going, I think, the Bubble Beam set, the little headache gauge, gonna pull them back. But Psychic trying to keep this War Turtle in check. Meanwhile, Vic, the Uwu Gyarados, is trying to make some plays. But we do see here a big close combat, but the Midnight Flash comes out from the Absol to be able to get the KO.
Yeah, they're not done yet, though. They're going to be taken down on this Registeel next. They're going to be looking to grab it, and it is the last hit goes to the Gyarados. They didn't have the power position, but they certainly found it. The Pawmot goes in there, takes down the Gyarados. Now we got the Psyduck looking to make a grab for it, but they're just trying to stall and delay because they got no backup.
They got no backup. Meanwhile, Gyarados was just trying to be a girly pop double mega evolution. Look at the way they use those teleports to be able to get away from too much damage. Cascade does have their aura cannon available to them in case they want to go for their Unite move, Mega Evolve, and potentially take away this Regieleki. There you have the power-up punch. They're looking to try to take something. Aura cannon does fly out. They're able to get the score. Now they're going up against Baksho.
Yeah, this Regieleki is barreling down towards a T2, T1 there. A T1 that has no scores on it, but there goes the 20. Instant 20 in from the Leafeon. Stacks that are crucial for it that it needs, down to 9 points. Look at that. Small stacks going in for the Mega Lucario, the Leafeon, everything that they could ever want or need. Now they got to decide who gets it next, because Regieleki's only staying here for another 10 seconds.
They're trying to decide. I thought it was going to be Aaron who goes for it. You see the Emerald two-step. They finally do get the score, and they get the KO. All of a sudden, our RWC is trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. Azalito gets taken down. You have 3 members of Thank You Toto up here against Dodo. They don't want to mess with them, though, because this Palma has been on a rampage to try to catch him. Vic able to get away, but you have Cascade here powering them up, powering up Punch, and then close combat to try to finish him off.
Surprisingly, the levels are actually relatively decent. Like, they're very equal there. Well, level 8 still on the Mewtwo Y, still looking for that, but everybody's got the Unite moves on the side of rework, so they're going to be looking to make some sort of engagement, especially utilizing the Cotton Cloud Crash and the Hydro Typhoon, and this could be the play for it. Now, as they're coming in there, we do have the Infinite Cyberms coming in, and the Hydro Typhoon comes through. We're going to be taking it down. We got huge burns coming in. There's the Absol with the Midnight Slash, taking them down, and we're going on to the pad push there from Thank You Toto.
Thank You Toto's looking for more. You got double Mega Evolution. They're going in. They're trying to make things happen. That's a lot of KOs. And it's time to rain it on down with a big over cap there. 187 to 140. Thank You Toto is making a statement here. And the Emerald two-step is going to answer back with that hoedown showdown known as a good old KO. And that's the thing about Thank You Toto. They keep finding ways. And you got to remember that they do have 3 Mega Evolutions on their team.
Yeah, 2 of them were coming online at level 5, so they've been Mega Evolving since the early days. Back in the old 840 days of yore, they were Mega Evolving there, Alex. 5 minutes ago is ancient history as we're coming down and taking more KOs. Rework had a strong early game, but now that Thank You Toto is starting to come online more, they're starting to fall behind. But huge 43 points coming in from the Mega Luca in the top there, puts them at 230 to 140.
Back in my day, I didn't have no Unite move to Mega Evolved. I just pushed the buttons, and then next thing you know, I tell you what, but Mega Gyarados is trying to make something happen. That's actually Mega Luca. Cascade gets finally taken down. Cotton Cloud Crash is coming out. Emerald two-step with the Midnight Slash allows them to get away, but they get KO'd anyways. And the convergence of the Mega Mewtwo's, it really is Mewtwo's revenge. Mewtwo strikes back, but Dodo, or that's actually Dodo trying to do the much that it can. They survive with a sliver. The Psyduck is trying to get to them, but they jump in and they get KO'd. They should not have gone back in. That's a lot of EXP to be able to give away to Indigo, but my oh my, it is the ultimate showdown. Good guys, bad guys, definitely some explosions.
Yeah, 20 seconds now until the Great Kyogre spawns in. That means this game is not over until it is gone. 230 to 160. Thank You Toto pulling it in. Nobody taking a position in the pit yet. Blastoise getting some vision, but Thank You Toto's taking their time getting in there.
Yeah, they do not want to rush things up, especially when you have to build up that meter for both of these Mewtwo's to kind of make a big difference. They do have both of the Infinite Cyberns, but they want to save those to be able to get like a back-to-back stun and damage, which then would allow the rest of your teammates to make something happen. Aaron is only level 11, but Vic gets already caught out a little bit. A Side Strike does come out onto Azalito, but the thing is, everything is in the corner for the side of Thank You Toto.
Kyogre's getting a little bit in this battle as well as Gyarados goes in for the Dragon Current. There it goes, looking for a target, looking for a pick, and so it's not wasted, but it is. The Mega Evolution comes out as we do have the Palma comes through. They found it, they see it. The Infinite Cyber comes in, taken down. Midnight Slash coming through. 2 more fall for Rework. All of a sudden, the Mewtwo X is gone. Sorry, that's the Mewtwo Y. X is still on the board, on the table. Blastoise putting in the work as both Absol and X are still very low HP.
This is where things get scary. Aaron's still alive. They're going to go for the surf. And it goes to the Gyarados. That was very close. Very clutch indeed. But oh boy, oh howdy, oh my. But the thing is, the thing that was able to finally catch on to Dodo was the fact that Mega Gyarados can kind of just stay attached onto a Pokemon. 260 to 230. They do have the lead right now. You don't want to get taken down. Palma gets taken down. Laura able to get another KO. And that all but everything just kind of puts the nail in the coffin. As thank you, Toto. Thank you, Mega Evolutions. And thank you, Mega Gary. You are awfully the carry, but more in fact, you're an ooh-woo scary Gary carry.
Yeah, oh my gosh. All those rhymes are more terrifying than the point differential right now. I'll tell you that. That is no, that's amazing. I cannot think that quickly on the fly, so that is a gift, my friend. So use that not sparingly, just wisely.
Wise is definitely not in my like lingo there, because if it comes in my brain, it's coming out into the world. And Madonna says, Madonna's on the phone right now. What's that, Madonna? Oh, you are sponsoring the Gary Uwu era. Okay, you go, you pop off, girl. You do that. That being said, though, thank you, Toto really was able to make a big difference. We saw that Dodo was able to try to get away, but the thing about Mega Gyarados is that it just stays attached to you, doing those boosted autos during that time, and Dodo was unable to get away. Azalito was not a part of it, because even though the Dragon Current didn't actually find a target, it still created a bit of separation, which allowed them to create that space that they needed to be able to get their targets. And in the end, it got kind of close with Aaron almost getting the Kyogre, which would have been a feat of its own, but Vic able to get the final hit.
Yeah, and again, give a little lore on these teams as well. We've seen Rework Esport Core. They go 3-0 so far. They just lost a game to Thank You Toto, who is 2-1. Guess who took a win off of them? Rework Esport Gear. That's right. The team that almost beat out Core beat out Thank You Toto. These teams are so interconnected in the EULM so far. It's crazy.
I mean, when you look at how close and how stacked the EUL is, it doesn't surprise me in the least. This is the thing. As a viewer, you never want to see a complete blowout unless that's the team you're rooting for. But in the end, it's these matches, these games, this level of competitiveness that really drives us casters home, that really makes us find a place, because it is so intense and it shows how much talent these players have in this game of Pokemon Unite.
Absolutely. And yeah, it comes through, and we can see it in the stats as well. We saw it there. We saw huge numbers. We saw huge damage tanked. We saw a little bit of healing there as well. But oh my gosh, Alex, game number 1. Thank you, Toto's going to take that handily. Going into game 2, I think Rework Esport Core needs to respect the Mega Evolutions a little bit more. They let too many through. They allowed both Mewtwo's to come through. And again, Thank You Toto utilized that. Mega Evolution at level 5 for roughly 8 minutes. You can Mega Evolve consistently with these Pokemon.
And they were making a big difference. Each time it felt like RWC was trying to make a push, they would just Mega Evolve. The thing is, it's not controlled. It's by a meter. But when you're constantly doing damage and constantly can stay in the fight, especially with the ability buffs and the cooldown buffs, it allows these Pokemon who are already really good exceed from just really good to now reach the level of competitiveness. And because you can have 2 or more Megas in your squad, you can deal out massive amounts of damage.
Absolutely. Now, coming into game 2 as well, they got to look back. They got to go back to the drawing board. They got to see, what can we do coming into this? And if we look at some of the bans as well, what did they ban out there as well? Let me take a look there. What you posted that they banned out. They banned out the last game. The Glaceon, the Blaziken, and the Mimikyu. So they're saying, you know what? We don't want to see these Pokemon, but at the same time, maybe you gotta let some of them go through. Toronto brought this up earlier as well. You gotta look at the draft and you gotta think about trading. You got to make trades to get the comps that you want, because there's just too many powerful Pokemon. And if you're in first pick and you get one and they get two because your bands left them up, you're going to be at a disadvantage every day of the week.
Yeah, it is not good. But like, again, I gotta imagine that RWC was trying to get some like ban picks, like target picks, but in the end, like you said, you can't allow this many megas to not only end up on the same team but to get through. You know, like, it's one thing if the moment you saw Mega Mewtwo Y, you got to start thinking, hey, I know we have Cascade who can play all arounders, we got to take Mewtwo X, because having both on the same composition is just a spell for things to not go well. You got to do bans a little bit differently. Blaziken and Mimikyu are very deadly. I understand that in the correct hands, but these megas don't, if you are already fearing that this player is going to have this Pokemon and they're going to be that deadly, giving them an extra oomph with a mega is not going to help your cause.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. The gremlin struck home, guys. The gremlin struck home. Oh my goodness. Anyways, yeah,
you need to make sure you have some water. Listen, I know Madonna walked in and you probably had to, just, oh my god, it's Madonna, but it's okay. Drink some water, relax. She's just here to root us on and be like material girls. Okay, we are fine. But it looks like RWC is going to go back with very similar bans that we saw in game number 1, but this time they opt to get the Mega Lucario out.
They do. Vaporeon is banned. Suicune's banned. Mega Char Y is also going to be banned there. So this does leave the Mimikyu up. That is a Pokemon they were fearful of. They can first pick it, but they choose the Blastoise. Arguably better, but again, if they're fearful of the Mimikyu, might come back in. But Toto coming in with the Mewtwo Y. Is Vic going to respond with Mega Gary?
The question is, I think she might need to put on her little pink bow back, because the Gary Scary is awfully fearful here. But it also, no, they decided to go with Mimikyu, who was banned previously. So RWC, though, might be trying to play a little ahead here. Japa going to be picking up the Latias, while Aaron is going to be picking up the Mega Mewtwo X.
Yeah, but coming in that Latias as well is going to be crucial. It's got a lot of good potential to reduce damage. So when Vic comes in with the Mimikyu, you hit them up with a Mist Ball, send that back home. Voxo could be coming in with the Umbreon, though. Massive shield stealing potential there as the Clefable comes in on Azulito. Not running the Buddy Barrier, so that's definitely a good play.
Definitely good play all around. I like what they're going with this. When you look at Clefable, it's still a good Pokemon that can bring a lot of healing. And oh my, Mega Charizard X. Laura, I know you're hovering around a Tyranitar, but don't tease me like this, because I would love to see it. And I know Jonathan Hyde would love to see it, Laura.
Send it. 5, 4, 3, 2. Don't do it. Yes, we got one. We got a Hyde pick in the game. Tyranitar has made it through the draft. This is where production comes in and tells me it was there's been a crash and we can't have that. So that I hope Tyranitar is able to make it through. But Tyranitar is a very strong Pokemon to go up against Dodo's Mega Charizard X. Why? Flare Blitz. Flare Blitz comes in, hits that, gets the Pokemon massive shield. Tyranitar laughs it off.
Tyranitar does not care. And again, I'm hoping production doesn't tell us a crash, because I would love to see Tyranitar do well. Because the thing about Tyranitar, and I have a good friend of mine who enjoys playing Tyranitar quite a bit, but the thing about Tyranitar, or the big kind of problem or issue when it comes to playing Tyranitar, is especially with the EXP changes, it's all about early game. This Pokemon is the definition of late game giant. It's not a good book, because here's the problem. In lane is probably where you want to send it. Normally you would want to send a Pokemon that needs a lot of levels into the central area, but the problem is Pupitar's flank abilities to be able to go in that first engagement, it's not that great. So you do opt to send it in lane. You try to prioritize the stacks because you want to have other Pokemon that can go into the central area. But if you can get that Tyranitar a decent amount of KOs and get it online within reasonable time, it can be a big difference maker.
It can. Listen, I feel that because Tyranitar, from levels 1 through 9 is the only Pokemon in the game where you can carry the same move you start with right up until you finally get your evolution. And that could be the headbutt, and only if you don't click that bite. So T-Tar has a lot going for it. It's got a lot of work to put in because XP Share isn't here to save it, to help give it that experience boost that it needs. But already it's putting in the good work of Arceus, grabs the KO on the Bunnelby and the KO on the Clefairy.
Wow, that's how you do it, Laura. You go in there and you get the damage done. They were unable to get a stack, which is what they need, but they're also trying to get as much EXP as they can. You do see Vic kind of hiding within the bushes. Laura's going to be able to get back, but this Tyranitar could be a big key piece. And again, like you said, getting these KOs early is not something you want to give up if you're on the opposition.
Yeah, because this Tyranitar needs levels. It needs to evolve. It's going to be offlaning a whole lot until it's finally there. But once it's there, oh my gosh, you're in for a treat. You're in for a heck of a fight. But look at this. 4-man into the top from Rework Esport Core. They just said, T-Tar, no, we're going to set you behind. Now we're going to invade.
I love that 4-man push. It's the old Kabi-chan's mentality. Just rotate the 4, go all on in. And look at Laura was trying to get the second rotation, but they're going to be taken down. Pick a big old fist to the face. The fire punch coming out from this Mega Char X. The T-Tar is going to be struggling, and I think RWC is kind of noticing that they cannot allow this Pokemon to get what it needs. And having these double supports with Dodo is not only going to be useful to keep them alive, but they were able to get the central area farm, and now they're going to be able to get their own central area.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going in, they're going to be rocking this Tyranitar. Still Evo locked, not quite level 5 in 8 minutes. Reggie Drago is on the field, but finally, Pupitar is here. Now we can work for the final 4 levels.
Yeah, this top path is going to be very difficult for the side of Thank You Toto because, again, Pupitar, not the greatest. Vic also doesn't have their level 7, meaning they don't have access to the Shadow Snake. Getting to these levels is going to be difficult, and knowing that Dodo's already level 8 with these shields and doing this much damage is going to make Thank You Toto struggle even a little bit more.
Yeah, when your counter is 3 levels behind the Pokemon it's supposed to be countering, that's not going to be doing good. War Turtle going to be getting the secure onto the Reggie Drago. Charizard picking up the secure on the Umbreon. Now we're going to be looking for a huge old pad push from Rework.
Yeah, Dodo's just inching close to level 9, and that's when things really start getting out of hand, because level 9 means it has access to its Mega Evolution and being able to do what they do best. And honestly, they are just pouring on the pain right now. Things are not looking so good for Thank You Toto, because this Pupitar, again, you want to get it online before you even reach the 5-minute mark, but the way they're struggling, it's very difficult. Thank You Toto does have the advantage that they won game 1, but this game number 2, things are looking a little different this time around.
Yeah, but we have seen what 1 KO can do. The Fire Punch comes in, takes down the Registeel. Umbreon put enough pressure on them to be like, listen, we can try, but we're not going to promise anything. Now we have Pupitar, level 8. It can taste it. It wants to break from the Carapace and breathe into the Tyrant that it knows it is. But first, it's got to reach that level 9. Great defense from Rework Esport Core on this Regieleki, denying Thank You Toto any sort of push to their pad.
And there we go. Tyranitar is here. Laura's leading the charge. They go in with the Sand Tomb. They're trying to set up some traps. Toto's going to be trying to come up behind them to do the damage. But look at Tyranitar going on a tyrannical rampage onto Cascade, keeping them here, trapped. Laura has been that unit. They are them. They are getting the stacks. And just like that, a big overcap. And Thank You Toto has quite literally risen from the ground and awoken their giant.
The age of Charizard is gone. The dynasty of Tyranitar has risen. Mimikyu is here to help, looking to get on top of the Charizard X as it comes in for the Mega Evolution. Now they're going to be coming in to try to take down the Psyduck as they try to defend this pad. Psyduck goes for the berry, misses it somehow, and is able to stay alive as the Psy comes out. The Charizard's in the Flex Zone, gets taken down. Thank You Toto has massive experience swing back towards their way.
What a great job this has gone. The Tyranitar really is making that big of a difference, Jonathan. And that's the thing you didn't necessarily always expect. Like, you know the prowess that it can be, but the way it's just been a complete difference maker, the way that it's kind of become a reverse Uno card for the side of Thank You Toto, goes to show that they have what it takes. Things were not looking the greatest, and honestly, levels are starting to slowly creep up to parity. Yes, the Mega Charizard is level 12, but Tyranitar is level 11, and those tyrannical rampages are just a big old way to say, bring it on.
Yeah, here we go. Regice into the top here as the fight comes down. Infinite Cybern comes out as Tyranitar's looking to hit through all these shields. There's the Ancient Power. There's the dive. Gonna come through with the Dark Pulse there. We're gonna take it out of everything.
Oh, out of everything, but the Mega Charizard is here, though, to try to give it its size slam. But here we see the Dark Pulse come out. Dark Pulse and Sand Tomb are a good combo to go for Tyranitar, but you get punched in the face just like that, and you get knocked out. That is not a position you want to be in, but right now, Dodo needs to keep things going, because the problem is Thank You Toto has some counters with Tyranitar, but also the Mimikyu, but right now, RWC is trying to reclaim that glory.
Yeah, Clefable has been putting in the good work here, keeping that Charizard alive, keeping it nice and healthy. Even when it dives in, even when the shields don't really work in its favor, Tyranitar can't hit through a health bar for the KO because Clefable's just able to continue to keep providing that.
Yeah, the provisions that this is providing is outrageous. They're trying to get away, Aaron. I mean, it was a tactical, they tried to get away, but also allowing this Mewtwo to get the levels is going to be huge. I'm more excited to see how this is going to finally end, which I do believe it's Groudon who is going to show up this time around. So you get a little extra damage buff, which if that is given to Tyranitar, it's going to be huge. The biggest takeaway is that Tyranitar, for those of you that don't know, has true damage during its Unite move, meaning shields. What are those? What are those? I don't know what those are, because Tyranitar is able to hit right through them, and it could be a key piece. The question is, which domino will fall first? The Unite move from Mega Charizard, or will the Tyrannical Rampage stay on top?
20 seconds until we'll find out. The Groudon is here. This is the calm before the storm. Blastoise is in position there. Clefable is looking for one as well. Bubble Beam's able to hit there, but not able to do too much as the Future Sight's able to hit the Umbreon. Breaks the passive there, but this Clefable is the problem. This is the Pokemon they want to take down before it becomes too much of a healer. Because they have only one curse item on the Umbreon.
The Umbreon, the Vox shows in a little bit of trouble. They go in, they do take the damage, but luckily Laura's there to kind of save them out of danger. Vox show, though, needs to recover. They're going to need to go back. Aaron doesn't care, though. They want to pull in Indigo. All members of RWC are in the central area around Groudon. They don't want to give up too much. Umbreon was able to go back, though, get some heals, and now they're trying to catch him, and this might have been in the moment the Psychic, they use the Unite move, Mimikyu able to take down Clefable. Tyrannical Rampage is going to be unleashed. They are going in. Tyranitar is trying to bring on the Pain Train, but meanwhile, Charizard still has their Unite move. They go for the Seismic Slam, and they're trying to turn the tides.
There goes the Tyranitar taken down. All it took was one punch, the One Punch Man Charizard. But look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 down for rework as the Mimikyu comes through. Tyranitar was never the issue. It was the Mimikyu all along.
And I told it as a tale this time. Tyrannical Tyrantrum Tyranitar was the key counter, but the thing is, Mimikyu also has the play with me, which is that much harder to deal with because it completely shuts a Pokemon down from anything. Tyranitar keenly staying at tier 1 in the bottom path because of the true damage. Vic is going to play Secret Agent Man, though, as they just got to hold things down to get another Hundo Burger, because with 25 seconds, RWC needs to make a play, Jonathan.
Yeah, Mimikyu's already looking for the sneaky cap there. They're looking for it to try to get to offset anything that's going to come in there. But already rework is coming in on the pad there. Blastoise is coming in, but it's not going to be enough as it's taken down before it can Hydro Typhoon. Everything's coming through for rework Esport Core. They're coming trying, and there it goes. A full ace right at the buzzer.
Tyranitar Sandtomb with the Groudon buff, yeah, it's gonna hurt a little bit. That is a cage that you will not escape. And Tyranitar truly was the key piece to take down RWC. You know, RWC is starting to fall from grace. I think the way they are just not able to be that team anymore. And thank you, Dodo. More like thank you, Tyranitar, because they were quite literally the pendulum swinging in the opposite direction for them.
They were. Dodo was so focused on Laura, they forgot about Vic's existence there, and that was really crucial. Because if you leave the Tyranitar alone, it eats you. But if you focus the Tyranitar, the Mimikyu gets you, and it's stealthy too because it can just hop in and just say, "All right, he's down, but I'm here, and you're gone. Bye."
It just says, goodbye, play with me. What? So that's the thing. You have to deal with the Tyranitar. You need to expend resources to try to take it down. But Vic held on to that Unite move for so long because they knew the only way they were going to stop this mighty dragon is to be able to just put it under its cloak, stop it from what it's trying to do. And in the end, it really goes to show that Thank You Toto was able to get the clean 2-0 sweep and a great job by the squad.
Yeah, this is the first loss Rework Esport Core has experienced in the EULM so far. They were currently 3-0, now they're 3-1. So they've tried to go 4-0, but Thank You Toto just said, thank you, try again, because that makes them also 3-1 into this set now. So that's amazing. And guys, this is just the seeding phase. I've been saying it all night, all day, all morning, wherever it is you are, because this is how intense these games are. It's insane.
They've just been so... You see so many unorthodox Pokemon plays, comps, and they work, and some things are so outrageous it just might work. Things are so much closer. There has not been a single blowout this entire day for EUL.
Absolutely. And I get everything coming up. We got the Tyranitar as the final game. Listen, that is peak there. One of Hyde's pick closes out the day. We got some Mamoswine action in there. We got some really kooky stuff. We didn't get to see a score comp today, though. So, what is it? Checklist, bucket list for next time. We got to get that score comp in there. We got to get some Sableyes, guys. Come on. I know you felt some of the gremlins in the system, but they just want the love. You pick them, they go away.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe I'm happy I didn't have to see Sableye, but again, casting with you, I would have liked to at least see one little gentleman, as it's also been coined by Doob Snacks. He's just a little gentleman, just a little guy trying to make things, but we didn't get to see it today. But what we did see is a lot of amazing players putting on an amazing show. Things were always in the hands of the players, and honestly, it really goes to show what these teams are able to put together and what comps they allow the bands right now in a weird turn of events. While the game itself has issues like crashes, but in terms of competitively viable Pokemon, there is such an array of them that makes this... We're not seeing the exact same Pokemon every single match. We're seeing different compositions and players adapting to the amount of Pokemon that are viable right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, every Pokemon that we saw today, Suicune got a little disrespect from some teams, instantly made to regret it. Then they started respecting it later in the sets as well. So we got a little bit going there. We saw some pivots. We saw some unique combos. Again, the double Mewtwo. Come on. How often do you get to see that? It's been a great and wonderful day to just come in and just say, hey, EU, what's up?
Yeah, and honestly, Jonathan, I have had a blast being here with you. Again, always shout out to Shivam, who's able to put this amazing show together. Shout out to Bina, who has been our Magnemite eye in the sky, one of the best in the business to do it. Any other final standings or any final thoughts you have, Jonathan, before we bail on out of here?
Listen, we got the final standings here. We just got it there. So let me put this in a browser so I can take a look at this a little bit better. We got Rework Esports Gear rounding out first place, 7-3. Game count, set count, 3-1. Thank you, Toto. 3-1, coming in second place. Rework Esport Core, rounding out third place. You guessed it, 3-1. Fourth place, Team Int. Yeah, you guessed it, 3-1. Rounding out our bottom four there, though, we have Los Duros, who didn't have as good a day. They went 2-2, so they went even. They broke even on here. Phantom Forces coming in 1-3. Not as strong, but you know what? Listen, we're going to be seeing plenty more of them in the EULM because this is the 18 league. So, Supernova, we got to see some of them today,
Yeah,
too.
we did.
They had a fantastic set coming out, and it was the one they won that we got to see. They came out 1-3, and MTZ Esports, rounding out the bottom of the bracket, weren't able to pick up a win today in terms of sets. They did get one in a game. They were able to take that off. We saw that in a Game 3 scenario, so 0-4 for them, but that's not the end of the world. This is just the seeding phase of the tournament. There's still, or the league, sorry, there's still plenty of opportunity to climb the rankings later.
Yeah, and then again, as a reminder, the league continues on tomorrow, 6 p.m. CET. As the bracket of round one, we're already seeing RWG go up against MTZ. You have Thank You Toto versus Supernova, Rework Esport Core versus Phantom Forces, and you have Team Int versus Los Duros. So for everybody here for production, again, remember tomorrow, 6 p.m. CET, we will be back with some more EUL, but more than anything, good morning, or in the case that I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I've been zeroing on Alex. This has been Jonathan Hyde. Take care of one another, and we'll see you guys on the flip side.